Chat, good morning, and welcome back to another episode of Breakfast Analysis Live. My name is Jesse J. Chick, and today is a very exciting day. I'm sure you're all aware what today is. It's the group stage draw day. We will be deciding, it's also Halloween, nobody cares. We're also deciding what teams will be in what group for the Sweden Major. It's very exciting. I'm excited, you're excited. I'm going to get good TikTok content out of this. You're going to enjoy the stream. It's going to be a great day. I hope everyone is having a fantastic Monday. I hope you've all been watching the EUL. I've not had it on because I want to vaudeville after this. My idea is that now that the play day is over, it's almost over. We gotta wait for Outsiders to fucking lose already. Come on, G2, please keep it up. We're gonna go back. We're gonna watch it for those who missed it. So if you're watching now, maybe you weren't available to watch the stream at the beginning. Maybe you missed the early bangers, such as, including but not limited to, Secret versus TT9. Yes, very exciting. Eminem BDS 8-7 game that had major qualifications. You know, those games. So if you missed those earlier matches, we'll watch them here today. But we're not going to watch them until after the group stages are drawn. Can't talk. After everything is drawn. So stick around for that. QX80 redeemed Showcat. The cats are not here. I took a picture of the cat for the tweet, and that was about it. I am not joining the circus, unfortunately. I don't really have a costume. I have a costume for this year, but I didn't finish it because I didn't really have anywhere to wear it. So, don't forget the YouTube shorts. Does anybody watch the YouTube shorts? I know a few people do because they get a couple hundred views, but I know most don't. It's just like we are live on YouTube right now. And nobody really watches the YouTube streams, but I'm glad that I do them because it keeps them forever. It's like YouTube streams never go away, which is nice. All right, the YouTube shorts have gotten up to like 500 views. It's not terrible. TikTok's still hitting a few thousand every time, but you know. You want to watch the pain of Rogue Heroic again? Well, we're doing it. We are doing it. I'm excited. I bet Heroic make it to the... I made the bet at the start of the stage that Heroic would make the major. And it seems like I'm correct. Oh, it's good to be right. I know Lynx wanted in as well to talk about the groups. I'm down to watch... I'm down to talk with Lynx. Famed NACL commentator. I don't know if he's in here. We also got some drama today with OXG joining a T3 league. Oh, how the turntables. I don't really care. Boring drama, if you ask me. Forceful versus birthdays was much hotter drama. I'm just going to say it. Hey, G2 have lost. Gotta be Apex chill? Hell no. No, this will be an NA bias only chat. G2 didn't lose? Okay, the game ended. That's all I care about. No, we'll keep it a buck. If Lynx isn't here, then I'll just run it solo. That's fine too. You thought SCS was one of those things that put pros against... No. SCS has always been like a tier 3 league. And they just now have added Oxygen to the table. Oxygen are just playing in SCS. That's all. I think for OXG, it's just a way to like get in some extra practice. I don't care. I really don't care if Oxygen are in SCS or not. If you're an OXG fan and you just need copium that they're not that bad, then I hope you enjoy watching SCS and watch OXG stomp some children. It will be hilarious if they like do poorly though. It will be really funny. I also like a lot of the players are like, a lot of OXG players are like complaining like, oh, why are people mad at us? Nobody's mad at the OXG players. If anything, people are mad at the organizers. People are mad at the SCS organizers, if anything. But even that, I think most people don't give a shit. Goat of APAC retired today? Who retired today? Actually, I didn't hear anything about this. Hysterics retired today. There he goes. Damn, long career. Playing since 2016. That's wild. We'll take a look at it. Started playing all the way back in that's 2017, I guess. Open quals for season 6. Losing to Tide. And then retires from Tide. Very cool. Shout out to Hysterics. We'll read his tweet longer. Actually, it's kind of long. We're not going to read his whole tweet longer. New York bestseller esports retirement tweet longer. Grammarly, my family. This is probably a good read. We're not going to read it on stream. Shout out to Hysterics, though. We are waiting for the EUL to get to the draft. They're currently talking to Doki. Nobody wants to listen to that, so we will not be. G'day, Choco. I'm gonna fill up my coffee real quick. I'll be back in 5 seconds. I just gotta pour it. TI is over? 2 streams at once? What do you mean? Oh, Doki is me. I'm so fucking dumb. I was like, what? Yeah. No, I'm excited to see Navi. They're at SI, right? Are they locked in for SI or no? I'm so out of touch. No, not even close. Well, they came close. They sit 23rd. Yeah, they needed like double the points though. Wait, what am I saying? What am I saying? What am I saying? I'm so confused. No, they're locked in. They're fine. They're locked in. All right, well, what are we hoping for our groups? Let's start off with taking a look. What is our ideal group stage? What do we want to see? What do we want to miss? Because these are the group stage as we have potentials for them. Now, as I understand it, there is no chance it's the same as last time. So we cannot have the same region in the same group. We also cannot have the same seed in the same group. I believe is this graphic in order? I think it is, right? Like Wolves are the 1 seed, BDS are the 2 seed, M&M Heroic are 3-4. That is correct. And I believe it's the same with NA and LATAM. Looks like it. The only thing is with APAC, since they're divided between North and South, assuming they do seeding the same way they did it last stage, they do it based off points in regional leagues. Thus, it should... I don't know if they'll still do this because APAC South had fewer teams, so that inherently nerfs them. However, if they do it the same way, it'll be CAG 1, Direwolves 2, Sandbox 3, Fury 4. I don't know if that's how they're doing it, though. I will be real with you. I am not sure. Direwolves should get it since Direwolves won every single game. Yeah. Yeah, the only reason CAG got more points than Direwolves is because, well, A, Direwolves had a lot of overtimes, but B, CAG played 1 extra game, right? It's actually mostly the OT thing. Because CAG won 5 regulation games, and Direwolves only won 3 regulation games, but then had 3 overtime games as well. I don't know. I would guess this is how they do it. I would guess that they leave Cyclops as the 1 seed. I hope they give Direwolves the 1 seed. I think they deserve it. At the last major, who did better? APAC North or APAC South? Neither did particularly well. Nobody made it out of groups. So APAC North, Dom1 got last, and Sandbox got second last. APAC South... Oh, no, Elevate made it out of groups. Elevate made it out of groups. I forgot about that, actually. I worked that game. I don't know why. I don't know why I forgot that. Yeah, okay. So Elevate made it out of groups. I would prefer to see APAC South get the number 1 seed. I would prefer. But it's hard to know for sure. APAC's the same skill as NA Gold. That's moronic. No, not at all. God, they're still talking to Doki. Doki is a good guy to talk to. Doki interviews do go hard. What do we want to see? What pairings would be nice? Are there any fun rematches that we could see? There's a lot of newcomers. I mean, Eminem have not done a major before. Is that correct? I don't believe so. I believe they got top 4 once, but they didn't. That was when it was COVID, right? Or it was the mini majors. I think that was the stage that they went to SI. Okay, they went to SI, but they've never been to a major. Oh, they went to Berlin too. Bro, my brain. I don't know what happened to me. I always forget Eminem went to SI or went to Berlin. I've done this on stream before. Okay, well, they could play. They actually, all of their group members from Berlin did not qualify, so there's still no potential for a rematch for Eminem. CAG Sonics would be a lot of fun. CAG Sonics I could see. Sucks that none of the, like, I mean, technically you've got Lagonis on Liquid, right? Yeah, you've got Lagonis on Liquid, which also would be a rematch against CAG. Sucks that nobody else from that team is qualified, right? For the major. The old team won. Not even Alamau. Blaze with the Hydrate. Blaze, common L taker in the Rainbow Six draft. Yeah, I do hope Sonics get one of the APAC teams that they've played before. Sonics versus CAG or Sandbox, because they didn't play... Did they play Direwolves ever? Because the big SI run, they beat... No, they did play Dom1 as well. SI Sonics played against... In bracket, I mean. They played against Elevate, Dom1. No, I guess in SI they didn't play against either of those... any of the teams here. In groups, they beat Sandbox. Mirage sweeps W7M. Interesting take. Interesting take. What is the best possible group for Mirage? What are we thinking? I think Mirage would like Cyclops as their 1 seed. I think they would like BDS as their 2 seed, which leaves them FaZe as their 3 seed. I think that's the best possible group for Mirage. Blaze, you get clapped. Typed a link, idiot. He accidentally typed Lagonis.1. It's nearly time. Yeah, they're getting there. Yell at me if it starts. They're doing stats right now. I think that's #1 group for Mirage making it to playoffs. I still don't think they make it. CAG Sonics, Eminem, Black Dragons. That would be a wild fucking time. That'd be a wild group. Oh my god. That might get CAG out. I think CAG probably have the best shot at making it out. I don't know about Direwolves. I want to have confidence in Direwolves, but I do feel like the region they play in is really bad. And they definitely didn't play amazing at the last major. When we're seeing Australia play, if you'd like, I will allow you to take Copium and pretend that Fury is still Australian. I will allow you to brainwash yourself into thinking that. I won't stop you. Edie isn't scrimming as well. That's tough. Is Fury an Aussie org? I think it is. Let me listen to what the stream is saying.
I was just playing for the funsies of it. I mean, come on. There is always the...
They're not talking about the draft. Okay. They're not talking about what we want. Not yet. They'll get there. They will get there. What is my opinion on the spider costume? Who's got a spider costume? I think I saw all the EUL costumes. I didn't see any spiders, though. I think Fury are an Aussie org. Let's go find out. Because most of them are clowns. Anna and Fresh are clowns. I think Milos is just a ringleader. Emmy's a lion tamer. Hap is a two-headed man. I don't think Ace and Dez are in there. Casting for the first two games? Oh, I actually may have missed it if they were only casting the first two. Caster start the draft. Anne is a mime? Okay, a mime is just a clown that doesn't talk. What the fuck do you mean Anne is a mime? Dez was a spider? Okay. And Ace was a jester. Gotcha. Okay, I did miss Ace and Dez's costumes because I wasn't watching the first couple games. I wasn't really watching the later games either because, again, I want to go back and VOD review them. But I did have, I had the stream up for the latter half of the day whilst we waited for stream to start. French clown like all the French. Exactly. We're talking Furia? No. No, sadly, my Furia boys did not make it. I do also want to look at SI implications. I think this is a really interesting thing that we can finally start looking at, is what teams can qual for SI, right? Because, Furia is desperately hoping that all the teams below them do bad at the major. Is it possible for Furia even? 20. I mean... They need Sandbox to get last. They're going to need Sonics to likely get last as well. And then maybe Direwolves SSG can finish bottom 2. I'm not sure the exact math. But Furia will be nervously watching from home. Elevate will be nervously watching from home. And is that it? Who else? Is that it? I think so, right? Everybody else who's in contention is going. They've got control of their own fate. Because Heroic just made it today. Liquid are in, Sandbox in, Direwolves in, SSG in. So this is, in my opinion, the most interesting storyline coming up. Yeah, I mean, odds are Elevate will be okay. Odds are Furia will be out. But you never know. TSM just got disqualified today. RIP TSM. They were in it for a long time. Realistically, though, again, they would have had to go so hard to make it. Even SSG, I mean, they've got a massive point deficit to make up. If nobody else gets points, they still need 220 points. Which, what is the major? 220 would be top 4. So if nobody else gets any points, then they need top 4. But obviously, people are going to get points. So realistically, SSG are going to need first or second to make the major. And we are drawing balls.
That's all you need to know. So, look, we're... Yes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There
cool.
You go. So we're all gonna, if you would join us here, we are.
This is what we care about.
The teams and the groups for the major in Jönköping.
Let's hope they don't fuck it up this time.
We have 4 containers.
Team Bliss? Yeah, maybe.
4 with for.
I've heard they've been practicing, so I think they should be fine. There's Dez the spider. I see him now.
That are contained within this.
Yes.
And so this has a 1 in it, which is the 1 seed. This has a 2, which is the
All right, we know how draws work.
3rd seed. And
What's up, Laker boy?
Respectfully.
So the ones will be easy. They just have to draw the ones.
Yes.
They are respectfully placed inside their container.
I don't want the stream to be too loud, to be honest.
Draw the 4 groups, right? 16 teams, 4 groups, 4 teams in each group, and here's how it goes.
Mule's costume is
It
good.
has to be one
Yeah,
from
I mean, we can see.
every group. So 1 from EU, 1 from
We can see, and I will tell you as well.
and 1 from
The number 1 seeds should be really, really easy, right? The number 1 seeds should literally just be 1 through 4. There's no problems. The number 2 seeds will get a little complicated. They may need to bump somebody down. And for the 3rd pick, they may need to force it to the 4th pick to make sure that there's no conflict in the 4th. When we get into the 3rd pick and the 4th pick, though, things could get quite complicated. So we'll make sure that we have all the math correct on this stream. And I believe they will have everything right on their stream as well. They should be fine. Who's the line? Yes, I believe that is indeed Medics. I don't know where Easy is, but that is Medics.
draw all 4 balls here.
So this doesn't really matter, but this is going to be...
1 at a time.
Did they explain who's the 1 seed in APAC, actually? I did miss that.
Okay.
All right.
So we'll see if this is CAG or Direwolves in the ones.
Naughty.
We hope it's Direwolves, but it's probably going to be CAG.
Honestly, it's such a terrible decision maker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was Emmy.
So our first team qualified to the major. Who will it be? It's Cyclops athlete.
Yeah, they gave CAG the 1 seed. Oops. Unlucky. Unlucky. Oh, well. That's what we expected. That's what we expected. Cyclops being the number 1 seed. From here on, it doesn't super matter. We'll just kind of figure out where everybody goes. I do think Cyclops have a better chance, so maybe it makes more sense that they are the 1 seed. But it does suck for Direwolves, who literally went undefeated in their season and get rewarded with the 2 seed. They should 100% give Direwolves a 2 seed. I would be shocked if they gave Sandbox the 2 seed. That would make 0 sense. And based on how they did it last year, it should be Sandbox the 2 seed. Any bets? Where we're going? W7M, TSM, Wolves will be the next options here. North is a stronger region, so not that hard to go undefeated. I get what you're saying. And I do agree. I think North is a stronger region. TSM? It is like they do it based on points. So they do it based on like who has the most points in the regional league. And the reason why I think they should have maybe given a buff to South is because it's easier to get more points in North because there's more teams playing in North. TSM group beers. South has some decent teams. I think South just has some awful teams too, though. Although North has some bad teams. I don't know. W7M gets 3. That leaves Wolves with this with Group D. Okay. Now's when it gets interesting. I think instead of these numbers, I think these numbers are confusing. I'm going to get rid of these, and I'm just going to move Direwolves and CAG. So now we're drawing from the 2 seeds. These are the 2 seeds. These are the 3 seeds. These are the 4 seeds. These were the 1 seeds. Yeah, and they draw the Wolves. Who does North have? I mean, North's got good teams. North has... Oh, I like their graphic. Not quite as good as mine, but I think relatively equal, I would say. Also, I don't know. This is kind of new. The black eye in the ice here, that's kind of sick. I wonder if this is going to be like Valkyrie themed. I thought it was going to be... I don't know. I thought they've been using Hibana imagery, but maybe I'm wrong. I actually, that's sick if they're pulling it out of his hat into the glass bowl. I guess it's good for transparity's sake. If your bar is elevate, the North has nobody. Oh, damn. That's true. Elevate probably the best team in APAC. I don't know. It's kind of arbitrary. Both North and South are similar. What? What are you doing, Emmy? She bites it open. Okay. So this is for Cyclops' group. So this is going to be a pretty easy group. NA fans, we're hoping to see Sonics. We're hoping to see Sonics here. There it is, boys. There it is. That's best case scenario for SQ. I will also say Sonics probably a weaker seed than Liquid and BDS. Maybe not. It's debatable. But, like, whoever gets third seed here as well, like, this could be an absolutely free group for FaZe or Eminem. FaZe or Eminem may have a really good time in this group. So this next one goes for TSM. Direwolves would be big for TSM fans here. Direwolves would be huge for them. I'm just going to turn music back on. I'll turn it kind of quiet. For TSM stands, for Bolo stands, you'd love to see a Direwolves. You would probably hate to see... Liquid. That is starting to get like that's starting to get a very hype group. TSM and Liquid in the same group is very hype. Two regions cannot be in the same group. That's correct. Cyclops saved from B money, also correct. And then this will be W7M's group. W7M BDS may be a very fun matchup. If it's Direwolves, that's kind of whatever. If it's Direwolves, it's kind of free for W7M. Okay. Okay, W7 are making playoffs. Congrats. I mean, like, maybe if they get Heroic and SSG, W7M get challenged, but even still, I mean, this group is either going to be completed with Eminem Mirage or SSG Heroic. This group looks so good for W7M. And then that leaves BDS. No, it doesn't. No, I'm wrong. This has to go here so that they don't have a conflict to finish out. Let's see if they get that right on production. Yeah. Okay. Oh, they almost tricked me up there. Okay. Well, that's fun. This has to be this result. Amazing. All right, Group C looks fire. Group B looks fire. Group C and B both looking amazing right now. Even freer? Okay, I don't know about that. Group D now looking potentially free. We'll see. If this group gets like SSG Black Dragons, that looks really good for SSG actually. I mean, Wolves are a tough opponent. Do not get me wrong. I think SSG Group D is like way better than SSG Group C if you're SSG fans. So this can only be Eminem or FaZe. If they draw anybody else, then it goes to B. Unless they draw NA, then it goes all the way to C. If they draw SSG, it goes to C. So there's actually a very high likelihood that SSG ends up in C. Based on how these have drawn so far, there's a 75% chance SSG go to Group C. Because if they get drawn in either of these slots, they auto get put to C. So SSG very likely to be in Group C now. It's Eminem. That will fit. Oh my god. Sonics are going to the playoffs. And then that fills in with Black Dragons. Jesus Christ, that's a free group for Sonics. Right? Oh my god. Sonics absolutely rigged this. Who the fuck is super paying? That's incredible. Absolutely rigged. No, it wouldn't be 50-50. It's 1-4 initially, but we've now we've altered the odds with the earlier ones. That's a FaZe. I just saw it. That's FaZe. Yeah. Okay. FaZe cannot go in Group B, C, so it has to be D. I mean, logical, it had to be D anyways. That means Mirage must be D as well. So TSM Liquid, they cannot have space stations, so this has to be APAC North, and then this has to be Europe, and then SSG have to be here, Fury have to be here. That's the only combination that works. These are your groups. These are your groups. What do we think? I think it's free for Sonics. I think it's free for... Oh, God, I don't even know. Yeah, top two make it out of each group. Top two make it out of each group. Here. here. I'm gonna save this. I actually don't know if it could have gotten better for Sonics. Like, look at that fucking group, dude. That is actually insane. Good God. And then Group D. Group D looks very good for FaZe and Wolves as well. At least there's 2 strong teams in D. C's got 3 powerhouses. B's got, like, kind of 2 as well. And that should be correct, because there shouldn't be any... I mean, they are still drawing it. But I'm pretty confident this is the only mathematically possible result now. We'll see if they show up with the same group as I do. If CAG don't come top 2 in this group, they don't deserve to be T1. Yeah, that's... CAG should absolutely make it out of this group. I could see Black Dragon stealing away. I could see BD sneaking out of it. I could see... I think this is probably a contest Sonics get first. It should be CAG second, Black Dragon's third, Eminem fourth. We'll see. B should be easy. Liquid TSM. I think Heroic could upset. I have no faith in Sandbox. I think Sandbox could have made it out if they had a better group. Hopefully this isn't like last time changing it 3 times. Hopefully, man. That is hype. Waiting for the Fox tweet. All right, do they have the same map as me? Hold on. Cyclops Sonics, blah, blah, blah. TSM Liquid. BDS. They got it right. They got it right. First try. Let's go. Well done, EUL. Well done. They got it. Gunner will fold. Not a chance, dude. Not a chance. Group C is Group of Death. Group C is Group of Death and Fury crying in a corner. I'm sorry. Group C looks fire, though. I think it looks very good for NA. I think NA tactically threw Mirage in a Garbo group, except that we would not get Mirage out, and gave ourselves a pretty solid chance of having all 3 good teams in playoffs. I think 3 NA in playoffs looks pretty doable. I'll put Heroic above. These are my predictions. Maybe I'm a little copium on SSG, putting them in the same tier as W7 and BDS. I do think SSG are the underdogs in this group. I think W7 and BDS should be the favorites. I think SSG are... I mean, SSG played so well this stage, though. No, I'm keeping them up there. I'm keeping them up there. I think SSG absolutely contend with these 2. It's tough, but they can do it. And then this one should be... This one should be kind of easy. Yeah, fuck it. I wouldn't fully count out Fury. I don't think so. I'm counting out Fury. I think NA should get a guaranteed 2. I think Song should be locked in for sure, and I really think TSM should go through. I could see TSM throwing to Heroic, and SSG have a tough group. But yeah, I could even see Mirage beating Direwolves and getting third. I probably predict Direwolves over Mirage. I think Direwolves are an easier team to put third. If you're forcing me to order, I think it goes boom, 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 boom. I think this looks like a pretty good first seed for Wolves. These are not my official predictions, but this is my first impressions. I think BDS finishes third. I think SSG finished second. I think W7M finished first. This is obviously very NA biased, but it's okay. I think Liquid beat TSM. I think TSM can win. I'm just worried about their lack of experience with 2 rookies. And I think Black Dragons are not that good. I actually think Black Dragons could lose to M&M. I actually might. This is kind of a hot take. I've been like, I don't know. I've kind of shit on M&M a lot. Because I didn't think they were that good. But I think they're better than I give them credit for. I think M&M actually don't finish bottom here. Liquefact Farms? Maybe. Maybe. W7M are my gut choice. I wanna finish my VOD reviews and I wanna like actually think about my predictions. But my gut prediction I think is W7M wins the major. Not locking that in, not saying for sure, but that's my initial gut check. There's my line. Yeti puts Liquefact on a plane. That's what I'm talking about. We will also be doing another prediction competition in the BBC Discord. If you're not in the Discord already, !Discord to join in. We can close EUL now. Your gut feeling says Bliss is winning SI 2023. Okay, well, it's not impossible. I think that's how I see it. What do you guys think the hottest take on this is? I think my hottest take is probably... might be BDS third. I feel like this is a pretty cold take. Prediction bracket. Wolves and Direwolves? Oh yeah, I guess they are. The 2 wolf teams are going to be in the same group. That's true. That is funny. Hottest take is that SQ don't make it out of groups. No shot. No universe SQ don't make it out of groups. SQ are officially the most throw team of all times if they don't make it out of this group. Maybe they get second. I could see SQ just like fumbling to CAG, playing like dumb aggressive, and just catching Sonics off guard, and Sonics finishing second. But if Sonics lose to fucking M&M and Black Dragons, there's no hope for NA. There's none. I don't think Sonics rely on Gunner showing up. I don't agree at all. I think Gunner could literally drop like 2 kills the whole tournament and Sonics still make it out of this group. You're dropped. Black Dragon's not being first a hot take? Yeah, for sure. Fun groups overall. Fun groups overall. I think I'm happy with this. Group of Death, undoubtedly C. Group of the most viewers, undoubtedly B. Group of... I don't even know. What do we call groups A and B? I think group A is... I don't know. Group D is the predictable one. I think Group D is the easiest to predict. And then Group A is like... the group of LOL. Group A is the group of LOL because I don't think it's that many good teams. And I think Sonic's like, if they throw, that's hilarious. Yeah, Group A is a bit free. I agree Group A is the weakest. 100% Group A is the weakest group. I don't think anybody from Group A is winning the tournament. I think Sonics could. I don't think it's unreasonable, but I wouldn't pick them. You're saying SQ Keg, TSM Sandbox. Not having Liquid out feels, I don't know. I have no faith in Sandbox, unfortunately. I think in an easier group maybe, but I don't know. I don't even count out Heroic. They probably don't make it, but like I think Heroic over Sandbox. I9 highest rated player in groups tied with Palu. Oh, I really hope we get old Palu back. I hope we get all of old Liquid back. Palu's been playing nuts in Copa. From the games we've watched on stream, Palu has been killing the Copa Elite 6. I know it's over now, so I guess was killing. I didn't do so hot against W7M maybe, but like, I don't know. He crushed against FaZe Clan in their lower bracket match to secure second seed. Palu never left Nesk as the washed one. That's true. That's true. I think, yeah. I think when Liquid weren't making the majors, Palu was like a little under. But I do agree that like Nesk is the one that really is fallen off a little. And I don't agree that FaZe have looked bad. I think FaZe have looked worse, but I don't think FaZe have looked bad. I think FaZe have looked considerably better than Dire Wolves and Mirage, in my opinion. C's going to be the battle for second. W7M is still very good. C's going to be a bloodbath. C's going to be an absolute bloodbath. I could see W7M not finishing first. I agree they should be finishing first. We'll see. Good morning, Alden. You think Group B is the group of hell? I think Group C is much scarier than Group B. I think CAG got a very good group. I think Japanese fans should be very happy with this group stage. I think Cyclops got pretty easy opponents in their 3 and 4 seed. And even their 2 seed's not too bad. Wait. Yeah. Like Sonics is a 2 seed, given what the options were, not terrible. I think Sonics get out first, but I don't think it's a throw. I think I could see Sonics throwing to Cyclops. I could see Cyclops getting first in this group. Mirage gonna 7-0 FaZe twice. That will be amazing. I'm praying for that. Sonics with Geo is very exciting. I agree. You don't expect anything from CAG after this week of RJL. I saw RGL. What's that team? There's like some blue triangle team that like has been crushing RJL. I've like never heard of them before in my life. Penji Mula owns Cyber. Yeah, okay. Crest. Yeah, Crest has been crushing. Was it Crest or was it LST? I don't know. Nick's goated analyst? Perhaps. They're third in Japan? Okay. Oh, fair enough. I don't know. I think from the teams in our top 2 that could fall out, I think SSG could fall out because I think BDS are a very strong opponent. I don't see Group B changing. I don't see Heroic or Sandbox making it out of this group. I could see Cyclops falling out, and I could even see Sonics falling out. But their teams are, I don't know. I think Eminem could surprise. I think Eminem and Black Dragons both could surprise. And more so, I think Sonics and CAG could both throw hard. Go to Kenya for SI. God damn it. This is still going on? I was actually playing GeoGuessr this morning. I've gotten so good at Argentina. I'm like the Argentina master at GeoGuessr. I was practicing it. Expect more from Eminem. Yeah, I think Eminem are a bit of a sleeper pick. One of the big reasons why I'm excited to VOD review today. Of course, that is what we're doing next. We're going to be VOD reviewing the EUL, play at A9. One of the reasons why I'm so excited to VOD this Playday is because there's a really sick game between M&M and BDS. 8-7 match. I think it'll be really hype. Definitely game of the day. So we're going to VOD that in just a sec, chat. Do I do countries? I do custom maps of the countries. So I do Argentina AI generated. Just so it's a bit better distribution. Group C free for Fury. Totally, dude. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do, chat. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be 5 minutes. I am going to turn on a video so that you guys have something to watch. And then I'm going to come back and we're gonna VOD review EUL. Okay? Deal? Do we have a deal, chat? Here's what I want to do. I want to put on the very start. Yeah. I want to put on the very start of the EUL broadcast where they introduced all their costumes and Halloween stuff. I'll be back in 5 seconds, all right? SI implications, there are many. We'll cover those when I get back. I'll be quick.
Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to the circus. It's Clown Fiesta here at EUL Spooky Edition. I'm also your host. With me are the two ghouls on the desks. First up, Miss Anne, our mime. And Mr. Clown. Fresh. How do you do?
Hello, Milosh. I'm going to have some very bad takes. Seeing as though I already am a clown, I might as well have some clown takes tonight.
We're really getting into character, as you can tell. Some better than others, but here we are in our final Playdate. I can't believe it. A whole stage has gone by. Can you believe it, Jack?
Cannot believe it, Milosh. I genuinely cannot believe it. It felt like it's been about 6 months and about 6 days at the same time. I don't know how EUL does this to me, but it does it every single stage.
And we still don't know who takes the cake here, Anne.
Exactly. There's still 2 spots for the major that will be decided tonight, and 4 teams that are battling to find out who's going to take those final 2 spots. And with the games that we have, it literally could go anyone's way.
Yeah, and before we get started, and to know exactly who makes it where by the end of this Playdate, and I would like to remind you that at the end of the show, don't go anywhere, because we'll get to draw the 16 teams in their specific groups.
Yes, they did. What are you counting for? Get the hell out. All right. Let's go live with the VOD views. I'm going to get my sheet up. And then we'll dive into it. EUL Play Day number 9. We'll talk about SI implications real quick as well. So, for the 6th Invitational, what matters? Given the groups, especially, what matters for SI? Well, right now, basically everybody is just trying to get enough points to jump ahead, A, of each other, and B, jump ahead of Furia, and jump ahead of Elevate, both of who are not going, but still in contention. Now, Furia almost certainly is going to be eliminated from SI. Yeah, I'll watch all the games. So we're going to cover everything. Furia almost surely being knocked out, especially with Sonics and Sandbox. Not in the same group, I suppose. Yeah, okay, not impossible, but with Sonics being in such an easy group, it's going to be very scary for Furia. SSG, pretty good group actually for Furia, given SSG. Direwolves and Sandbox. We'll see. Direwolves with just a 3rd place may even be enough to knock them out. SSG have a very scary group, but they're going to have to go basically all the way anyways if they want to make it to SI. So how scary the group is doesn't really matter for Space Station. Sonics basically just need to make it out of the group. Sonics should be fine for SI. Sonics look very good for the 6th Invitational. Sandbox is scary. Sandbox need to find wins in this group. Even top 3 may do it for Sandbox, depending on how the rest of this goes. I think it's likely that top 3 is good enough. I think Sandbox likely top 3 is good enough. Top 4 will not do it. Top 4 absolutely will not. Cyclops are in a bit of a scary state. If they get knocked out of this group, they're probably not going. Liquid, if they get knocked out of this group, maybe not as well. Teams like BDS, M&M, a little bit of danger for M&M if they get dead last in that group. Same with BDS, but even then they should be fine. Elevator, probably fine. Yeah. I'm deleting. Yes, Brabunny would have the exact stats on everything. How do you get to that page? The SI point page? It's the biggest button on Wikipedia. That's not true. But it is the biggest button that's repeated twice. Group standing, or global standings. Both bring you there. It was the biggest before they made this whole major page. All right. Yes, we are going to watch every match because I think it's worth covering them all. I think it's still interesting. And I have a certain number of hours I'd like to get through.
As a team performed well all around the board, we headed towards the attack. Now we
2.5 weeks.
So let's jump in, chat. EUL played a 9. Starting with Secret versus TT9. Did these two teams finish bottom of the scoreboard last stage as well? Because both these teams finished 9th and 10th, respectively, in Stage 3. Stage 2, were they also 9th and 10th? Yes, obviously TT9 were Pones, but they were indeed both bottom 2 last stage. You predict 30% for CAG? No shot. I think you're far too pessimistic. I think CAG make it out just fine. I don't think it's that bad for CAG. I think their group is quite weak. Maybe M&M will surprise. Maybe like 40. Most likely qualifier winner. Yeah, let's take a look at that because we haven't actually started this game. I think most likely team to qualify through the qual from every region. I think from NA, it's most likely going to be TSM, but it could be SSG. I don't think SSG will qual on points. For Europe, it may be Heroic. If Heroic struggled, don't get it on points. I think Heroic could finish like a 17th. I think that's very realistic. I don't really see anybody else making it. I think you may even look at EUCL. Probably not, but I think you may look at EUCL. In Brazil, it should be Furia going through from the qualifier. I think Furia are better than 1. And NIP are kind of throwing right now. I think it'll be between NIP and Furia, though, depending on how NIP show up. But NIP, I don't know. NIP look quite bad these days. And then in APAC, I have faith that both Cyclops and Elevate qual on points. I think Direwolves qual on an APAC qualifier. I bet Direwolves beat Sandbox, and I think even if Cyclops don't qual on points, I think Direwolves beat Cyclops in the qualifier. Those are my predictions on who wins quals, but it's still very early, so it's hard to say. Outsiders could get Joystick and Shepard for quals. Oh, that could be exciting. That could be exciting. I still, no, they could win. Actually, Outsiders could win if they get those players. No, Kaid, Dokkaebi, and Valkyr are bans. I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit from the casters.
Here, so looking to get that top floor control, sweep their way down through marble or through square, and go from there. Yes, Milosh, it's a mask. It fell off the desk. I'm sorry. You can wear it if you want. There's a mask here.
You think CAG makes it to groups and they get slammed in playoffs? I agree. I don't think CAG go far in playoffs at all. And I think if CAG were in other groups, they probably don't make it out. But it's very possible I'm just sleeping on M&M. In fact, I think I probably am. I guess it's just to what extent am I sleeping on them?
So they put like a little head there or a little map for you to talk to, so the eye line is right. It could be like that for you, Des.
Let's see how TT9 won this game. Yeah, this game ends up being pretty one-sided, if I do recall correctly. It's like a 7-2 or something, right? 7-1, 7-2? Yeah, 7-2 for TT9. Ends up being a 5-1 split, favoring TT9, who, of course, started on the attack here. It is a good map for the attackers. Secret have brought a very gunfight-heavy lineup here. They're playing in the basement, but they want to be able to take fights. Are they actually basement, or is this top floor? No, okay, this is basement. They're playing a very frag-heavy lineup, right? They want to be able to fight these players. They're not really running in with exactly the lineup I would like to see, or with the intel I'd want to see.
They've dealt the first blow, but a minute and a half into the round, and they still don't have mid-floor control.
The only thing that makes me nervous is it's WTG on the Ossa here doing a lot of work. Now, when you see something like
Scars to SI? I would love to see one of the Japanese national teams make it to SI. I think Scars being in the qualifiers could be so hype. Is Doc worth playing after the buff? Absolutely. Not all maps or anything, but like, yeah, if you want to play a frag heavy lineup, I think it's a good choice. The other option here would probably be Alibi for the role that Savage is playing, and that's basically just like having a great gun. But given that there's like some longer angles up here, I don't know. I think there are good opportunities to fall off on this, so that's like kind of where the Doc gets a little bit more value as well. And paired with the Orcs, Docs is a good combo. Of course, the Orcs can hurt himself. Doc is better than Thunderbird almost always. Thunderbird is ass. Don't listen to YouTubers. Alright, great plant focus. I mean, simply they played a frag-focused lineup and didn't get frags. Like, they don't really have site utility. Sure, they've got the Pulse, and they had, what, 2 C4s? But realistically, like, that's not ever going to be enough on this lineup.
they can't know, and even if Kendry walks out the smoke, there's an Ossa shield stood right there. Oh, but gets the side swipe onto him as well. Beautiful pick. But sadly, the last man left alive. There's enough vertical cover. Sider's going to drop in here and surely find out the last kill. Yes,
nice.
He will. TT9 with the first round. But Tim, it's kind of the carnage I expected.
Roamer, kind of a bad roam there, right? Groovy not really having any awareness on his opening death. Then everybody just leaves. I think they had to play a little more aggressive. I think they had to win that back on the roam.
So TT9 with a real smash and grab in round 1. Secret, got to be more attentive than that, I'm afraid.
Headed into round 2, then they're going to switch up the sides there. They're going to go to staff and open area. There was that moment with Astro there. I referenced achieved.
The fact they have Kenny on pulse to anchor, pulse to anchor instead of Smoke's wild.
Exactly where Astro found himself.
I mean, like, Pulse is not a bad op for that site, but I don't think it really played into the lineup that they had. I don't think the synergy was really there.
Just absolute wreak havoc inside of site, but Astro, he got completely shut down. Now then, are Secret going to have any more luck with the roam? They're going to need it because they need to keep hold of that top floor for as long as possible if defending open and staff.
Yeah, I think like there was the right movements being made in terms of where they were looking to position around the map, how they were looking to, I think, challenge TT9 early up on the top floor and then kind of dipped away instead, opting to play in the shadows, as you commented from Astro, to try and be a little bit of the back.
They go open area now.
Siege moment, that timing is never going to work in your favor. Well, it will, just in that case it did not. And once again,
I like this operator lineup, at least in theory. You combine a good roam game with drone denial from Slebin and Kendrew, plus pretty good like anti-nades in Astro and Banshees and the shield from Smoke. It's not super complicated. There's nothing crazy going on with it. I'm actually shocked there's no Aruni. Aruni's really good to roam this top floor. I think Aruni makes more sense than a Mozzie. I think Mozzie's kind of weak right now.
Because we've got a couple of players on the rappel. The drones are going in, and certainly
it's not awful or anything, but I just feel like there's typically better roamers to play. How many matches are we doing? The entire playday.
There's 9 left on the side of TT9, so plenty of information, but it doesn't matter because it's not
okay. Astro, I believe, dies in the window. Yeah.
It's going to be Astro who
who manages to strike first takedown.
Astro kills Scyther.
It's a big kill there. They've got Sledge on the side of a mission, but you want a mission going and finding kills, and now he might just be stuck.
Groovy's just dead. Groovy's awareness has been kind of terrible. Like, last round he died without really knowing where players would be, and this round he just, like, kind of walks into an angle. Which, like, maybe he doesn't know the player's on the window, but you should at least, like, expect it and, like, have your crosshair up for it. Instead, I'm not really sure where he was looking. Part of it could be just his teammates not calling it, but, like, or maybe they called it clear, but I don't know. It's still like, a lack of information that he has, right?
They've just not had enough emphasis on getting inside.
Groovy sucks. He literally used to be a cheater. Well, I don't think he is anymore. Yikes. I mean, really, the damage that came early is the only reason why Groovy actually dies there. And then Exodus clears Astro as well. That's really unfortunate. That's big from Slevin. That's kid on the ground. That's win condition. I love that. That's the type of move you need to get back into a game. Now, he does leave, which makes sense. They don't have basement, which is unfortunate. Again, it's a bit of a lack of awareness from Kendrew. I'm not saying that they have to know somebody's down there, but there is a default cam in the basement, and even if they came in through dirt or something, so you couldn't have seen that, you know, a beeper or something would have helped. You do have 2 dead players, so something should have alerted you to that, or at least like be aware that it's a possibility.
I'm not sure they do this, but they're not going to have an option anymore. 15 seconds, there's no way they get up there and get back down. They're going to have to...
Congrats TT9 on their first points. Yeah. Slavin just doesn't feel like pulling the trigger. Okay, it happens. Okay, they actually almost made that winnable. Bro, WTG was like, okay, we should not have let that happen. He just fucking dips. That almost got scary at the end, but... Fucking her.
Both do die, but Exodus gets the immediate trade as well, as I think he's one of the players coming in through the door who went down actually, but it's still a little bit too close to my liking there, down to the last 2 or 3 seconds to get that round closed out. Still 2 rounds for TT9 in the books. Tim, it's looking good.
Great start from Exodus as well. 5 kills through 2 rounds. His positioning has been supreme. Really good positioning so far. TT9 has Pro League level players. Sure.
Especially something covering my eyes. But I don't really have too much of a choice because it's tied around the back of my head. Then I've got my headphones over the top of it.
They go CEO now instead, and they're still not bringing a zombie. It feels really bad to not bring a zombie on this site. Instead, you're running double Jaeger Wamai with Castle. I mean, Castle makes sense. I don't think Castle's a replacement for a zombie, though. And then Mute here is interesting. I mean, there's some synergy, which I do like, you know. You've got the mirror windows with the Mute Jammers. You're really stacking up your stock player. So you've got the Wamai playing outside of stock, and he's got all of his ADSs. He doesn't have a shield, which feels really awful. If they just get into square, surely he just dies. But luckily for Secret, it doesn't look like they're actually going to push square, so maybe that won't matter. I don't know. Stacking up with the Jaeger and Wamai would make a lot more sense if they actually gave Kendrew a shield, because he should be playing up towards stock.
They are mixing things up and making sure Secret are constantly playing the guessing game on what's going to come and hit us in the face next. This round, it is that Monty.
TT9 are going for a Monty push. I think just a standard square push would have been fine, given the way that they have this. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, now a guy, since you've got the Monty up here, now the stock player is literally locked in there. Like, Kendrew's actually so scared right now. Maybe not scared, but, like, he's in a really tough spot. If they pressure him from stock windows, he's done. What a hold, bro. They're, like, expecting square to be free, and to be fair, they're correct, but one rotation from TT9 could really fuck up this hold. They're playing so far back, they let a mission get into sight. They don't really have Plenta now. They got 2 C4s. Okay, and Groovy down below. If they have... They don't have a bulletproof or anything, though.
that Secret have largely given up.
I mean, in theory, Groovy can stop this, but he has no intel. He can assume they had a drone on him. Okay. All right, they guessed correctly. I think they saw. I mean, they saw the Monty going to the couch. So.
A 3 versus 3, but let's not forget TT9 still have the sight here. That is one thing in their favor. They're trying to work against the clock. They're trying to work against the verticals, but Team Secret are going to have to fight from the outside back in.
Planting. It's really frustrating. Nobody from TT9 is like trying to pinch. They may get this kit down anyways, and in fact they do. This looks like a pretty good retake. Ends up being a 1v1. Kendra versus WTG. WTG in a much better position, and he can pick up. Well, Kendra can pick up Astra though, and it will be a 1v2. WTG has health advantage. Kendra's throwing 0 magnets, but he wasn't really pressured, so I don't really mind that at all.
Get this clock shaved down to 7 seconds. Beyond that, Team
Through 1.
won't have an opportunity to disable the diffuser. Astro, he just gives it a tickle. He's trying to put the audio cue out there.
I like this. I like the sight setup. Oh no shot! Just through the wall. Oh my God, WTG. Let him know who's boss.
To hold on to the round Secret, just pushed by the clock into making that challenge, and WTG takes full advantage.
Play as well, so well read on the situation. I mean, look, spray through.
That feels like a hold where you really need better intel. They have all of bottom floor. They have all of square. Like, none of the majority of that map was pressured at all. TT9 went for a very basic Monty take. Very one-dimensional push. And they had bottom floor, but they just didn't have any intel to help that out. I believe they brought a bulletproof, but it got destroyed. I don't know. That felt like a really bad round all around. Like, it was like a... I think TT9 could have made that a lot easier for themselves. I don't think it had to get down all the way to 1v2.
To the late round, and we've had the diffuser go down, and Secret have tried the retake, and it's just not working for them. The focus has surely got to be on getting, into a position to stop that diffuser going down, and they just don't seem to be able to get a control over TT9 at the minute. They're not really matching up to the aggression. I can't really say that I'd like to see more aggression out of Secret because they have been getting out into the map. The problem is,
I wouldn't have minded as well just like seeing somebody start to like swing and pressure the plant when it's happening, even from above. Like, obviously the goal is to deny that from below, but like, if you're not denying it from below, at least push forward, get the intel. You can die, but if you deny kit with this plant-focused execute, like, that's worth a kill for sure.
a couple of times struggle with the clock a little bit, so maybe that's something that Team Secret can work with. But that being said, last round didn't really pay off for them. They played outside of the site.
I know, that felt pretty... it's been rough from Secret. It's been rough.
That's exactly it. Exactly it. Well, hopefully, with that tactical timeout coming in, Secret book up their ideas here and come up with something a little bit different. Now, as it stands, we're going down to the basement for TT9 back in round 1. They started with that clear up on the...
Couple different operator changes coming through. You've got the Legion this time. Deals with the OSA, kind of. You've got, I believe they had the Orcs last time. The Goyo is new. The Goyo adds a lot more plant denial, which I do like. It makes them less reliant on winning this roam game. Because now they've got, like, they got a C4, they got 4 Vulcans, they got 3 Toxic Babes. Secret have, like, an actual late game now, other than just the Pulse. I don't think the Pulse was the play. It's a little bit more of a diverse defensive lineup, which I think is smart. Mission's going to probably solo push here in the garage. He will likely not try to get into an engagement early.
For Team Secret to be in now. If there's one gunner that you don't want with that ability to cut off roams, it's going to be a mission because you know that he's going to hit his shots given the opportunity. He's got the
Goyo Legion Smoker new. Yeah.
Peek above the shield. It's going to be very difficult to move out of this position, and Team Secret might just...
I don't see the value of the Jaeger here, to be honest. I get, like, you want anti-nade. But, like, the attackers aren't even bringing nades. And sure, you don't know that when you choose a defensive lineup, but, like, nades aren't that good these days. I don't know. You probably need one, Jaeger or Womai, just to be safe. It's not the end of the world that you don't have nades.
Aren't really giving them those opportunities at the minute.
I mean, the problem is, sit there and wait all you like, but there was a really good read there from Exodus with the help of a drone coming in to give him that little bit of information he was after.
Groovy's just got to win those. Or at least, like, have somebody there to trade you. If it's going to be a roam-focused defense, and I don't really think this is a roam-focused defense. Trades would be nice, though. Groovy was, like, pretty far away from the rest of his teams. I don't know. Astro's just chilling in sight there. They did ban a set of nades. That is true. But, like, Sledge is pretty common on this site. Not like them. I don't know.
Emission's the last player that you want in that position. You know, I'm sure he's probably got a high score on whack.
I think it would depend on who your opponent is. Like, if you're playing Sonics, you probably don't bring the Jaeger here. But if you're playing like a TSM, you probably need the Jaeger. Just depends on how much like your enemy team likes nades. I can't say I know the tendencies of TT9 well enough to say if a Jaeger makes sense or not. So they're a little low on time. They've decided to go for a back take, I think solely because of the Goyo. I think solely they saw the Goyo and they were like, we don't want to fuck with that, so we're going to hit it from the back. Which, I mean, given their massive advantage, you know, it is possible to fuck up, but they don't. Groovy really needs to play closer to his teammates. I mean, really want to see him. I don't need to see him winning fights, but I need to see him like being traded at the very least.
In the last 20 seconds. Now, it's not as easy as saying secret.
He dropped the hatch? Sure. I don't know. I feel like he could have been moving more. Maybe he was like still kind of in the stun lock of just being dropped, but
where the Oscar is coming from, where the drones are coming in from, that so far has cost them a couple of rounds. That's really got to improve. They've got no tactical timeout. TT9 are dominating.
They did use their tack really early and found zero value from it. It's a good point from Dez. They run it back. They've now got the Azami, which I do like. So I'm happy to see that.
It's just coming down to gunfights. And when it comes down to gunfights, it doesn't really matter what you do as a team because you play in.
It's still a pretty gunfight-focused setup. You kind of have to be here on open, at least to a greater extent. There is a lot of utility with it, for sure. You've got your Banshees, you've got your Evil Eyes, you've got your Mute Jammers. And of course, like the Kiba barriers, but they didn't know Osa was there. They definitely should have known Osa was there. It's not like the Osa was a secret. Like, somebody should have peeked and just checked it. I don't know, maybe they didn't, but I would be kind of surprised if that was the case. Everything breaks. Looks like they're still playing. Okay, we come in at the last 30 seconds of round 5. Slebin and Savage have both died. I can't remember what the kills were previously, so I don't know who got them. But it looks like your roam game has completely fallen apart. Groovy's taken some damage as well. Astro, I believe this is the second round where he's used none of his stim pistols. No, I think he used one the first time he played Doc. So I'm a little concerned. At this point, with all that they've got, looks like... I mean, the Sledge is down here on the main floor. So clearly they've gotten everything that they want up above. Or they've, like, speed ran this and... I don't know. They probably opened up what they need up top floor. It's kind of a throw if they don't have top floor mostly open. But based on the state of the game, they probably have everything open that they need. We'll see. Axis looks to be pinching in this way. This looks like a solid push. They're dealing with this Evil Eye. This Evil Eye is super important because the default plant spot for many teams is just getting in behind here, and that makes things pretty easy. They do drop the hatch, though. So Emission's clearly done a lot of good work. They do kill Astro. That's fine. Yeah. That flank from Groovy needed to come a lot sooner, I think. Really, they lose this round when they lose 2 players in the roam, but we didn't really get to see how that happens. I do think that probably the Sledge play was good, though. Secret need to position better. Definitely positioning is a problem, for sure. Yeah, I think... Yeah. That's a good way to sum up their problems so far.
So, in case you're curious as to why we're rehosting, so I love breaking the fourth wall, Tim. We have our observers normally as the hosts of the game, so so we can pause it when players request tactical timeouts. So, even though we did get back into the game fine, we don't get to stay as the host. We have to have 3 hosts so we can pause. Otherwise, you're trusting a player to pause when the opposition calls it, for example, and they may be like, oh, I didn't realize I was the host. Sorry about that. And the round got to play.
Okay, we skipped the rehosts because we have the power of being in the future.
I don't know which. No, I wouldn't know specifically which one.
And then this has got to be a secret round because this half ends 5-1. So at least Secret will win one.
We're into round 6. It's Team Secret's final defense. They're going to be down in the basement.
Absolute disaster of a start from this. If they don't win this, of course, 6-0 half, it's basically GG. Even if they do win this, it's so tough.
It's so fresh. Some of the pictures are class. It's fresh.
Okay.
I like to see this from Team Secret. They have recognized the problem that Emission was able to cause last time with the offset in garage. They've got the echo down there.
I hope Secret get their shit figured out for next year.
Have already adapted. They've already taken.
Because this is not like it looks like TT9 are like a real team.
Not playing into garage, so
I mean,
valuable as the echo is still going to be.
maybe on their defenses we'll see more weak points from TT9. Maybe we'll see more of the problems.
Garage, so another step ahead of the game from TT9.
Again, just keep on changing things up, right? Don't make it so it's too predictable. Even when Secret are adapting to ideas they've already done before.
This is why you need relegations. No.
Along a new idea from TT9, so
Bad teams and bad players we've consistently seen get filtered out even without regulations or relegations.
TT9 showing that even on the last game of the stage, after
They are running Savage on the shotgun.
they can still play
Thorn has a pretty solid secondary with its machine pistol, right?
come from them in the future as well.
SMG machine pistol, whatever it's officially classified as.
To square, looking to work potentially. He's probably going to hold an angle onto blue stairs.
I believe it's Savage playing security stairs as well, which you want a shotgun. Only 6 like actual shots left in the clip, and still has like a Thorn gadget in pocket. I don't know if that's in case, like maybe in case this Flores drone destroys one of them, and then you can have it late. I think they already have, like they definitely have one in the door, so I could see holding the Thorn gadget for later. I don't hate that.
But with the hatch open, Des, he's going to have to play his life here.
He's only got 6 shots in that shotgun as well, so it's not like he can dig in here for a long time. But then again, Tim, aren't we all here for a short time and not a long
Oh, beautiful swing from Astro.
Nico freely, and now Savage is fancying himself a little bit of a go.
Beautiful start there.
He's got 4 shots now
He
left.
does get traded.
Balls on the corner, but they've got no
Savage has 1 shot left in the shotgun. He had exactly as many as he needed, I guess. Sure.
to about half HP. It's been a bit chaotic around.
Time is still good, though. The problem is Secret have so much Plantanile. The problem is Secret have Vulcans. They've got Toxic Babe. They've got Yokai drones if they really want to use them for Plantanile, too. TT9 should probably rotate back. TT9 should probably say, fuck this, we're going to hit back. But at this point, it's a little late to make that call. And it does feel bad to like spend the entire round focusing server and then late change back. But since they have the Habana anyways, I think that would have been the right call. It feels really bad to make that call, but I think that's probably the call that should have been made. They've got to rush deep regardless, right? Exodus is going to drop. Yeah. I mean, they've downed the smoke. In theory, they could try to plant. I'm worried about the Yokai, though. Yep. Yep. Oh my god, he actually destroyed it and then started planting. No shot. Yeah, okay, just an impact. Yeah, I would have liked to see them rush in for kills or maybe go for a back take or something. I think Astro's initial swing to get aggressive there when they were kind of stalling out was really big.
Nice and close there at the end. Tim, I thought for a second they'd stick it and get away with that one, but Secret do call their way back in. They find that one round that we were talking about.
He and the Thorn.
Not a bad shot, I'd say overall.
Who was on Thorn? Was that Slabin? Savage. Yeah, he and Savage did a great job delaying time.
Definitely a big part of it. But I think even though the Yokais were taken out quite easily, it's the sheer fact of their presence slowing down members of TT9 that was just enough to tip things over towards Secret's side. So a good bit of adaptation there. Now they have to show us what they can do on the attacking side. Will this be an attack-decided bout where Secret bounce back, or can TT9 close it out now? We're about to find out in the next couple of rounds.
Round number 7, then TT9 on the defense. Going to have the castle out from Nico. It's going to be down in lockers to begin with, but as I referenced in the very first round when Team Secret were down here, it is not uncommon now to see a lot of defenders pushing themselves further out into the map. It's exactly the same as we've seen on Chalet. Bank's always been a map for roamers, but what I mean by pushing the defense out is that setup. It's the castle barricades, it's the reinforcements, it's the utility, and we're seeing it spread further, wider, and just making it more and more time consuming. You know, that's defenders using the side.
Damn, I wish we'd have that rehost. I wonder what Exodus is at right now. I think he's at 6 or 7.
Every nook, every corner before they can start thinking about that execute.
Exactly that. It's going to be all about the pace, I think, for Secret as well. For TT9, I was quite impressed, really, in their overall pacing. Sure, a couple of rounds, they came down to the last 10, 15 seconds to make an execute happen. But
All right, round number 7. Probably going to go the way of TT9.
they were forcing members of Secret.
They've got a bit of an aggressive lineup with a mission being on that, being on the Oryx. I would expect Exodus to be roaming as well. Nico on the castle. So they must have been extending open area, right?
Will still be a player inside
You don't run a castle here unless you're hard holding open and cafeteria. Okay, they're in archives.
Oh, no, that is dangerous. The
I mean,
one
sure.
on there should be absolutely free.
Great droning.
Exodus take
Who was that? Kendra on the drone?
that, but Astro's going to be challenged here.
I do want to know who was droning that.
the defenders as they try and move between sites.
Yeah, Kendra. Great droning from Kendra. Gets Groovy a free kill.
So we find ourselves effectively 5v3. It's going to come down largely to how that top floor
Exodus gets downed as well somehow. Looks like he was back in the site or something. Big pick from a mission. Knows that he killed Slevin, so he knows there has to still be another one up there top of square, even if he didn't see him. Maybe he did.
As well, because they'd have had the call that it was the Arna there. He very clearly saw that it was the Nomad as well. But
Yeah, mission knows there's one there, but they're planting here. Is there no... Oh, the smoke's dead.
the Monty here.
Oh, they just don't have plant denial.
Out of position. Everything
Yeah, this site when you're full holding top and they just push dirt is kind of pain.
the attack is in a bit of a sneak plant in through servers.
massively taking their eye off
What
the
happened to
ball.
server hatch? Was it opened?
Team Secret
It was left soft. So these roamers needed to come back a lot faster than they did. They purposely left it soft so that this Oryx could just like blast it open. And the Melusium might have had impacts as well to open the hatch. I bet she did. So they left this hatch soft so they could come back and like have an impact. But they just came back way too late.
triple. It's going to be down to a mission if anybody
Part of the reason why they came back so late was because their Archives player just got eaten alive to start things off.
he tries, he misses, and that is going to be another round for Team Secret.
Ole! Ole! Just charging straight past the Monty. It's not exactly the fastest moving bugger in the world. It should be a freebie. But it's quite rare we get to see that interaction as well between the Oryx and the Monty. Of course, like even pre-Monty change, where now he's a lot easier to stagger whilst he's holding the shield. Before, Oryx was introduced as a bit of a counter where you can
Sick.
charge into the shield and it knocks Monty flat on his back and basically guarantees you a kill. Still, not really going to go the way they were looking for. A great round from Ruby getting the 3k down inside a garage on that Twitch as well. Just picking up a couple of freebies on the way through. And TT9 this time around were the ones that were caught completely unawares. It's a great play by Secret. Route 101 straight towards site. Now we'll see if they go for a similar sort of thing once again though, or instead if they try and meet
Excuse me.
TT9 around the map.
The pro one for Team Secret still stands here. Fresh picked up on it in the pre-show desk, and he's told us how Team
Open
Secret
area.
only have a 24%
That's the last round Secret win this year.
this time
Yeah, yeah, it is.
out of
That is the last round that Secret will win in 2022.
against Team
In the Siege year, they could still win rounds because there will be EU Open Quals.
feel that it's only a matter
And you've got to assume they'll win at least one round in EU Open Quals if they don't get auto-invited through closed quals.
that off for as long as possible to give them
I know Secret are having a rough time, but you've got to imagine they at least can farm some T3 teams.
this push, getting themselves into the building securely.
Surely.
On the top floor, we can see that from here. While the site setup is still going on for TT9.
Another very frag-focused lineup. Doc with Alibi, with Castle. I mean, you've got a real lack of utility. Very little plant denial, just the Toxic Babes. No Evil Eyes, which we did see being run from Secret, and we see from a lot of teams on this site for, your main anchor utility. You also have no impacts, which a lot of teams use to try to keep the quad wall closed. They've only got the mute jammers for the quad wall.
Ruby that was sat around Banana, and TT9 had 2 or 3 possible angles onto him. but just couldn't
No
get it
copium
right.
whatsoever.
9 seconds passed before they cleared Banana. It could be much the same here for Exodus.
Very light on the top roam, though. Nobody really playing up here. A mission we saw top main, but even he's falling off after even just seeing a drone. They've shot 4 drones already. Oh, Exodus dies elevator. He could get picked up, though. Oh, especially with the dock, he get picked up. Oh, you love having a dock here, dude. You love having a dock. That is the power of this operator. Let a Thunderbird do that, dude. No fucking shot.
Of course, the beauty being there, of course, the
Oh, that makes it... That's such a sick getaway, too.
with one of those stims, whether
Very, very sick.
on their feet.
That's the power of this frag-focused lineup. Even if you get downed, I mean, you can still come back.
Otherwise, that would have been a very, very dead Exodus, who did go down before he could open up the hatch himself, so very fortunate to have the dock there on his side. So for now, at least, all 5 alive for both teams still. Everything's still standing with about 70 seconds on the
So in 2 minutes, you took the top floor. You didn't get any kills.
has got himself tucked in real time.
That's not too bad, but you better have a good execute. And I think you could. I think you could have a good execute. Exodus is a problem. You need to catch him on a drone before he causes any issues. Slevin's got to find this guy. Slevin cannot let Exodus make a play and kill his teammates. Slevin's job is done on the here on the Habana. Kirby's in very fast, like very early. Exodus does kill Astro, which is what we wanted to avoid. I mean, Savage is in a good spot, though. Dropping there with the Habana feels bad since Savage just killed the basement player. Like, Savage killed the basement player on main stairs, and then Slevin, like, right as Slevin dropped. And then Savage dies. Slevin eats a C4. I think they played that 2v3 as well as they could. Getting down to that 2v3, though, it was a little chaotic. And they really, like, it was going to get chaotic because it was a 5v5 push. Because they didn't catch anybody up on that first floor. Or top floor.
This is why I referenced TT9's defensive stats. We know that they're better on this side of the game, and now they've got that round. Is this a team secret that I can see coming back with 5 consecutive rounds? I'm just not sure it is right now, Des. Is it one that I can see getting 4 consecutive rounds to take it to overtime? Again, I'm just not sure. It's going to be a tough one for them here. They've not really had the run of things, if you look. We have had a rehost, but the left side still tells a story. They are very reliant on Groovy getting those kills at the minute, whereas even after the rehost, we've got the...
Chaotic finish in that round, as we expected it to be. But you've got to... You cannot take away the value of the dock. Super valuable dock play there. And they bring it back on a mission, of course they do.
A lot of that did come down to a great couple of fights coming out of WTG. Admittedly, all separate fights as well. We had Kendra coming in for the drop and trying to push him for a fight, but WTG had already won his one by that point, at which stage then became a second 1v1 that, of course, he went on to...
2 of the highest SI points that aren't qualifier for the major get invited to closed. Yeah, that's what it was last year. I don't know if it'll be the same this year.
It's a little bit scattered still from Secret, where it's not coming together as a full team. But I like it.
There's no way Secret beat the current top CL teams in open quals. I agree. I agree. I think top CL right now is like pretty good. I think top CL in Europe is always quite good. I think it's been quite good for a long time.
There are some things you can do that are cool, just like go, but
And it does feel like they're probably better than current Secret. Now, Kendra brings out the Blitz, which just screams confidence. Nothing screams, yeah, we're going to win this game, like running Blitz on a CEO take. I mean, the Lion and the Ying kind of telegraph what this push is going to be like. You just don't usually see it with a Blitz. Dokkaebi is banned out, so not an option. Finka actually wouldn't be too bad here. Over the Yana or the Zoe, you probably don't need all of these explosives. I know Finka's like kind of bad these days, but like I think if you're rushing, she's still probably a bit better. I think it's also just like what you're used to. I think if Groovy and Astro prefer to play these ops, I think it's fine. All right. Well, we only watched the Blitz, but everybody other than the Blitz died. It's fucking rough when the game-ending call from Ace is, it's not a good round, it was not a good game. Jesus, man. Ace finishes the game and just straight up says, that was not a good game. You guys played bad. Tough there, tough. Jenny, happy to see Nico win and be happy? Yeah, it's good for Nico, for sure. It's good to see this team just, like, playing well in general. I mean, like, they had some mistakes this game. Secret did a really bad job of, I think, punishing those mistakes. But a win's a win. I firmly believe TT9 are not the worst team in Europe. I think this is a definite statement that even though TT9 finished last this stage, in my opinion, TT9 are a stronger team right now than Secret were. Best of one, whatever. I get that, but I don't know. There were a lot of mistakes in that game. It is also kind of a meaningless game for these teams, right? Did this matter for the overall? I actually don't know what the stakes were for, I mean, with no relegations, surely it just doesn't matter, right? Yeah, I don't think this mattered at all. And TT9 were locked into last anyway. So it's kind of a meaningless game, and perhaps Secret played worse because of that. But oh well. Even if Secret made a lot of mistakes, TT9 still had to capitalize on them. For sure. I mean, they started an attack, right? Which means that, like, you do have to take that initiative. I think that's fair. Okay, well, that's the battle of the worst. Secret and TT9 both, you know, playing their games. Now we move to the game that everybody wants to see. We're moving straight into M&M BDS, of course. The stakes were extremely high for this game. BDS locked themselves in with a win here, I do believe. So coming into this match, yeah. Or not BDS, M&M. BDS were already locked in. M&M, a win here over BDS locks them in guaranteed. Even an overtime loss, I believe. Not quite. Perhaps on head-to-head. Or no, maybe round diff. No, overtime loss didn't quite guarantee them, but it more or less did. Yeah, I agree that, I mean, it felt like Secret were trying. I don't know, maybe Groovy wasn't. I think Groovy did play a little bit lazily in that game. I don't know if that's how he normally plays. He's not, I certainly don't think he's the greatest of players when he's playing your other games, but... I love Twitter users. Typical NA arrogance. So true, King. Go off. All right. What are we doing? Are we going to start this game? Let me just write in our teams. BDS didn't go to Berlin. M&M did. All right, let's play.
So this for BDS is a game where they don't really have any investment in which team makes it out of the remaining four that possibly can. So this really, to me, comes down to M&M.
You just think Groovy sucks?
For me, that always comes back to the front three.
Yeah.
Are they all on fire today, or as things fell by the way?
Yeah, it's a 0 money difference as well, which I think is really dumb. I believe it's bottom 4 in the leagues all get the exact same money.
BDS, as you say, with Leaky back on side, that That remains to be seen. But the bans, Tim, they're flown through.
Got a smoke bomb.
Though could be Flora, or not Flores. Though could be a zombie, and then Habana smoke.
See how that one plays out. It depends what you're looking for out of this game as to what
You leave Valk and Mira up on Oregon. Expect to see those operators a lot.
win that's going to take them through.
Probably not both at the same time.
That's going to guarantee that.
And we're only seeing the Valk here to start this off on Laundry.
And change things for the Na'Vi fans, for example, who find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation.
Happy to see a zombie taken off of the board. A zombie top floor is just so disgusting.
Neutral, who loves the chaos of the last day.
BDS's bans are kind of fun. I wonder...
BDS win suits you because
I wonder how, like... I wonder if this is like an experimental ban from BDS, because this game doesn't really matter for them.
just really pile it onto those match 3, match 4.
Or if this is what they always ban on Oregon. Perhaps it is.
Be the real story.
They're not bad bans, but they're also just not the most common bans.
Of like consistent chaos. You seem to really like a state of selective chaos. Normally when seasons come towards their close, you like the most chaotic ending possible.
Oh, absolutely. Through the season, let's have it nice and orderly, please. Nice and organised. But then when we get to the end, all bets are off. And you just
We start on Laundry, and we've got an operator lineup that does want to extend its top floor.
M&M approaching the building pretty quick, smart. They're going to be attacking.
But it doesn't really sacrifice the plant denial. With smoke being banned out, you're not going to have crazy good plant denial. Anyways, they've got a couple they've got one C4, ton of impacts, and yokais for the plant denial instead. I think Alems is basically just playing the smoke replacement here. I think he's going to play Echo basically the exact same way a normal person would play smoke. Ranshiro dying on the roam feels really bad. What is the split like? Split's 3-3, okay. It's absolutely a dream start for round 1. You're supposed to have the intel advantage with these Valkyrie cams. Not sure what happened if they didn't place the cams correctly, if they were over-aggressing on their cams, or if they had the intel and they lost the fights anyways. But Saltov absolutely making a mockery of BDS. I'm very excited to see Saltov back on LAN. Now that he's LAN experienced as well, I think he could really carry M&M out of their group.
3v1s, and that's got to be a thing of the past, particularly if they're going to get to the major and have a successful performance there. Sort of just going up, checking T3, making sure this is what I like to see from M&M. They can't waste too much time doing it, but they are showing the due diligence, making sure that they're aware, making sure that they've ticked those boxes and that they are not going to find themselves on the wrong end of a surprise towards the end of this round.
Truthfully, Tim, there's no excuse for M&M to lose this round. They've got themselves down in a 5.
Yeah, this looks really good for M&M. I mean, they've got all the hard breach they could want. Literally, I mean, they've got Mavs, they've got can openers, whatever they need. They've got Capital bolts, they've got Candelas as well. I could see them losing this if they really rely too much on their gimmicks. If they throw in these Candelas and they've got a plan and like the Candelas just go horribly wrong. I'm talking like they've got to, Jesus Christ, Saltov. They've got to like throw a Candela, think it hits someone, and then it doesn't. Like, that's the only way they throw this, is like they throw in a Candela, think they blind somebody, for some reason it doesn't blind that guy, and that guy gets like 3 kills. But realistically, with such a man advantage, they know where Shaiko is. Yeah. Great start from Saltov.
Isolated around Trophy early on, and then getting the second as Leaky Fat came in for the trade. One of those where if Leaky Fat had got that kill on the top floor, potentially the round is dragged out much further. But in a 5v3, M&M show that composure to get things closed out. Great start.
We're heading into round 2. Then BDS going to move on. They're not going to go for the basement again.
Okay, attack from M&M.
Basement has been a bit of a stalwart site for BDS. We know that they're solid down there. Heck, they've even got a spot named after one of their players, the Shaiko spot down in the basement. But they are not going to double down. They're going to move away. Maybe that's the BDS.
It's a shame M&M loses after that start. What?
More flexible, and they're going to go up to
M&M win this game. What are you talking about?
M&M, though, they're going to look to have
What are you talking about? This is a M&M win.
ferocity, Des. They had a couple of kills. Solitov going in there on the entry, just really winding back the clock, getting those early frags and giving M&M a big advantage.
What's going on, Flacco?
I mean, picking up a 3K, you're never going to complain about in any way, shape,
All right. Lots of anti-nade being brought in. You've got some important utility that you want to protect as well. You've got bulletproof banshees and deployable shields. Anti-nade, when I say that, of course, that also applies to anti-candelas. You're hoping to catch some of this from Nello for sure.
It was an issue. He wasn't getting...
Lems is already on 10 HP. How did this happen?
With only really Yuzus and Solotov dropping any numbers.
This is where you really wish Renshiro was on the dock.
So for me, it's been seeing those three come back online.
You don't get a shield if you were on the dock, but...
That's when the team really starts to look special.
Lems has taken a ton of damage in an early engagement there, and none has been returned.
I also feel like the mute is like not that good here. It's not awful, but it's like, I don't know. You do kind of want a primary shotgun with smoke being banded, I guess. You have a secondary on Renshiro, but meh.
The 400, the 430 mark, so it's not going to be an easy round from here on in. Lems is going to have to be very, very careful on that one.
I don't think Bride on the dock is the play. That was the rogue fan in you. Yeah, tough game from Rogue. We will be bothering that after this game.
Holding on to armory stairs. We're nearly halfway through the round, and he's only just being pushed out of that position.
Yeah, Renshi only just dipping out of there as well, so I think giving enough of something to worry about almost for the attackers, but not enough that he has to worry too much himself about getting caught out. So slowing them down for a couple of seconds, about 90 seconds in. Far from the end of the world for M&M here, and I believe these two, they know exactly what's...
I like that Lems is playing such a tight angle. I mean, he's on 1 HP. He's going to get a cheeky kill just like that, or he's not going to win a fight. So, like, if you're on such low HP like that, I think it's really smart to try to play just cheeky, you know? Just try to play something dumb that's not going to, you know, the opponents aren't going to expect. If you take a fair fight, you're going to lose.
But you want that low HP player to be the one to go if
Usually.
You know, you don't want to keep losing those full HP players around them because it just puts them in a precarious situation come at the end of the round. 4v4 as we've had a little bit of fencing back and forth. A big blow dealt with Solitov going for...
I think this goes BDS's way. I think they've got enough Jaeger ADSs and Candelas up, and Magnets up. These Candelas don't cause too big of a problem. Maybe they've mostly cleared them. Feels like they have cleared a lot of them. But there may still be some in awkward positions. Okay, Tyrant gets a good pick on a Renshiro. Okay, with Leg Effect not getting a kill there, that is pretty big. Alright, they're fine. Really good Candelas. Really good Candelas actually get their entry there. It felt like BDS on the defense were making a lot of swings that maybe they didn't have to. I don't know. I don't know. That was a close round, though. It was a close round. I know it like ended up being like a 4-0 on player count. But I don't think you can win that without like pretty solid Candela play and like those Candelas being used to force out the players from BDS and make them swing.
Already got there too, and they are hungry for more.
My main recollection with M&M on this map, I forget who it was against, but they had things like being on the attack. They were really hell-bent on getting executions down. They had the right setup coming in for them.
Good luck in your test, Flacco. My Fox reviews? What do you mean? Like reviewing Oxygen? I'm not watching SCS if that's what you're implying.
My memory's terrible at this age, Tim. I've turned 30 in a couple of weeks. I'm done for. No, yours is still going. But overall, I think what we're seeing in this game is much better execution closing coming out from M&M. In those dying 20-30 seconds, things are looking much sharper, they're looking much more convincing. That's the kind of thing that will not only help you beat BDS, but go on to a major and also beat some international teams.
We're going to have users working his way into small tower on the sledge, supported by Tyrant.
Okay, back to basement.
Ahead, but they're not going to pick anybody up at the minute.
The Warden's a huge pickup from Bride. Comes a little late in my mind, but you've got it now.
All of the operators on site, the furthest they are straying at the minute is Renshiro on rear stage stairs.
Warden's important. The Kite is important too. It's a very different operator lineup coming in from BDS. Some really important changes. You've got the Maverick already from M&M though. They had that last time. They just didn't need to use it to open up these hatches. It'll be a bit slower now if they have to, if they've got to Mav open the hatches, but they've got it, so it's not a problem. I would probably prefer just bringing an EMP operator. I don't know who. Dokubi's bans. Maybe you just bring EMPs on Sledge. Feels kind of bad though. Would let Neo play something like a Nook though. I don't know if that's really a Neo op. Probably not. Yeah, it's fine. Not a lot of people do this though. Not a lot of people are bringing Mav these days because secondary EMPs just make Mav kind of irrelevant.
To drop himself back down to that pillar's position at the halfway mark, but that's not bad for BDS at all.
It's cool that they're keeping him in the pool though. I don't hate it. Full anchor strat, Shaiko playing just a little bit more aggressive than Shaiko spot.
He gets himself into meeting. He could well try to make a little bit of a nuisance of himself onto that pillar's position, but it's not going to be an easy one because, of course, there's likely to be the ADSs there.
Oh, great C4.
He'll probably get picked up by
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure a pickup, but like that's decent time waste.
He thought there might be a camera somewhere there, so he was checking out for that before he did try and go in for the res, but they would get away.
Yeah, no Valk this time around from BDS. I think they only want the Valk if they're going to be roaming, which totally makes sense. That is a C4 that is like almost all of your plant now, though, keep in mind. If BDS can get into a plant spot, they're going to be in a very good spot. Nello downs with the kit, though. They've got a lot of player get down. Soltov's got to kill Shaiko. Neo kills him instead, okay. Nello gets picked up here unless Leakafak goes crazy. Alems also probably doesn't kill Soltov as he passes. Soltov probably just gets out here. Oh, Soltov pushes. There's that lack of plant denial hurting BDS. This is a very winnable post plant though. Leakafak is playing very well.
Nello's got to clutch this out so massively now as well. I mean, Leakafak's feeling it in this round. It's going to be so difficult. Finds the down, but can he found the last man? It's Nello versus Leakafak. Leakafak's got to make his move.
Oh, Nello comes out on top. Good God. All right, Nello. Was that 1v2? I really thought this was going to be a Leakafak round. Anchor strat looked a lot better for BDS, but with the smoke ban, it's so hard to deny plant. I wouldn't be shocked if BDS just ignore Laundry for the rest of this game. I feel like with a smoke ban, Laundry actually gets kind of tough. What's up, Hoss? I appreciate that, dude. Don't know why the previous SI winners aren't auto-invited. If the previous SI winners were auto-invited to the next SI, they would have nothing to play for the entire year. That would be such a bad system. Also, so much changes in a year. Like, TSM were awful for 90% of this year. For them to get an auto-invite after playing, like, imagine they didn't have their comeback in Stage 3. If TSM just continued to play like they had previously in Stages 1 and 2, that would be such a waste of an SI slot. Because TSM, like, looked so bad in Stages 1 and 2. Not, like, so bad, but, like, definitely not SI quality. So it just keeps everything more competitive, you know? And, like, TSM have their chance to defend their title. They get to defend their title in the open quals. Congrats. And they've been defending their title all year long. And they've, quite frankly, done a pretty poor job at defending their SI title. But they'll get one more shot in the open quals to defend their title at SI. And I think they'll do well. I think TSM take open quals this year. Again. I think they win it again.
Really, Eminem just playing this by the book as well, right? Like, Tyrant tried to get a cheeky backstab in. You're forgiven for not being able to find a kill there, but did come pretty close. Otherwise, for Eminem,
so they're going to push from tower side. BDS, I think, recognizing that they've got to be a little bit aggressive on this holds. They actually give up bottom floor. Typically, you play the basement to play this hatch with the C4. But they might have just thought, fuck it, Nook is up. We don't want to touch this. We don't want to deal with this.
Just gonna be holding that angle.
Even if Nook was banned, maybe they just decided they don't want to touch it. That is a great camera. That's great, because not only does it call like that these players are focusing the attic, but it also just like tells you that like nobody's watching these attic stairs.
But BDS are going absolutely nowhere. They're gonna put the shield down. They're gonna put the line in the sand.
Dude, okay, the Val cams from Legafac are having way more impact than they ever did in round 1. They're actually giving huge intel. It sucks M&M haven't spotted it.
They were too late in pulling the trigger. Nello got it on the wall and got himself into a safe spot before pulling the trigger. And now it's more than enough time for them to get away with that one as well. Get the Kite Electric Core down. Had a second to toss on if required. And now M&M, the kind of step one, the absolute crux of this attack, it's gone away from them. They can't get the wall open.
They're gonna continue looking for kills though. 50 seconds left to go.
There is also no excuse for bringing a Thatcher and then getting your wall tricked on you. Like, why didn't Saltov just throw a second EMP? Because Saltov didn't throw a second EMP, they just lose. It's just GG.
Gonna drop himself away as well. And BDS, I want to see them reacting to this, Des. I want to see them recognizing that the pressure's been lifted and that the likelihood is that they're going to find themselves on the receiving end of a whole map rotate, and they now need to look after Kitchen.
Listen, Saltov's a great player, probably the best player in this entire lot. Well, probably the best player on M&M. I was about to say best player in the lobby, but probably not. But that was pretty poor Thatcher play, just with utility. Have you seen the draws? Yes. Yeah, we reacted to the draws live on stream. Nice. I think Group C, definitely the group of death. You think Uses is better than Saltov?
Now, just a little bit too far out there.
Both are good. Both are good.
Position and his, alignment of his body is not usually.
I think Group C is the group of death. I think Group A is free for Sonics, but CAG could surprise. M&M could surprise as well. I think Group B looks pretty good for just TSM Liquid going through, no problems. And Group D should be kind of similar. Should be FaZe Wolves, no problem. C is the most exciting to me, by far. I mean, Fury's got no hope, but, like, those other 3 teams are going to be fucking fighting.
We've said it before, we'll say it again, Des, you cannot rely on hero players. You cannot rely on those final 2 seconds stopping the diffuser going down to win you 1v2. BDS, they need to come out and they need to win a round here on merit.
They do. That round then, I'll give full credit towards M&M as well. The rotation being acknowledged rather than really trying to force the issue was a real sign of discipline. So many teams will waste so much time trying to attack a certain side of a map that is very clearly heavily defended. You haven't got the right utility to attack it, and they'll go, well, this is
Damn, BDS got secured to SI based on the group draw. That's funny.
Everyone outside now are rotating across towards the west side. That takes a strong call. So whether Nello's made that call or someone else on the team has, I'm not sure. But either way, it was a real good sign of maturity coming out of the boys. Just a shame they couldn't close it out.
Why do they call it the group of death? Just 3 very scary teams. I mean, people are going to die. Group of death basically just means the strongest team, or the strongest group, where you've got very strong teams playing against one another, and it's very tough to call. Okay, I was expecting them actually not to go back to Laundry. I said that a couple rounds ago. I didn't think BDS would try Laundry again. They're doing Laundry, but they're not anchoring. The reason why I thought they wouldn't go Laundry because I think that winning late round on Laundry as a defender with Smoke Ban is pretty difficult to do. But they're going to try to win it on the roam instead, which is absolutely valid. They're not bringing the Valk this time. Instead of trying to bring their own intel, they're bringing counter intel. So they're bringing Mozzie, they're bringing Mute. And look at this, M&M down to 3 drones. They lose the opener. This roam is going so much better than last time.
From the end of the world, all the key tools that M&M need are on side. They have the Candelas, they've got the 4 hard breach gadgets, they've got what they need to make this stick. But losing that 1 man early on means BDS can now pull their way back, knowing they're in a 5 versus 4, sit behind the utility, that potential C4 in the back pocket of Brede, and just let M&M...
There's still 2 roamers up here. I mean, it is a win condition for M&M if they can get these 2 roamers without losing anybody. But because they've only got 2 drones, like, these rat spots are going to crush them. Alem's is in a rat spot. And I don't think they know he's there. And even if they do, in theory, then they could just have Usus. Oh, okay, they definitely know he's there. But then Usus from T3 could just destroy him.
really blind.
Not uses. What am I saying? Like effect.
Easy fight there. Well,
He does drop, though.
Great use of the Candela to get the job done, get the Mousy taken out. But there's the clock is going to become the 6th.
Reinshare gets a kill. What, Tyrants and Freezer? Huh? That makes no sense.
Oh, Leaky Fact still. I think that. Oh, Neo. Calm down now. Leaky Fact, I'm pretty sure.
Leaky Fact is, I mean, he's being watched. It's probably the right call to start focusing site, but there's so many magnets. I like that their only real site utility is anti-Candela. They focused a lot on the roam. They're going to have Banshees down here as well. But all of their utility they have, which is like Wamais and Banshees, are just anti-rush. Because really, like, when you're going for a heavy roam strat, your biggest worry is you're being rushed. But Candela's going to get caught by magnets. The rushing players are going to get slowed by the Banshees. That was a good setup from BDS. If they'd lost the roam game, they would have just lost. But the drone denial seemed very effective.
Doesn't this just throw things up into the air when we consider those major spots?
It really shows the snowball effect of these rounds, right? Like, Benny might look at the start of a round and go, oh, okay, they got an entry, okay, got trading, whatever. The knock-on effect of it is so palpable between this round and what we saw back in round 1. When Solotov got that 2K back in round 1, BDS were back on site. They were... I can't think of a nice real PG way to say that. They were scared, Tim. That's the nice soft way of putting it. They were scared. They were back on site. Eminem had all the tools. They had everything they needed. That last round, then they still had the tools, but the numbers were working again.
They run the Valkyrie back. They are going to dorms though, so a very different site. They run the Valk back and they run double C4s, so there's almost certainly going to be 1 or 2 players bottom floor. Nello again going to rock the Ying. I think Nello's Ying play has been pretty good. Oh, going ace instead. Okay, there should be a master side take then.
From BDS is the variety that we see in them play at the minute. You know, the BDS of old, we might have seen 3 laundry rounds and 3 turtle defenses.
This is probably going to be master tower take. Because you can put 1 hard breacher on the closet, and you can put 1 hard breacher on the attic wall. Interesting, they're like actually really focusing armory here.
Numbers of players up there, and they're willing to change things and adapt, and I like that from BDS, and I think that has been one of the big strengths for them.
Yeah, so Neo's going to go to the tower side. Nello is going to go to the master side. Makes sense. And again, a lot of BDS are holding this main floor. Lems and Like a Fact, the 2 players with C4s, they want to hold the mid floor here. They don't want to be up top. And they will likely be facing Solotov, because Solotov also gets a lot of value from being below the site. Solotov may just choose to ignore it, though, actually. Where is Solotov going? Solotov is eating some bullets right now. The line charges are probably, the line charges are probably to help Solotov roam clear bottom floor, is what I was going to say, but then he loses his life. Really important kill from a Lems. Notably, it is a Lems on the Valkyrie as well. Previously, it was Leaky Fact. A Lems may just be able to use those cameras a little bit better.
That's absolutely fine for him. And Solotov, I picked up on the first round as I was so
probably not a huge deal, but is notable. The nice thing for Eminem is they should be getting these walls open no problem. Obviously, there's the mute, but we see... yeah, it's fine. We see the closet wall getting opened up, and then I've got to imagine Neo has opened up the attic without any problems. That he has, okay. So, like, the walls are all open. That's the good thing, right? The problem is you just have no advantage in the site, and that did so much damage to Nello. Ugh. Those C4s from below are so scary. Leakafak has snuck his way into armory. Oh, Jesus, dude. Where's the... They're down to 2 drones. Drone economy has been a big problem for Eminem late in this game. Drone economy has been a big problem. He's going to get the kill onto Nello, Bride onto User, so Lems picks up the final big round from Lems. That's going to be BDS tying things up 3-3, and that is much more the defensive half they were looking for. Yeah, to be down 3-0 to bring it back to 3-3. Great effort by BDS, Eminem losing a little bit of the fire there, I think, in those last 2 or 3 rounds. However, have a very good chance on the defensive side to keep this
this going. They're going to start things off in the downstairs of Laundry and Supply. BDS, though, I can't help but go back to what I said earlier. They were historically a phenomenal Oregon team. Maybe less so lately, but it's Oregon.
All right.
They are very comfortable with playing this map. We've seen it so many times before as well. So for M&M, I imagine getting out in the map, trying to slow BDS down, pick up a couple of early entry kills. That should be their main game plan.
I don't think BDS played better in that first half. I think the adaptation was really, really nice.
Royo on side, we've seen the Mute Jammer on side. Those are dug in, but you may well see Solotov and Neo getting out around the map. Very good.
Too many rhyming words.
Solotov, just whatever. Go through all day. He's like a sponsored player, like Solotov with Molotov. It's just beautiful.
It aligns too well. Down into the basement, M&M go then, round 7, it's going to be their first defense. Interesting difference to what BDS did is that M&M are bringing along the mirror. And it's, I think, often characteristic of M&M that, you know, they will use the different operators, they will go for the funky bands, they will try and mix things up in the lineups sometimes. They've got Tyrant on the Goyo, they've got Usus on the mirror. You know, I love this. I love the use of mirror. We don't often see enough of it. Neo's getting really aggressive.
Okay, good attempt. Oh no.
And in comes the opener. M&M, they're going to have to be cautious about overstepping the mark.
One or two roamers dealt with, then the only one I'm looking at is Solotov, and even here he's sat playing on site, still deploying a bit of utility around the site itself. So if I'm BDS, I'm feeling pretty cozy at this point. Sure, you got to worry about the mute downstairs, but with that pre-play C4, will he find anyone sleeping through the top floor? Don't know if he will.
Things get tasty.
Get out,
if
boys.
BDS win. Just as a reminder, BDS looking good at the minute, and if they take the full 3 points here, M&M do hold on to 4th place for the time being, but M&M will then have to rely not only on one result, but on 2. They would need a Rogue and a Wolves win in order to go to the major. They would be, you know, fully at the behest of those results. It could get very tricky.
Those probably are the results that you're expecting to come in, though, right?
You would expect it, so, but M&M can't rely on that. They can't rest on that fact, because as we've seen countless times, there's fate just has a twist in that tail.
So we go to round 7. It's not that bad from M&M. Right, Neo went for a play, but he went for that play knowing that he's got a strong site set up behind him if it doesn't go to plan, and obviously it did not. The mirror windows are very strong down here. The Vulcans, even if they're going up late, are very strong down here. So it's not easy from BDS. Now, they do have a lot of tools to use. They have, obviously, 4 nades. They've used 2 of them so far. They've got Capital bolts. They've got Flores drones. So they've got a lot of ways to deal with this site setup. Tyrant should be killed before they drop. The bunker players should kill him. There they go. Great push from Shaiko. This should be simple for BDS. Again, plant denial's like decent from M&M, but I really like this push from BDS. They've got all their angles covered. They're pushing at the same time. Their clock is pretty good. 25 seconds is all you need for this 5v2. All right, that shouldn't be too big of a deal, but Usus has just grabbed 3 kills, and all of a sudden it's very scary. Your time now feels really bad. You do trade this, and Alems knows who this last guy is. Winnable for Alems. Nello, what a 1v1. Oh my god. That is his second clutch of the game. Holy shit. Dude, jumping up on the box like that is so scary. He's like mid-vault in a 1v1. There's like no way he grabs that angle. And then he jumps off the box like mid-falling from the box to the floor, gets the kill with the shotgun. Nuts. Nuts.
But the real impressive part for me was him finding that slice, the small little sight line that you get between the chassis and the shelves to bring down Leaky back as he crossed to pick up the diffuser. Just beautiful from Usus there. Essentially, I don't want to say he solo won it because obviously it took Nello to win the 1 versus 1 as well, but it was enough that completely swung around a 5v2. He won it. He won it.
He won it. We all know it. Nello knows it. It's absolutely fine. Nello did close it out. You know, he kept his...
I mean, listen, M&M are going to win this game, and they deserve to win it. But I do think BDS are playing better overall Siege. M&M are just clutching up when it matters. Nello has had 2, like, like huge clutches all by himself.
Rampage, and then just
I would say neither of which were easy to win. I would say both of Nello's clutches favored the other team.
Lose in the favorable situation.
end of that. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm glad to see they've got the composure to
Yeah, and I think generally in that first round, the comeback was very impressive from BDS.
can instead
The fact this goes all the way to overtime and then BDS lose it is kind of sad for BDS, but at the same time, like, they're already qualled. I don't think they care too much.
of execution. But I wanna say
They're probably not too heartbroken over it.
show us that you can still keep course correcting here, get yourself some solid defenses off both in the early and the mid round, as well as having a bit of
It's interesting the differences in philosophy between these two teams. BDS were bringing a lot of like roam heavy lineups. They were bringing Valkyrie quite a bit. They were bringing like Smoke's banned, so your traditional anchor setups don't work. BDS tried to roam a lot more. They brought Drone Denial. They brought Valkyrie.
firebolts as well.
And Eminem are changing that narrative by bringing a lot more Mira. They're bringing a lot more Goyo. Eminem are bringing more site-focused operators. They just can't bring Smoke anymore.
I'm gonna be happy, Des, to just continue doing what they were doing, to be honest.
All in all, I think it makes the Smoke ban a really smart decision from BDS. Because they don't want to play anchor strats anyways. And like the same strats Eminem are running right now would be better if they had smokes on them. Whereas you can't really see the same for all of Eminem's holds. Some of them for sure, but not all of them. Is Shaiko really going to waste an... Okay. I thought he was going to throw the nade at the beeper or something. I was like, what are you doing? Good start from Inshiro.
He's gonna find an explosive kill and take Tyrant out of this. Straight onto the cams goes Tyrant, but that is a man less for Eminem.
Are we in the wrong meta? We've got 6 nades on side here for BDS as well. They've all been used.
6 nades. It's a great point from Dez. That's a ton of nades. Nello, he leaves security? Huh?
Power off the board, and it's still 2
Wait, what is Nello doing?
almost make
Wait. Nello's in a very comfy spot. Do they throw a nade at him? No. Do they Capital bolt him? Why does Nello leave this security room?
nades on side here for BDS as well. They've all been used.
Like, Nello goes into the hallway. Why? He's in such a good spot, just in his little security bubble, and then runs out, dies to Renshiro.
Of course, but it's been a long while.
Confusing push from Nello. Literally in a power position and leaves it to lose a disadvantaged fight. I don't get that at all.
It's been a long while since
It's a good thing he clutched the last 2 rounds, or 2 rounds so far in this game.
way of BDS, almost making it
And now people are trying to make plays. You know, they're trying to get aggressive to pull this game back because they know it's really bad from Eminem. It's a miracle if Eminem win this round at this point.
You've not just
Man disadvantage is bad, but like
in there, Des.
no, time disadvantage is so much worse.
If he goes and starts getting kills like
And that's why Eminem are just like going for shit. The rest of this round doesn't matter.
uses and another cheeky moment for him. Neo is going to shut down Ranchero at the top of White Stairs, but that is probably going to be all as Breeder goes in looking to get the diffuser down. The angle's covered for BDS here. They know, and that is Leaker back again. 3 in the round, I believe, and that's going to be BDS taking another one, leveling.
Maybe he thought after his teammate got naded that he would be next to be naded, not realizing that all of the nades were already expanded on the side of BDS. That's my best bet.
you know that you need those 3 points.
Is in his mind, like, he was the next victim of nades. And if he didn't make a move there, he was just going to eat a nade and die. Because he didn't have any ADSs or anything in security with him.
Here to cuddle.
That sounds like the saddest
So maybe that was it.
story.
You could, well, it is sad. I haven't seen you in a long time.
I've made some arms so that I can hug myself because you're not here.
Still, unfortunately, just a bad read of the situation. You should probably wait till you hear them prime the nade before going for that, if that's your mindset.
Well, Tim, I'll just pretend they're your
And clearly he didn't hear them prime the nade because
arms cuddling me.
they were out of nades.
But then round 9 is underway.
Maybe he heard it and or maybe he misheard it. I don't know.
For Eminem, once again, leaking back is jumping straight back onto the nook. Why wouldn't you? After netting a 3K in the last round and doing so effectively. It also looks like once again we're going to see that 6 nade comp coming out of them too, with the nook, the sledge,
All right.
and the Iana all on side. It is looking pretty explosive inside.
4-4, we go to meeting. Scary bomb site to be defending.
Leaky Fight once again pushing forward.
They run a similar-ish lineup to BDS. They're not running the Kaid.
He's going
The Kaid looked really good, but
likely to confirm
it probably doesn't work against a team that knows what you're doing with the Valk cams and the tricks.
Down at the minute, gonna get him in on the entry. He's got Ranchero drawn in for Shaiko as well.
And is it going to be a dining push? That's very rare these days.
Oh yeah, I mean, at the pace BDS have historically been able to go, yes. And with Leaky Fat being the addition they needed really to make them
Maybe not very rare, but definitely more rare than a tower push. They're going to take top regardless. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a dining take.
At the bottom of White pressure around security door itself. It's a good start for BDS inside the opening 60 seconds.
So do they have anybody pressuring from Master? Because that would be like what you'd expect, you know? How does that work? Oh my god. Surely that shouldn't be allowed. Somebody's check his PC. My god. Ridiculous, dude. Now it's not free.
He brings it back to 2v2, and this is just back and forth.
With that ATA catch open, it's really, really nice to deny the plant from Renshiro. I don't know if either of them are going to go for it. It looks... They need to get these holes in the ceiling. It's actually a little bit unfortunate right now that Usus does not have better holes to work with. Because every plant here is deniable. Yeah, I don't know about that from Neo. He drops. Kind of a bad post plant, I'd say, there at the end. If they had intel on site, that would have been better. Doesn't even have to be a camera or anything. If they had like a Banshee on the kitchen doorway, or even barbed wire. Or like, even if there were holes in the floor earlier. I don't know. I feel like they should have better top-down plant than out, but they just didn't.
And he's certainly done that. He's actually gone over 100 kills in his first stage here, Des. You know, doing fantastically well. Currently sits on, what's he on, 93 plus 11. He's on 104 at the minute. Shaiko has not made 100 for the first stage in a long time. Now then, however, Shaiko, don't get me wrong, he's still on 93 days. It's unlikely that he hits 100. He's still had a hell of a stage.
He's on 93 with this game as well?
With this game included.
Right, okay.
He's on 93, so he's had a hell of a stage, don't get me wrong. Tyrant has actually come very close in this conversation as well. 94 he sits on at the moment, and Solotov sits on 96. So we could have another couple of scenery performances in this game, but Leakerfack has got the job done, and he has really put a statement there. Like I say, it's not about replacing, but it is about supporting, and he's done that fantastically.
Laundry coming through again. Notice how M&M are finding ways around the smoke ban. They're not trying to play heavy roam strategies. Instead, they're playing Ella. They're playing Mira. They're playing Kaid. They're playing other strong anchor operators, which again just makes the smoke ban like such a good decision from BDS.
I'm gonna keep scrolling. I'm just scrolling down.
Because you know that they would love to have a smoke in this lineup.
One thing that's kind of been a permanent staple, I feel, is Shaiko and Citizen have always been in the 100-kill club. Before a major, I always go and do a little dig and look at global stats and go, okay, here are players around the world that broke the 100-kill club. You normally get 2 or 3 per region getting inside of that, and Shaiko and Citizen have been present there for the longest time. So for neither player to make it, just shows the change in tides that we've got here in EUL.
It does. Crown and Spite, both the other candidates, really, along with Benja. So that rogue heroic game, that's going to be another one to keep an eye on. Benja on 92, Crown on 88, Spite on 85. So big performances needed out of Rogue for either of their players to get there, but certainly possible for Benja. But back to this game, BDS winning round 9. It is now 5-4, and BDS still looking to fight for that 3 points. As I've said before, winning is a habit, and they want to continue. They want to win that last match before they head on into the major. BDS, of course, already qualified. M&M fighting for their spot, but with the way things are going at the minute, Des, it looks like we could have to wait a little.
Well, Shaiko eats a ton of damage early on. Their timing's pretty bad. Given it's a full anchor strat, I mean, I don't know. They had to get the hatches open. It's a little scary that you have that you've got, I don't know. Like, you've not really pressured elbow. You've not really pressured this Jaeger inside a pillar. You've not really pressured the front. You've kind of just got stuff open. And even a lot of the utility has not been used. Like, Shaiko and Wrencher are both thrown 1 of 2 nades each. We'll see how that one goes. It's only going to get the barbed wire. So it feels kind of bad. They've got to get somebody in just to do something here. Kapitao against this 90 hold from Saltov. I don't know if that really works out. Yeah, like, there's just no advantage when they're all dropping in there. And they want the Kapitao bolts to be their advantage. They want the flashes to be their advantage. But it's not really enough against even what they have here.
12 rounds.
It guarantees all 12. And it
Shaiko just showing off? What the fuck was that?
that come with overtime in terms of those major spots. We will keep you abreast of all the permutations and how things look. Don't you worry. 5-5 then as M&M take a fantastic flawless round there. It's got to be said. What a performance from them. And it just pushes them now into round 11. They had that 3-0 start. They wouldn't have wanted things to be this close, but it continues to be so as BDS just keep fighting.
Hashtag BDS fighting? Isn't there hashtag BDS power?
Yay, round 11.
BDS power, yeah.
I didn't like that push. I think, I don't know. I think the smoke ban is supposed to make those styles of defenses still, like weaker. But that defense still looked very strong. I think they had to get a little bit more, I don't know. Maybe a Ying would have helped out there. Maybe a Nook would have helped out there. They just needed some sort of initiation. Landing a nade would have helped huge. Capitao bolts could have made more space than they did. Capitao felt kind of underutilized, just pushing bunker alone. It's like he cut off elbow, but like, who cares? You know, like you're not pushing elbow. I guess he was flank watching, like that nobody would swing in and hit E-box from that side, but still feels kind of bad. Still feels maybe underutilized. We get dorms for round number 11. I trust that BDS win this round. That is a nice long angle to clean up Saltov very early.
Otherwise, you are now suddenly worrying greatly about your possible prospects of coming out of this game. It's Solotov again, though, has been found on the entry. I imagine at this point he's probably one of
You loved Eminem?
5 on entry.
Or you love Eminem? Yeah, Eminem's a fun team.
Sure, round 1 was great.
And they played well in this game. This has been a strong game for them so far.
Not gone their way. Shaiko
I think they've definitely, I don't know, they've definitely relied on Nello a bit. Nello's got 2 big clutches that I think he honestly shouldn't have won either of them. But he did because he's a monster. He's very, very talented.
Yes, exactly that. It will take them on to 17 points, and the next closest is 13. So even with a full 3-point win, they cannot then be caught.
I'm excited to see how it ends. I think they've also just been adapting to the smoke ban really well. I think both teams have. But it's like it's obviously harder for the team that didn't ban the smoke themselves because they wouldn't be expecting it necessarily. Tyrant and T3, I don't know. They're gonna. It looks like they're gonna focus him head on. This is probably worth the swing if you're Tyrant. Like a Lem's on 2 HP on the roof, yeah. Especially when you've got the Roni. Like that's absolutely a gunfight you want to take. I thought he had the DMR, which makes it a little scary. But with the Roni, I mean, fucking go off, King. I think BDS probably should have just ignored that guy T3, or like at least had a better way to deal with it than a Lem standing on the roof. He's just such little cover. Shaiko lands a nade, which is nice. The nades have been pretty good from BDS this game. Some rounds they've been huge, some rounds they've maybe been lacking a bit on the impact they're having. None have been bad. None of the nades that I've seen. 50 seconds left to go, and they're just holding their angles at this point in time. Users, he's aware of those. Eminem's Twitter personality is fantastic, I agree. They really seem to care about the game, which is nice.
Everyone's falling low. There's a bullet or two between the 3 of them, I think, at this point, Tim. Blow on one of them and they'll fall over. Tyrant literally on a slither of HP. BDS have got the numbers. Got no gadgetry left there on the
It's been a lot of Capitao. I don't think it's been that good. I mean, it's just to make space, right? Where's the intel, boys? Yeah. Okay, they're fine.
BDS move to match point for M&M. 1 round stands between them and having to wave goodbye to a major.
Potentially. They're going to be very reliant on other results if they don't get the win here. That's what we need to remember. BDS, if they take the full 3 points...
Nice little coordinated push from BDS in that round. Honestly, probably should not have won it. That looked like a pretty solid round for M&M, especially after that T3 player got a kill. Group 2, I think, is the toughest. Group C, absolutely. Group C looks very group of death. We fucked APAC teams again. Not only was the promised APAC major shit on, also teams like Sandbox and Fury put in tough groups. I mean, what do you want about the groups? Yeah, it totally sucks that the major's not an APAC, I agree. But it's not like Ubisoft controlled what groups got picked. That's luck of the draw.
to Dorms. They've just been there. BDS have just beaten them here with 20 seconds to spare. M&M, they got to do something differently.
Fury probably were the least lucky team in the groups. Sandbox, I think, isn't that bad. It's not easy, but like nothing for Sandbox is gonna be super, super easy. Nah, I don't know. It is pretty bad. It is pretty tough for Sandbox. I agree. As a 2 seed.
He hasn't always got to play on the hard support. Things like the Maverick that we've seen in a couple of these rounds. Really, though, it's down to Leakifak here doing some work.
No, Sandbox are a 3 seed. As a 3 seed, it's hard to get an easy group, I think. I thought they were 2 seed for some reason. Tyrant opener pick, though. Are we back on Dorms? Yeah. Same setup, actually. Pretty close. Not exactly. They've again brought the Valkyrie, and they're playing quite aggressively, and they're really finding a lot of value. Good 2K from Tyrant. BDS's clear of T3 has been pretty bad. They've really struggled with that. And I do think this round in particular, there was a great setup from M&M. They used Valk cams really well. They've got 2 players up there. Probably BDS should have noticed how much resources were in T3 and just decided to ignore it. Probably would have been the better call in hindsight. Obviously very tough to make these calls in the game. It's tough for Renshiro at that point. Bride should have finished that. He didn't, like, he got scared. If he finishes that, maybe he can clutch. Bride is a clutch player, so I could see it.
Come away with just 1 point. Oh boy, we're gonna have to hold on to our hats and wait to see how those final matches play out. Both the Rogue and Heroic game as well as the Na'Vi Wolves matchup could then come into the factors that will decide those final teams making the majors, and I just love it this way, if I'm honest.
I mean, again, if it's you and me casting, Tim, it's basically guaranteed to find itself in overtime at some point. Again, just to remind you, M&M win. They get those 2 points. They guarantee themselves a spot. They lose. I'm pretty sure at that point it gets left down to a little bit of chance and fate, if I'm right, Tim.
Yeah, basically, if they lose...
All right, I do think the nades have been really good from BDS.
Which basically lines them up for both Na'Vi and Heroic, who sit on 13 at the minute, to be able to tie dead level with them if they get the full 3-point win. So then you start going into those tiebreakers. I mean, there is a world where both Na'Vi, Heroic both get onto 16 points, M&M sits on 16 points, and we've got a 3-way shootout with only 2 spots to fight over.
Imagine. Then it gets into the kind of like complicated level of tiebreaker, because it goes round-if, then it goes head-to-head. If that's still tied, then I don't know. I'll leave it down to the admins to decide at that point.
Well, the round differences at this point are all very similar as well. Plus 3 M&M, plus 3 Na'Vi, plus 2 Heroic. So, you know, unless somebody comes out with a big clear victory, which in honesty is unlikely for any of those matchups, you know, a couple of 7-5s.
Tyrant opener on a Shaiko, not what you want to see.
He's going to get the opener onto Shaiko, and that is a big step forward for M&M.
Shaiko a little far forward compared to the rest of his team. It felt like he was playing like he was making like a Nook play, but he wasn't on the Nook. I don't know if he actually got caught on the default cam or what. Because he was down in the laundry, right? Or not laundry, freezer.
They've got one.
There we go. I like this method of counting.
Direwolves Wolves is going to be annoying to work for sure. Sucks for whoever has to work those games.
Because if they get themselves into 16 and say, for example, any of the 2 teams that can still...
It's all Wolves, always has been.
M&M at least then stay even. The fact that it's in overtime means they can't get a nice clear 7-1 win, for example. It is going to be tight. It's why they need this win here and now, and why they've got to find this round to...
Like, I think the nades have been good, but they do... It's awkward because the nades are good, yet they are struggling to get players out of, like, tough positions. And usually, like, that's what you use nades for, right?
Over just 1 spot. Leakifak moving down into freezer. He's going to take a chip of damage as he tries to peek around.
It feels like they're very talented with their nades, but I think based on just the current meta, it's still tough to get those nades into the right spots that you need them in.
Just going to hold that little pixie missile angle there. Lee
And I mean,
can
like,
reach
yeah,
the
sure,
front to back
obviously
on the
those
corner, but
ADSs being
Keating's
burned would have helped.
Nelo's got the line onto him. The
Now they
keeper
are
doesn't
gonna rock
see
the
it,
Ying.
and
I
Nelo
like
goes
Ying
in
here from
to
Alems.
right
I
of
think
the
this is a
target.
valid win
BDS
condition.
try to push themselves into
They're going
position.
kind of slow with it
Kind of
though.
like thrown snow, though, it feels like at the members of M&M, like, yeah, take some of this. And M&M like, okay, I guess we just stay still and wait. They're burning through that utility with no
Okay,
real
Saltop
shot
down
for
is
Stanley.
huge.
They make their
Oh
move.
my god, he's full blind.
Flashed out. It wasn't
Alems just or Nello just actually styles on them. Nello is so good, dude. It's actually ridiculous. They did have the bulletproof there, so that was clearly feeding a little bit of intel. The dead players ate that alive, and wow, the intel really helping them win these fights.
Solotov, he finds the kill onto Breedy, and M&M take one step out of the two they need towards confirming that major spot. Just one more round will get the job done for them.
Got to do it on attack as well, Tim. Can they do it on a rainy Wednesday night in Stoke? Down into the basement we go for laundry and supply for BDS. We spoke about it earlier on.
Streaming on YouTube, indeed, Flyboy Flies. I'm glad you saw that. The YouTube doesn't really get views.
Surely not. I've been betrayed. But no,
I don't genuinely don't even have YouTube chat up.
totally in the zone for this one.
But what I like about YouTube is that it saves all my streams automatically.
One thing that's bitten BDS on their attacks, in my opinion, has been the
I think that's the biggest advantage of just like streaming on YouTube.
to make magic happen in the early round, to push in solo without any assistance to try and get an early kill. I don't hate it. Like, I don't mind teams taking high risks because that always leads to high rewards, right? But they've been bit in the backside 2, 3, 4 times as a result, as Solotov was back in the first half of this.
Flyboy with the show cat. Unfortunately, there is no there's no cat in the room, so you've wasted your points, Flyboy. I do apologize, but them's is the rules.
Tyrant has got the kills that he needed, does. He's gone over 100. He's now sat on a 101. So that is now the second player that we've got in the 100 club for this stage. 7-6, M&M, more importantly, they just need 5 more kills. 5 more kills in one round will do the job for them. It will get them to Sweden. It will confirm their major position. Now then, Tyrant, he takes shots through the window into Shara corridor, and there is a man lurking around there. You can just see the feet there. Solotov, he can, but he can't find his shots. He's going to just let that opportunity slip by as well, and M&M, they've had a couple of close shaves there, but not been able to take any damage off BDS yet.
Absolutely. As it stands, though, he manages in a good spot as well. Almost manages to find his man. Great play coming out of him as well. Didn't think he'd go that confident with it, but that's the big kind of kill you're looking for if you're a BDS fan. For M&M, it's another moment where those teeth start chattering when you start to feel a little bit nervous. Pray you haven't chewed through your fingernails just yet, because Red Shearer's found another.
Okay.
It's not looking
I don't know about the Monty push here. I don't like it.
They're down to a 3 versus 5, and this
I don't
one
feel
could
like
go all the way to 15.
I don't feel like the laundry holds were very good for BDS. And I think you only want to bring out the Monty if you're like really scared. I think and they even have a Legion. I think the only reason you want to bring the I don't know. I guess like they did struggle against the what the fuck's going on? What's going on? What? This is shenanigans. He's still got the goo in his pocket. Or in his foot, I should say. No, he doesn't. If Lucky gets a single kill here, that's ridiculous. That's okay. If he had gotten both, I would have screamed. Alright, no, it does feel like their pushes on this site were pretty good. I don't think the Monty was necessary, but oh well. And I mean, it felt like the problems they were having were in the roam clear. And I don't think Monty is was the key to making that roam clear better. Maybe he was. Still wasn't a great roam clear though. It's very costly. How do you make a table auto sort if a value in the table changes? So auto sort isn't really a thing.
opportunity.
Information's coming on through as well. All they've got to do is just pick out these two players, and it could be a couple of easy freebies coming
You
in.
can make it happen.
Joint swing coming in here from these members of BDS. Not quite yet. Two kind of separate 1v1s coming through here. Nello trying to look for his man. Sees him on the rotate. Pistol out, but can't quite find him. They've got to find these kills here and now, but no! It looks like it's going to be all 15.
You have to make it a script. It's not going to be... You're going to have to write code. It's not going to be easy. Auto sorting is annoying. What's up, Coffee Addiction? Fly, I'm glad you've come over from the YouTube to the Twitch stream. I think somebody else did as well. It's cool that some people are like making that jump, finding the stream on YouTube and then moving over to Twitch, even if they only hang out for a little while.
Difficult to land those shots in the high pressure situation that they find themselves, especially with the clock ticking down as it was, and leaves us now 7-7. It all comes down to this for M&M. If they do not
Manual update, yeah.
on 1 point, it leaves them a step closer to the major. Let's focus on the positive. It means that Na'Vi and Heroic need to be looking for full 3-point.
I would suggest just doing it manually.
From a position, so that gives them something.
You're trying to figure out the min requirements for the remaining SI spots.
Doesn't secure
I
they need the
think minimum requirements on SI points is kind of a waste of time. Because it's like the minimum requirements right now are not going to be relevant. Plenty of teams are going to qualify below the minimum requirements. Because the minimum requirement right now is going to shrink significantly as teams like get eliminated and such. I mean, go off. I'm not going to stop you. But I think minimum requirement is like kind of a bad metric to use when looking at SI points. Predictions for major groups. I don't want to give official predictions yet. But I think Sonics have a pretty easy group. I think Liquid TSM, Rogue, and... or not Rogue. Liquid TSM, Wolves, and FaZe should all make it out pretty easily. I think Group C will be tough, but gun to my head right now, I'd probably go SSG, W7M. And then last one in Group A is kind of a toss-up. Probably, though, KAG. Shaiko and Monty is trolling. Shaiko and Monty is absolutely trolling. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Literally round 15. I mean, the game doesn't matter that much for BDS, but it's not like it's irrelevant.
Shout out to Fresh as well, who's pointed out Shaiko can no longer get 100 kills. This is first time in 8 stages not breaching 100 kills. But hey, it's been handed over essentially to his teammate in Likafak, who has had another screamer of a night and could yet.
Oh no, don't tell me he just eats a C4 and dies. Don't tell me the greatest player in EUL just eats a C4 and dies. This is the last round of the stage. This is final round too. Shaiko's absolutely last chance to frag in the EUL. He goes to Monty. It's been a slow push. I mean, they've got Trophy, which is nice. But it's like, what is this push? Is it only Master side? It looks like it's only Master. You don't need that shield. It's whatever. I'm looking for other pushing angles. I think there's one white. I think it's 4 Master, 1 white.
They've got one of the 5 that they need, Des.
One of the 5. He may as well one of the 3 at this point, Tim. It's Likafak as well. 13 kills he's had throughout the game, and him being shut down as the...
I can't tell if that was the white guy or not. I mean, obviously, Likafak is French. He's probably white, but... can't tell if that's the guy playing White Stairs. I think it was. No, it's the Lion. Oh, and it wasn't White Stairs. It was Window. Welp! That felt like a terrible push. Very one-dimensional. I mean, like, with a Monty, you're always going to have kind of one-dimensional pushes, but... the Monty didn't really, like, give them much space. You're not using current min value? Wait, what?
Their Halloween horror story has ended nice and early, Tim, which is exactly what you want to see.
Oh, you're just trying different scenarios? Is that what you're saying? KAG mixes up, that's wild. I mean, I could see Eminem over them. But I don't really have any faith in Black Dragons. Don't really have faith in BD, and Eminem could do it. Eminem have some absolute gunners on their team, but I mean, so do Keg. So do Keg. Group C is absolutely the group of death, yes. Eminem have never lost to BDS this year. That's funny. Okay, so that's our second VOD review of the day done. We are then going to move on to Game 3 of EUL, which of course was the hilarious for NA fans, maybe less so for Rogue and European fans. 7-1 game where Heroic slam Rogue into the dust and secure their major spot. Will be very fun. Prior to this playday, Na'Vi were still in it, right? But Na'Vi were eliminated after the results of this game. Or they were still in, but they could have still made it based on points, I think. Or based on round diff. I don't know. We'll go skip ahead to this game, though. Na'Vi had a 7-1 or 7-0? Yeah, okay. How did Rogue choke so bad? Well, we're going to find that out. I'm going to take 1 second. I'll be right back.
Massive Muppets. I imagine we'll find out. When you find out fresh, please message me and let me know exactly what the game plan is, 'cause I'm very curious to know. Either way, Flores is the one taken off the board indeed, which probably leans towards things like shields, towards trying to make sure that utility can't be cleaned out super easily in these rounds. The last two to come through are going to be the Azami and the
Grabbing a granola bar before we start this one. You want to see if Japanese teams kicking BDS's ass this weekend? It should be fun. It should be fun.
Not too sure about that one, Chief.
I think we're going to find out over the next few rounds, particularly the next 6, whilst Heroic are on the attack. And round 1, there is the Dokkaebi on the side of Heroic. Grizzly bringing it along just as predicted by Fresh. Last time we saw them play here, they used that heavily to get those players in, particularly Benja Doom, to get them in and causing mischief, causing damage to the defenders. Rogue, I hope they've got a plan up their sleeve, because if not, it could be good night in terms of the major. If they lose here, it gets very complicated. A straight win for them will guarantee them a position in the major. Any win will do. But if Heroic take a win, generally speaking, Na'Vi have to match or better what Heroic do. So a 7-3, they have to get 7-3, 7-2, 7-1. They have to match or better it. But if this goes to overtime, that's where it gets really tricky. And Na'Vi could actually send Rogue through to the major.
Part of the thinking I'm looking at here is for Rogue not to ban away the Dokkaebi. It's a sign of confidence that they feel they have the answer and the response. And I was looking in this first round to see, is there a mute on side? Yes, there is. Though gadgets are being utterly destroyed by Uno here as he rifles on through the site. Will likely lose it. Oh no, he keeps going, jumps it through, but can't quite shoot the jammer. So this is something you can do. You can jump into it, but the momentum carries you through and out the other side. Obviously, when you jam, you don't drop like a lead balloon to the ground. Your drone keeps on moving. If you time it right, you can jump through the jam, which is what he did. But I don't think he managed to get rid of it. In fact, no, it's gone now either way. So in a way, Rogue have kind of gone, okay, we got a mute. We can deal with this a little bit. It's not a big issue. They've still got one in back pocket, for example. My biggest worry for them here really is they've now been counter-countered.
I think BDS will be fine at the major. I don't know. I did predict them to go out in their group, though. So we'll see.
Spice is underneath at the minute, potentially.
They have a very tough group.
Exactly where he's
They have a very tough group.
Kanto is down in the library as well, so 2 to be dealt with. Benja moving up the red stairs could be the one to do it, though. Spite is in the corridor.
All right. This hold, obviously, decent roam game. Here on the bottom floor, Heroic want to be able to clear it out.
That red stairs push continues from Benja. He's not worried about the bottom floor. Spite's going to take a lot of damage here, but Benja's gone on into sight. He's got himself one onto Leon. He's going to continue pushing forward, and this is going to be Rogue having to react. And there's not
Nice pickup from Jum, and he should get a second one as well, perhaps. They really did like hit site pretty fast. These bottom floor players on Rogue didn't really get to have an impact. They got into site very fast. They did leave DPEC up here. Just going to get the first kill. This is a very clutchable round from Deepak. Without a C4, it's a lot worse. Oh, there's a lot of smokes here.
It certainly would in a 3v1. It's up to Deepak, and we know that Deepak is a bit of a clutch master. We've seen him do it countless times.
Oh, the ping through the smoke, too. Absolutely deadly. You hate to see it. Nah, I think if he's got the C4, this is a very winnable round. Without it, it's still doable. Like, he could have won that 1v1. I think June played a great round there. 2 kills, pressuring that bottom floor. Very, very good.
Very possibly. This is the danger of things like the Lion, the DKB stacking up alongside each other. Feed that into your entries and let them sink. Sink they did. Again, with a little bit of assistance coming in from the Twitch drone there as well to help take out those mute jammers on the way through. Wonder if we'll see attacker repicked in here now that there's the mute still on side once again. And not all trying to say, by the way, the mute is kind of the be-all end-all counter towards the game.
Okay.
Definitely soften her impact. However, still a very, very powerful operator, at least for a second here.
Are they running it back? I believe they are not. This is trophy stat, surely, based on this operator or based on this setup. Yeah.
Just how much of a role presence they expect, and also, you know, what is their attacking plan? Where are they looking at?
Lots of drone denial thus far.
To deal with those roamers if they don't need to deal
Is there a function in Wikipedia where you can view head-to-head?
push direct to side.
Yes.
They also on side in the hands of Uno, sorry, Mike.
I don't necessarily know how to get there. You can definitely do it on CGG.
And try to get a plant in behind them, but they need to be aware. Deepak's down there. He's got
Yeah.
Nitro in
Click on any team and then click head-to-head.
try and deny.
And then you can fill in team 2.
What I'm thinking here is because they've changed away for a number of operators, they still have the DKB on side, right? But Lion's gone. It screams to me they're going more direct towards site. They want to make use of the Ossa, gear themselves up towards the push into.
You got it.
You want the Twitch to soften up a lot of the utility inside the site, and well, really, the DKB.
Okay, Uno's rocking the Osa to try to take this site.
You can't exactly.
Yeah, Osa's good. Osa planting from Master when you've got the hard floor is like really, really good. There's not a lot of great answers to it either. I mean, Deepak's got the C4 and Cryin has impacts, but that's about it. It's pretty important actually based on this attacking lineup that Cryin did survive and he didn't die on the roam. Makes me very nervous that he just swings again. But Spoit finds opener onto Benja, so he feels good. He needs to get traded. If he doesn't, then that's very scary. They are full clearing over from Master. They're just trying to get an advantage. I still think the push will come... Sorry, they're full clearing from ABG. I still think the push comes Master, though. In theory, you can nose the plant from landing. That's actually not the end of the world. You're just really scared of being, like, denied from below is the only problem. And currently, Heroic don't have bottom floor, so it could be very bad if they attempt that.
When you've got the DKB on side, it does let teams move that little bit quicker. Mello expecting to find someone off towards red stairs, though no one.
Spoit's not getting traded. He's outie.
You've got Deepak and Spoit down in the basement, so understandable they've got concerns here, but don't want to spend too long chasing shadows.
Big, heavy bottom floor roam presence, just like last time. Last time, they like really hit site, and then we're doing a good job of like catching those players. So they tried to come back. Oh, no shot through the skylight. That's so unfortunate. That feels really bad.
But there's only a minute left on the clock, and they don't really have much in terms of control. With Deepak still underneath Nitro in hand, there's a real danger there if they try to go in and get the diffuser down. A lot of the floor in this site will be...
Yeah, Spoit got back to site, so like we're pretty happy with this. It will be a 1v1 bottom floor. That's going to have huge impact on what Heroic can actually do for this push. How far they actually have to like enter this site. If he's just trying to plant this doorway, it's not going to work. Like, Spoit should get this kill. And he does... No way, dude. Oh my god. This is why you need to be playing Warden. And all of a sudden, everybody falls on site. Wow. Still, though, I think he has this. He moves. Really smart move. They still have the pings on him. If he had a little bit more time... If he had a little bit more time, he wins that round. He just didn't quite get there. They weren't playing together for the entire game. They're definitely, like, hard committing to these roams.
down again. Absolutely beautiful round so far from Uno and Deepak once again, just as he did in round 1, finds himself 1 versus 3, finds himself cut down at the end of the round, and that's going to be a second to Heroic, including a plant.
Oh dear.
And the problem now for Rogue, Des, is those palms will get sweaty very, very quickly as these rounds start to mount up. Each will become more difficult after the loss of the last.
I do round back to stage 3 of last year when Rogue were one of the teams to pioneer very aggressive attacks on this map that didn't require hard breaches. I'm not at all saying that same
All right. The Osa plants have been interesting. They've been interesting. Really sight-focused takes coming in from Heroic to counter these like heavy roams. Not that the roams are completely being ignored. But I like the pushes so far from Heroic.
No, they have got to sort things out. If this next round goes against them, I expect a tactical timeout. They'll have the conversation because they know they need to get 2 or 3 rounds on the board in this first half.
They go to Pulse as we enter Kitchen.
It's going to be down to the ground floor. It's going to be dining and kitchen. No success to be found on the top.
Couldn't cope against the Doke. Doke was used round 1 pretty well.
Control, I would imagine. We've got the book in the hands of June. We've got Sledge with Benja, a usual pick.
Not terrible. Is it bad you're betting on Jeopardy? Yes. That sounds awful.
Tear up that floor and make it uncomfortable for Rogue on
I feel like Jeopardy is a very unfun game to bet on.
how much joy they're gonna have being
I mean, go off, live your life.
For sure. Well, let's see how things go then. If they can
But it's hard to like, I don't know, have big moments in Jeopardy. Like they know or they don't. I don't know.
Back onto playing on that ace. We've got Grizzly back on the Decabi like in round 1 and Mello on the Lion. So, very much looking to rein in these roamers that are coming through from Rogue. Also not forgetting as well that...
So 2 players up above? No, 1 player up above. Leon Spoit, Deepak, Cryan, that leaves Kanto. Kanto alone top floor. They've got a lot of C4s to try to help him out. Well, 2. Some. It's actually not a lot for this site. Usually you have a lot of C4s on this site. Doom already takes down Cryan. The roaming players have really struggled. Cryan and Spoit, really not having great times. And like, sure, the anchors don't have very many kills either, and actually Cryan has the most kills. But like, the roamers are going down and not having impact early, and they're kind of leaving the anchors out to dry.
Tight angles, difficult challenges, it doesn't matter to them. They're all the same, and they all look easy. 5 versus 3. Uno's
That's actually an interesting C4.
And he shoots the thrower as well.
Unlucky. Unlucky from Leon.
From Uno as his great game continues.
Just such a good read on the situation there as well.
That is a good read.
The C4 coming out of Leon, shooting it out,
This will be another heroic round for sure. Roamer's just getting rolled over.
It's another dire looking round. Heroic in a 5 versus 2. That tactical timeout has to come at some point. I feel here, Tim, as they're down to a 5 versus 1.
Doom and the rest of Heroic are just tearing these roamers apart.
Because you need to have that conversation. Heroic are flying.
It's just getting worse and worse for Rogue at the minute, ending, as you say, round 3 with a flawless round. And right now,
I hope Heroic show up and play at the major. I hope Heroic show up and can have a really dominant, not even dominant, but I just hope that they play really well. Because right now they're playing very well. They're not letting isolated players get away with shit. They're really punishing risky stuff. Because every single one of these rounds, Heroic are like trying to go for really hard roams. And they're really trying to play off site. And that's what they do. And Heroic are tactical. They're hunting them down. They're punishing the swings. Looks very, very good. We'll skip past the tag.
Here during this tactical timeout, like I said, Rogue could easily end up 6-0 here. This is going in absolute rapid time at the minute, and I've said it a couple of times, Des, and I'm going to say it again. And that is,
I wonder after the tac timeout if they're not going to play as aggressively on this bottom floor. Based on Deepak, I think they probably are. They're probably keeping the same strat. But we'll see.
The same sort of form and performance, and there hasn't been too much of a concern. They've still done well. They've got 4.
Has Rogue historically struggled on Villa? I'm not sure. I don't have map stats up for Rogue. I have outdated map stats up. I guess I could need that. But I haven't done Rogue stats since Berlin.
These final play day slugfests for qualifications to major tournaments, and they could well be on the wrong end of a haymaker from Heroic.
That's it. And here even a couple of changes coming in, and I actually like Heroic's read here.
Rogue on Villa.
Rather than play the same stuff you have done for the first 3 rounds,
I mean, they were 2-0 on it over the summer.
trying to adapt to, they changed things up again.
They didn't play it all in the spring, and I don't have stats for the fall. So I wouldn't say they're bad on it.
What's Heroic's response? Just drop it out of the lineup.
Didn't play stage 1, 2-0 stage 2.
And it's
Not sure stage
potentially
3.
the same job. You know, the Jackal is going to go in there and make it difficult for the Romans. Not quite in the same.
Stage 2
scale as
does
Rugby.
include the
It's not
major.
gonna affect every single operator all at once for the defenders, but it is not going to make life easy. Benja has managed to get himself in. He's looking for vertical nades, not going to find one as the player just moves himself away. Kanto's actually going to drop down here, try and support a Spite, and it looks like Rogue have decided to actively take the fight to Heroic.
I don't hate that either. I was going to say in the timeout, like, realistically, what can they do here? They can sit back on site, probably get slapped by a superior execution comp, then carry on as they are, which was 1 or 2 players kind of roaming, but also kind of not. Or they can commit even harder into the roam itself. And I feel here, it's not supposed to have gone super hard into the roam.
They've still got a lot of roamers. Having these 2 players bottom floor, like Cryan is so far off, he needs to make sure he has an impact. Right? I mean, I feel like Heroic have done such a good job of just like not letting these roamers who are really off-site get away with anything. And like, sure, they've got good plant analysis spots because they've got angles open below maps. They've got angles open, I believe, below bar. Like, they got holes all over the floor. But if Heroic want to, I mean, they can just push through site, clear everything, and then plant in some wild spot. Or they can, like, you know, they can hold these angles and wait for the flanks. And that's what they've been doing, and it's been working really well. Benja down here is not like, you know, frothing at the mouth to get into a gunfight. But, you know, he's holding down living room. There's 3 players down here with him. Benja just needs to not die, and he's in such a good spot. He'll hit a nutty shot instead and kill Spoit, and you know, that's just as good.
Even though Rogue, it feels, have played the first 2 minutes of this round better, Heroic so far looking unfazed.
And then Deepak dies in sight, and like if one person dies in sight, it's just GG. Because your anchor or your other players are so far gone. Now they are finding a lot of impact here. Cryan has come back. And this is, I guess, this is where things go your way. If the comeback from site works out, then you can definitely have success here. With Benja dying, it kind of opened up things for the roamers to come back. It looks like they will win this round. It's embarrassing if Heroic win this. They have no time. Planting in an interesting spot. Cryan should just easy deny this. Uno's holding it, though. Oh my god, Uno. Oh my god, Uno. Wow. Really impressive stuff. Really impressive stuff from Uno.
Heroic have come into this game with only one single focus, and that is
Such a smart 2v2. They don't panic on and go plant default. They don't try to take the 2v2 fight. They plant in a spot where they know there's only one angle that can actually punish that, and it's the door. And Uno's like perfectly covering it. I mean, not like the hardest thing ever, but like 0 mistakes in that 2v2 coming in from Heroic. And again, that's kind of the problem. Like with Rogue, they're playing these really off-site holds. And when your site players lose, even if you can trade out those kills, Heroic have positional advantage. They've got the site control. They can put the kid on the ground. And suddenly you're the ones who have to push into them. So I feel like these like really far extended roams only work, or typically are gonna come to life when you've got your roamers just popping off. Like it's a setup that really relies on Spoit going crazy, and Spoit's 1 in 4.
Unless they'd have bullet to death. Like, you could have done anything and they'd have died in that instance. Thrown a flashbang, they'd have died. But they could not find the shots. Again, massive props to Heroic for that. But my god, Rogue, that's not the kind of stuff that makes the champion. Oh, you cheeky, cheeky devil. You deserve that.
1 in 5. Jesus, man. He's trying to do shit to get himself back in the game. I feel bad for Spoit. Spoit tweeted after this game too, like I'm sorry or something. He had kind of a sad tweet after this, and I can see why. But like Rogue don't have to be playing this style, you know. Stage 3, they won it versus TT9, lost it versus Wolves. I feel like, given in a 9-map map pool, best of ones, you don't play it that much unless you've got very good scrim results, though. That would be my counter argument to that.
This has started out, as you say, an absolute bloodbath.
Best of ones, 9 maps. You don't play a map 3 times in one stage unless you like feel really good about it.
Very start of that round, but has got themselves into a spot now where they've managed to pull 2 back. So for Heroic, they've got to fight for the first time from a numbers disadvantage and still make this work.
Heroic are just looking like they've got the answer to
Oh wait, you said they're 0-2 playing Heroic Wolves. Wait, I'm confused.
Just no matter what they put in front of them, you know, Rogue cannot lose that round 4. There's like, you know, let's be honest about it, and that's going to hurt the mental. There's no two ways about it. That's going to make it very difficult for Rogue to continue.
At least they've got man advantage coming into this round.
They can bounce back. Right now, they need
And everybody's like at least near site. Everybody's effectively on site, right? Deepek's playing Astro Stairs. Krine is playing instead of Trophy. The other two are both no, the other two are Trophy. He's Statue. One's Boar, I guess. And this push, it doesn't have the easiest time here. Without smokes, it's very tough to get a plant down. You lose to Leon. They wasted a smoke to, I think, to get kind of in here and to trade out Leon. Covers the Deepak angle, which is nice. Where do Melu and Grizzly go? This E1D just covers them. They have, they kind of have drones. Grizzly has 1. They probably have flank drones up. It's hard to say. Yeah, good rat spot from Krine. I'm just not sure why Grizzly wasn't able to drone that. He has a drone somewhere. Maybe it's just super far off site. But it's not like they were like lacking on time. Like time was like actually one of the advantages Heroic had, and they didn't really use it to drone. All in all, good rat spot from Krine, and that should win Rogue this round. Nice. Oh, before the TT9. Gotcha. Okay.
Would be saying that it is their first in the game here on Villa. 4-1 still to Heroic and Rogue. Well, they've started fighting. Can they continue?
It's a really smart move by Deepek there as well. Just a very small little bit of detail to clock at the round.
Okay. Trading out decently around the sites. Smart from Krine to get into a rat spot. Late to close it down. Jesus. How in the world does Deepek win that fight?
It's still not ideal, but it's far from the worst case scenario, which would have been a 6-0 that we looked like we might get to after how the first few rounds went.
Deepek had to pull out some black magic for Rogue to win a round. That is tough. That is tough. Losing against Secret hit them hard. Jeez. Ooh, Melo's going to the IQ. Melo and the IQ against Leon on this pulse is going to be very, very fun. IQ is just like kind of falling off as well, so every time IQ gets brought out, it's like often a surprise. This is a great moment for IQ though. Obviously, soft breaches are very good on this site. The scanner, or yeah, her scanner absolutely crushes the pulse scanner. And they had the pulse here last time, so it's 100% intentional from Melu. Like, this IQ is being brought to counter the pulse. 100%.
What's going on above you? Is anyone pushing in through laundry, for example? It does feed an absolute ton of information. But once again, these calls start to come ringing on through.
Also will help you getting like the wall open from below, but I think, or sorry, not the wall. What am I talking about? It may help you like clear mute jammers and stuff from above, but like primarily, I believe this IQ should be for the mute. I actually don't know where IQ's at. IQ's like on Astro window, which is really weird actually. I feel like you want the IQ in here kind of early. Maybe they're just waiting till they have everything cleared out of the top floor, like till they have everything droned, but I don't know. We've already wasted a couple of C4. No, I guess not. One of the C4s is already dead from Deepek, and it's only Leon's now that you have to worry about, really. I would have expected the IQ to get to work, I guess, before this sledge started ripping up the floorboards. Like, Melu has actually not used the gadget once. And, like, if he just opened it, Uno does kill Krine.
if you open everything, there is literally no place to hide.
The top down is really strong. They brought a lot of soft breach.
You don't really see that kind of thing, and you think, hey, it's for cover in case the sledge goes down, which I'm sure is what the initial reason for the pick was. But it does give them a lot of ability to open.
Yeah, curious the way they use that IQ. But regardless, their top down plays does seem very, very strong. They've got a lot of soft breach charges. They did have the sledge helping them out. The shot here was nowhere near that guy's head. Sometimes the SMG-11 works in mysterious ways, okay?
During that round, as I asked you to look at the destruction, I was talking about the floor, but I could also extend that to say that I am talking about Rogue at the heart. Look at the destruction. Heroic absolutely taking them apart piece by piece. I'm not just talking about the scoreline, Des. I'm talking about the manner in which Heroic have won those 5 rounds. It has been convincing, to say the absolute least. This round is so important, because right now, if you're a Rogue fan, you're clinging to the
False tweeted excited to play W7M and BDS and didn't even mention Fury. I mean, come on.
all you need is that change of side.
Why would he indeed? Sorry.
That immediately now, I feel like this game is
That will be a good quote retweet, though, if they could just get dumpstered by Fury.
Well, it's basically there, but regulation loss, they're done. Overtime loss, still in with a chance.
it gets difficult. They have to get to overtime, and then they need a Na'Vi win like 7-5, and there's all sorts of things need to happen if Heroic win in overtime, for example. But it's not going to be easy for Rogue from here. Not going to be easy. They have to prove it. They have to prove it here and now.
Well, it looks like they're thinking they can maybe play the same game that Heroic did. We've got Deepak bringing along with the KB, you've got Leon on the offset, plus that Finker coming along for Spoit, and Crying living his 18-year-old days is getting back on the Ash as well. Not quite looking to play entry, I imagine. We've seen Ash, over time sort of not so much slip away from being an entry, but definitely favours more making good use of the utility she brings along as well. However, in this lineup, really, probably is the operator you are looking at.
Well, we're almost done this game as we enter the second half. 2 more rounds to go. Aviator games to start us off. A lot of utility denial here on the side of Heroic. They've got Aruni, they got Jaeger, they've got 2 shields, so there's a lot to protect. Kenzo's already down a nade. Nades are going to be very important in this lineup, so it's a little concerning that he's already used one, and I didn't see what he got. Maybe he got like a shield or something. No, both shields are up. All right. They do have an Ash, which is interesting. And like Spoit's on the Finka too. It's a great start to the roam clear. They get all of Master Control in under a minute and a half. They've lost a bit of HP, but they even have the Finka if they're really concerned about it. And it's the Finka who lost the HP, so Spoit should be able to heal himself up pretty damn fast.
Things are looking good. They've got a lot of utility to play with.
This looks really good. I don't know how Leon even took damage there, but he's fine now. They have decent, like, the shield should go down. They have a flash. They have some smokes they can burn because they've already got 3 smokes, right? So you don't need all of those smokes for the execute. Oh, and you get your phone calls too, your cameras. There's not really any useful cams. I mean, you'll take 90, I guess. Yeah, like they'll grab on 90s. Otherwise, it's probably all that you really care about. The shield is gone, so that's awesome. Grizzly flanks for 1, but it is Kanto who's having a really bad game anyways. And then Grizzly's just going back to site. No, Crying's going to catch Grizzly. No way. All right, Grizzly puts Crying in the dirt. No universe Crying should be losing that. Full intel advantage for Grizzly. Bit of a 1v1, but kind of relying on Grizzly having great prediction skills. 6-2, by the way. Uno, 8-1. Ridiculous performances from these guys.
One hell of a show, 8-1 and 6-2 respectively. Real strong show, but Crying and
yeah, group should be BO1 if it's like previous majors.
Kanto's having a slow day overall. It's not looking too good. Out comes Uno, finds one with the shotgun, but now the rest have got to try and force their way in. Leon forces his way in, but can't find the 2. Grizzly's down to the 3.
Great round from Grizzly. He single-handedly brought that round back. His team kind of closed it down with him. He wasn't the only reason they won that round, but he was the only reason they had a decent chance.
Honestly, don't see any way that they win it from here, Des. Are Rogue capable of proving me wrong? I believe that they probably are, but will they? That's a whole other question. And with the way Heroic are playing right now and the position they know that they can place themselves in, they're going to leave Na'Vi not being able to allow Wolves more than one round here, and that is just going to be setting the difficulty to extreme. So Heroic, they know the position they're in. I think this might be over here and now. I'm not
Kitchen for our final bomb site of the map.
from Heroic. They've got a real death grip on this game, and they're taking us to dining and kitchen to try and finish it off.
All right. I can't believe that we're staring down the world where Rogue may well not be returning to the major after the one they've just won. It's the curse, Tim. We've said it so many times. Teams win big events and then just disappear for at least 6 months. Think about SSG. Think about TSM. Think about FaZe. Yeah, they literally like, think about Team
NIP.
One. They all line up. And it's just happening again. I don't know why it's such a thing, but it does keep on happening.
It's one you almost don't want to win a major.
No.
You don't want to take the punishment for winning a major.
Give me second place.
Yeah, let me get to the final. Let me have the day. Let me have set. I'll be honest. I'm sure a lot of teams who finished second would tell you something different. Mello, he's
And the good day from Kanto. Maybe it's turning around. It's actually he's only really getting kills in like impactless rounds. I guess like most of the rounds would have been impactless, but still.
They've got that taste for blood in the water, and they feel that they can go out and just grab it, just grasp it. But they need to make sure that they're not grasping a stinging nettle here.
Okay, Heroic. It sucks that Rogue literally go up in both of their attacking rounds and they throw both away. Let's see how they throw it away this time. Last time they just allowed who was it? They allowed Grizzly to pop off. That's who it was. Grizzly came back and really had big impact.
With confidence. They're confident they can get this one done. Even if it means 1 or 2 rounds slip by the wayside, they'll still be confident in themselves to close it out.
I think Mirage is more likely to win games than Fury is. Not necessarily because Mirage is a better team, but Mirage just have like an easier group.
It makes it easier for Na'Vi to steal away. I'm not saying that is going to be easy. They've got to beat Wolves, and that's not an easy task as everybody in EUL.
Like Mirage can, and I think very high chance could take wins off Dire Wolves. I just don't see Fury taking wins off anybody in the group. There may be one upset here or there. I kind of doubt it. There may be one somewhere.
So they need to keep that in mind. They need to avoid any losses. It's 5 versus 4. There's 1 minute 10 left.
I would, if you forced a gun to my head right now, I would predict that Fury wins 0 games.
I feel like they started out so well, Rogue, but then Heroic disappeared into the shadows of the...
Again, not my official prediction. We'll see. Give me time to take notes. Okay, this goes so well at the start. They got 2 opening picks. They got top floor control. All they have to do is not get run over by Grizzly's aggressive roam or Uno and Pulse with a C4 or just Joom vibing. That does not land, surely. Okay. Honestly, not that big of a deal. You still have top floor with 2 players up there. They've got soft breach if they really need it. You've got a good, diverse push going on here. Your time is pretty bad. Admittedly, time is not on your side. And Uno's about to jump out and kill Leon. Maybe. Grizzly is such a rat, and it's getting him so much value in the second half. Oh my god. Boy just drops. Grizzly is such a rat. And then Joom, excellent sight play. Well done. Good play from Joom in the end there. Joom, some fantastic sight play. The usual suspects, Uno and the Grizzly, also just popping off. Yeah.
From the map ban stage, letting Heroic take them to Villa just feels like it was a big mistake. Easy to say in hindsight, but
It feels like there was a lot of pressure on Rogue, but at the same time they literally won a major. I don't know how they're falling to pressure.
And they've had a horrible trick played upon them, it feels like, Tim. No major. Wow. That still feels crazy to say after winning the last one to come back and not even qualify for the
Who shoots back on Mirage? Dexter. Dexter shoots back on Mirage. Actually, let's continue to play the creepy clown and spider.
I'm still baffled, but I've got to give it to Heroic. What a game they've played there, Tim.
that's it. You know, and now they are in absolute pole position. I've said it throughout, Na'Vi need to match or better. So they need to beat Wolves 7-1 or 7-0. Oh dear, oh dear.
Feels like a bit of a tall order given how well Wolves are playing, but if you look back towards last week, for example, the 8-7 loss, I guess, for Rogue last week, it just goes to show every round counts. And in this case, it's not going to count for them. It may well still help for Heroic in that war against Na'Vi, assuming, of course, Na'Vi can beat Wolves. And that is our next game coming up after a short break. We'll head there now and we'll come back as...
That is a really devastating way to lose for Rogue. Like, I knew it was bad, but, like, even for a 7-1, that was rough. Because, like, you had a couple key players who just did nothing on the first half. And then second half, you literally should have won both those rounds. And you threw them both. That's such a demoralizing way to lose if you're Rogue. Okay, and after that, most of the major slots, well, no, I believe that was the major slot locked in for Heroic. Not quite. No, okay, they were worried about Na'Vi still, but Heroic obviously put themselves in a very likely position to making the major off that. Na'Vi needed a 7-1 or a 7-0 to jump ahead of Heroic and grab the spot in front of them. And we will be watching that game next. That game nearly gives them what they need on the side of Na'Vi, but doesn't quite get all the way. So that's what we're watching. Throg is back at it again. Harsh but true.
Last year I had a full extra face.
Last year you had an extra face. This year you
Now I have a extra head.
Next year there's going to just be a second hat at this rate of
If I'm a
growth.
doppelganger.
Yeah, Milos said fancy jackets both years. I was last year a werewolf. This
Maybe
time
they just got figured out.
So I've gone up in the wild.
I haven't seen light.
I think when a team wins a major, there's obviously a lot of factors that start working against them. I think it's easy to get a little complacent. I think certainly people start looking at you. I think it's always like kind of a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
A lot of people have legitimately been spooked by Fresh, Spooky Clown.
I mean, there's a lot of people that have a fear of clowns.
Because then we balance it with things like you and Death with Four Arms.
Yeah.
It's like there's how spooky things are.
I don't know if people can hear it headbutting my
No.
headset every single time.
I mean, is the head is permanent in character?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Melted had an amazing stage. Melted was not really like a big roaming fragger guy. Melted was definitely
So, Wolves,
like a clutch support player.
club in terms
But
of
Melted did play amazing. Melted's like my favorite player right now.
pretty sort of
I love watching Melted play.
very, very well.
I'm so happy he made it to the major. I think Mirage will get dumpstered in the groups, but I you know,
7-0.
I hope they can play well.
Anything else? And that is all she wrote. Heroic by a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, you're right. It probably is quite different having like, you know, the pressure of being on the stage versus the pressure of just being at home and
Situation. Eminem
just knowing that like
did
you're not even gonna get to go.
take care of BDS. It's not over for Na'Vi.
It is not, but it's going to be a very, very tall ask for them to try and lock this off with, well,
Yes, Na'Vi needed to have the same or better result than Heroic, which means they needed a 7-1 or 7-0, which is a tough task, but as we'll see, they actually look very likely to do it
also some wobbliness here and there.
as the game starts off. It's going to be a gym bedroom initial hold.
Wolves, who are confirmed first in the European League.
Lots of hard gadgets here. You've got a bulletproof, 2 shields, 2 bubbles.
Fight for everything else.
You've got the Jaeger to protect a lot of that utility.
As Mowgli gets in with that drone, hoping to find out about anybody in Oil Pit, but I believe Teb has gone unspotted, so might go.
Yeah, I don't think they saw Teb, right?
Very impactful first kill here.
No, they absolutely did not.
Just coming right
This Ashe is just dead.
underneath here. There's a sort of
Oh,
break
no,
towards
Mowgli's not going that way. Okay.
ditch themselves too deep.
Ashe still may be dead. We'll see what this mute does.
Set up around the top of red, and
If
they're just gonna
Teb tries to crawl up the ladder, it's dangerous, but it probably goes unpunished.
They have a lot of freedom here, not much other freedom outside of that. If they try and make a bit of a move here at this moment, or probably over the next minute, they are going to get caught, pincered, and pulled
Just depends
out.
where these flank drones are and if anybody's on them. The flank drone's at the very top of the ladder. Okay. Yeah, he probably doesn't get away with this then. He probably has to leave. I think if he climbs up this ladder, he's got to just get lucky with the timing that hopes that nobody's on the drone. If he shoots the drone, it's going to be way too obvious. He's climbing. Did he shoot it? Did it move? No, they know where he is. They didn't know where he was. Okay. There was one at the top of the... Huh, I'm not sure.
Well, that's it. Teb pulls himself back. Shinka's taken care of. They've lost the Thatcher. They've been able to do a lot of work in the meantime, and they're going to see if they can get the breach done on the wall. And, well, it's an impact played underneath the soft. Nave, good idea.
Uh-oh. Interesting, they keep one of the walls soft, and then use an impact to keep the other wall open. That is kind of neat.
They're still set up. They got to these positions very quickly. It's the second step of this. It's been slowed a little. They're going to have to sort of try and strike a bit sharp and fast.
Well, this should be fine for Na'Vi. They absolutely got away with it with Teb making that play. Time is just really bad. Time is really bad. They, like, kind of took their time getting into cash, and then the fact that they lost a player is, like, devastating. They could jump in and get a plant spot. I don't know where... Okay, their plant's coming from construction. That makes it a bit harder. If they had, like, their diffuse kit carrier around Jacuzzi... Tab goes down and plays the hatch, too. That makes it really, really good hold. Interesting he doesn't go behind the shield. He loses no matter what there.
So basically they need to go flawless. If you are just tuning in, 7-1 or 7-0 is what they need to go for if they want to.
I don't think it's fair to say that Rogue don't have set strats, right? Haven't they clarified that, like, they do have strategies? They just, like, let their players, like, play what they want, and let their players, like, deviate quite a bit from those strats if they're feeling it.
Has shown great signs of promise, but also shown that they can be very wobbly, and that's what brought them in this position. Of course, first and mostly dropping points here and there. That is what keeps you on, you know, this current situation where they are in 6th, but can jump into 4th with a proper win. But every round will count. Every moment. And Heroic will be cheering for Wolves because all they need is 2 rounds. And, you know, you are playing against the top team of the European League. It's not unlikely that they will be able to pick up 2 rounds against Na'Vi.
Aren't Rogues, or not Rogue, aren't Wolves known for their rushes? I feel like it was a very slow round for a team that I typically consider to be very fast-paced on the side of Wolves. We do have a trap lineup as we play down here in the basement.
Can you not slip the shoulder off? You get yourself sorted, I'll cast. It's gonna fall. They're having a look through.
On the podcast with Desert from the Major. Yeah. I mean, Rogue are a good team. Rogue are a very talented, strong team. It's just hard to be consistent in Rainbow Six Siege. There's a lot of good teams. I don't think Rogue not making the major is a problem. Like, they'll be back for SI. I feel the same way about Exit. I feel the same way about Astralis. Did they have a poor stage? Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't where they were expecting to be. But they're still a good team. They both play in tough regions. And they'll be back. Mowgli a good start. With the roam game going a lot worse for Na'Vi this time around. Oh, stretching. They should feel pretty good about converting this time. Bibu with the kit down in dirt. I don't think anybody's behind him, but doesn't necessarily need to be.
Look over his drones. Just heard something. Sees the player rotate back in as well as we speak. Drones being taken care of. The phone call comes out, and that means that the hunt for Nave is on. Wolves looking to shut
Stage 2 was a big step down from Stage 1 for Astralis. I wouldn't say that. I mean, they had a bad major, but they played well in the stage.
He's concerned about someone holding on towards Pit and instead rotates further away from P4. before, whether it's a premonition or whether it's just good intuition. Either way, P4's actually the next to suffer. Teb,
Oh, no shot.
tries to get a bite out of Rose.
Should have had the kill on the Teb there. Sometimes it's tough to hit those quickly. They deal some damage at the very least.
Set up by the site so quick.
Rise takes down Nafe. Where was
Still have a lot of time left.
Nafe?
Caught out.
Leader flanks back up. I love the pressure Navi are applying. Feels like Wolves are like really being forced to go slow.
In front of dirt.
Like Wolves are facing a lot of pressure. Navi are biting back constantly.
Whilst they are quite annoying, it's not going to be quite deadly for the Monty right away. Unless you step into it, you do not have any support there. Rise being low on HP, P4 up.
Fofo's the main character, and we're living in his world. Absolutely.
There was another one. Bibu stepped right in it. It's going to be quite safe for him to pull that one out, though. And as Rice finds Kayak, it's still a 2-on-3 situation. However,
Teb can shoot that hatch closed, right? The Surya?
it's up to Leader and Teb now on the
Maybe he didn't want to give away his position. Would make sense. Should do it now, though.
15 seconds to go, and Tabby sort of eyeing up.
Oh, Bibu. Literally just exposes himself. That's just kind of rough Monty play, to be honest.
Got a bit of width with the kid caught in the
It's still a tough round to win for Wolves, even if Bibu doesn't die there. It's still a very tough 2v2 because you only have one gun.
church. That one a lot closer.
But I love how they're applying the pressure. They're keeping that pressure up on the side of Na'Vi.
That was a 2v3 as well in the end. They're in favor of Wolves, but first of all, great shot from Tab onto the hatch player. Just a bit of patience there. Knew he needed to at least take one out. And afterwards, Bibu just turning himself towards the boxes a bit too quickly, exposing his side, losing his life like that. It's the second round for Na'Vi. For now, would be in 5th place, as you can see, because they need that +6.
Monty push there also kind of sucked. I don't know. I would have preferred just normal push.
Only 2 ways to get there. We continue towards the bar.
Forrest going plus 15 on entry while playing support was not my bingo card. Yep, that's just Fofo things.
From the top. Cannot afford to lose.
My favorite interview moment, I think that I've ever had.
Floor, you often see the attack.
I don't know. I don't have a lot of good interview moments, but it was this stage in the NAL, and Forrest popped off. It was the theme park game against,
More actual plan position.
I don't remember, Sonics maybe? I don't know. But we had Forrest in for the interview,
Pretty decent hold up and
and I asked him about his playstyle, about the way that he is able to play Thermite, get the wall open, then immediately switch up to an entry, like how that works with his team, how it's so successful. And the guy's like, I don't know. I just kind of play, and I win. I'm like, okay, dude. Hell yeah, let's go.
I think he's going to take care of the cameras present, the bulletproof.
People are prepared what's coming against them.
But due to the EMP dart that's on that bulletproof, it is the Maestro that can easily take care of those Flores drones as they walk by or drive by.
Maybe. I think it's a lot more. I think it's a lot more complicated than just being prepared for them. I think for both Rogue and for Astralis, like when they're playing well, I mean, you can be as prepared as you want. It just doesn't stop Sploit from putting a bullet in your head, you know.
Moving a bubble that can cause, well, beyond irritations. A little bit later on, the focus is going to be towards that.
Also, we're here on bar stage.
Bit slap happy on the far end, and yep, the EMP dart missed that direct.
Something tells me this is the one round Wolves win.
Both bubbles caught
That's my
and
prediction.
destroyed and perfectly played intel.
There's a lot of information now gone off the board.
Both Italian ops being brought by Navi.
And the last RC return is also
Do could be kind of annoying here against the Maestro. Typically, people run Echo. This is a very popular Echo site. Leader on the Maestro instead is a bit of a different flavor. The problem with Maestro is that typically the attackers have access to the site very, very quickly. And so typically they have a lot of time to locate and deal with those Maestro cams.
Wolves, can you really try and
Now, we did see the Flores drones like run through. I don't know if they actually caught the bubbles or not.
but may as well have the confidence of locking that in when the other teams have slightly faltered.
We're focusing on the roam clear at the moment. We may not even get to the site execute, so the Maestro thing may not matter.
Surprise, Bibu gets one more before
Nice C4. Leader gets a frag. Was he up top here, Leader?
3 versus 1, a minute.
Yeah, he sure is.
None of it to be
Nice play from him.
again. Wolves with
Really good trades with that C4 especially was really nice.
rotation of 3. They're making sure that every round counts. They know how important this is.
Again, Navi have every
Bit of a funnel in push from the top, like top clear there from Wolves.
going in this. It is do or die. It's all the adrenaline just kicking in round after round after round because they need to show up here. And Wolves, they are clearly not happy about the process that's going on because that is still something that you can always practice with.
What's the tactical timer it's called? 45 seconds. Have a quick check. But what's exactly going wrong? Now, they did take care of the initial utility down on the actual site. 2 bulletproofs, or rather 2 ET rounds up. 2 would cement them.
You loves bar stage and hates CCTV. I mean, I don't even hate that. CCTV sucks. CCTV is such a bad site. I feel like this map just has 2 awful sites. I do think that CCTV, I don't know. They're both bad. Hard to say which one's better. It's probably personal preference.
It's getting close. I mean, statistically, they were the lowest chance to make it today out of the teams that could. But especially after that,
CC has fallen out of favor for all regions for sure.
but we've seen statistical anomalies today. And
Wonder what the stats are on that.
I mean, we've seen statistical anomalies last stage as well with a 4% run of G2. It's never over until it's over, right? It's
Eminem once again trying to secure themselves in that final day as well. It's just that sort of consistency here. You've got
So in Europe,
the surprise strikes of EUL.
CCTV
Once again,
least played.
their pace is still
In
fairly
NA, CCTV
just that sort of final moments.
more plays than bar stage, but it's close. In Brazil,
A killer's been put forward or traded out. It seems like there's always a Na'Vi person.
CCTV has more plays than both bar stage and gym bedroom.
Already hasn't quite been able to
So
have a
CCTV is the second site there.
only saying that in comparisons towards the games he is pretty much
APAC South, CCTV, APAC South, bar stage only got played once. Only one play ever in Clubhouse in APAC South. Kind of a small sample size.
first time to see that central beam still be up after being
APAC North,
times out away.
3 plays Clubhouse overall. Bar stage was the least popular. CCTV was close though. So it's only Europe that has bar stages more than CCTV cash. LATAM does love CCTV.
Let them know that they're still there.
Japan doesn't know how to play bar stage.
Let them drone. Let them.
I'm not confident the Europeans know how to play bar stage either. Well, I mean, I don't think there is a good way to play bar stage. The Europeans are probably the best at it.
a cleaner idea of just where these players are. Maybe that was
I don't know. I don't think they make the site look good, but I also don't think any region makes CCTV cash look good. They're both just awful sites.
when the panic hits the fan, sort of throwing in and hoping for doubles. Let's play our game. We know it very well. Let Na'Vi see if they can try and counterplay it.
Mowgli's finding himself in construction leader and Kaya.
Fury got to the major on it.
Here off the hedge.
Might have been it, yeah.
But he does drop. So in the meantime, taking some damage.
The one bar stage in APAC was a loss. In APAC South, that is.
Logistics side of things.
So maybe they were attacking bar stage on the side of Fury, but they wouldn't have been defending it.
That might be like the big decisive factor there. If he does hop over, he's going to find himself in a crossfire. So he probably will have to go for.
All right, it's the same push from Na'Vi. It's similarly slow, despite the fact that they have not been losing players early. T3B still went for T3B. Teb still went for a big play. He did eat a bunch of damage and didn't get a kill. Bibu finds the opener this time, though. Doesn't get the wall open, and he is out of Suryas. Their utility clear has been kind of bad. Jacuzzi wall is just not going to get open unless they can get P4 over. And P4 may be there already. I'm not sure where he's at.
Seeing if they can try and lock out Teb in the C4. Teb is able to win that fight.
Teb is a great roamer. He's having so much impact in this game. I really like Teb. All right, Wolves are in sight. They should win this. There's almost no way to lose this. Okay, they don't have Logi. They don't even have anybody looking at Logi. What the fuck? Dude, that's so crazy. This guy just never got in the building. Cool. Wolves take sight. But they never pressure Logi at all. T3B continues to frag. Continues to be an excellent roamer. Weird calls from Wolves. I just want to check, was it T3B on the Jaeger? No, Skitty.
Anybody under the bus. But when the 7-1 happened, we were sitting backstage. The desk was there. It's like, oh, but they're up against Wolves. 2 rounds. That's very likely to happen against them.
I'm trying to work out who you're doing an impression of.
Not doing any impression.
I don't know. That just sounds like it could be Anne.
Well, Anne doesn't speak like that.
No, Anne's a mime. They don't speak at all.
Exactly. Well, I was going to say as well, Anne is probably the worst person to be a mime because she just giggles at everything.
Yeah. I'm the worst person to be a lion tamer because I just run up and want to pet them.
Trap lineup being brought from Na'Vi as they hold onto the bottom floor, similar to what they brought last time. In fact, I think it's the exact same op lineup to what they brought last time. I'm not sure. They definitely had like the Legion and the Capcan. Double C4s as well.
Now I actually just wanna bring it to the next time I see Parker. I need to find a way so
I think you would love it.
well.
They're getting a little bit of a late reinforcement here around over to the top of CC.
T3B playing in Rafters. It's not so much of a rat spot as what he's played in the past, but it is still, of course, a very solo, aggressive roam. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him, and very quickly, Wolves are opening the wall to make more angles of attack onto this guy. Shinka's outside the cash window. I mean, there's a lot of ways for T3B to die. T3B should die without getting anything here. His best play is probably just to chill out and waste as much time as possible. Yeah. I was gonna say if he's feeling ballsy, he can stand up and try to take a fight, which he did, and he lost. He was 6-1 though, so I don't blame him for trying. This may be the one round that Wolves win on attack though. This may be their one round.
There was nothing he could do except for stay prone and probably waste some more time, but he tried to take the fight, got punished for it. Now sending up to Nave, still up above, but Skitty playing around the stock as well.
Oh no, no. Okay, good. I was sure that guy was just gonna get a free rat kill. But no, they clear up the roamers. Utility was used really well. Drones were used really well. I thought Bibu's utility especially. He's been, you know, by far the best player on Wolves, 6-3 at the moment.
Will he get the strike? He gets one down. He's looking for the second fight and pre-fights the angle to get out of there. A huge bite back. They're able to get at least one. Make sure it isn't the 5 versus 3 on the side. Skitty is looking for the next as well there. Dancing and pre-firing either side of the generator. He's a player happy to take fights and expressions of it at this point as well. You can see them sort of pulling and beating back. A single player is left around the bathroom. By the looks of it, it's Leader caught out.
All right, bit of a sold round from Na'Vi. T3B and Nafe, they try something very aggressive. It doesn't work out. I would say that's okay, but obviously with every single round mattering so much here for Na'Vi, it does hurt losing one on attack. As we come to find out, it doesn't really matter.
So they need to find a different way in, and it seems like it will be the blue steps, but Skitty is still playing out there, but gets taken out quickly. That means blue's now under control. If they manage to extend this, yes they do. Mowgli just walking by the EDD.
He was feeling himself. Don't say that you wouldn't do the same thing. Don't act like you wouldn't have gotten those 2 picks and also just ran through the goddamn doorway. Your mind is not on, I wonder if there's a trap on this door. He gets one and then dies. That's my prediction. Nope, not even one. Not patient enough on the trigger finger. He loses that regardless, but...
You are on death's door now, Na'Vi. Every round counts.
And Heroic will see that as well, because they would be the ones to profit from another Wolves round in qualifying themselves to the major. And Na'Vi, you have one more round.
They go back to bar stage. They really like it.
The fundamental map of C.
Fair enough. They're again rocking the Maestro over the Echo. Usually the Echo plays like down in the basement or strip or something. Usually the Echo plays really far away. Leader was actually like roaming top floor, which is surprising because obviously the plant tunnel does not work if the Maestro dies because you can't use the lasers. So
if they were a bit too complacent with blue, didn't end up to be the case. Taken down. Suddenly, it's only one player left on Na'Vi. And suddenly there's only 0 rounds left that you can afford to lose on Navi's side.
Na'Vi just have to be perfect for 3 rounds. And given that they've been perfect for 4 before the last, then that's like pretty doable.
Na'Vi, they've played very, very well to get to this point. The 4 rounds they had, it wasn't that Wolves hadn't shown up, it's that Na'Vi just kept on being problems.
Na'Vi have like, I don't think it's been a terrible half from Wolves. I think they played well. I don't think they've been, I don't know, they've been struggling to like really take initiative, I feel like, on a lot of these rounds. Na'Vi was playing a really fast and kind of aggressive game, and it's taken a long time for Wolves to kind of figure that out. But Wolves weren't making any real mistakes, right? They were just getting caught by like kind of dumb shit, to be honest. Like T3B was being really annoying and dumb, but like that's like the right thing to do, you know? Dumb is not a negative here. What's up, Trinity? I agree. Europeans are stinky and bad, but what can you do?
destruction is what they're hoping to aim for here if they want to get a plan down onto the stage area. It seems like they have that in hand. However, there are still roamers up on that top floor, and they need to be cleared out. We can hear the pressure starting to crack its way across Mowgli. He's been in this position quite a lot. He hasn't found the biggest pockets of success, but the previous round was definitely, well, maybe a bit of a difference maker. I think it was 3 kills here, and he might see if he can try and lead in against Skiddies. Sort of dabbling and dancing back and forth. Rise is offering some width and some support.
Rise? Long gunfight against Kayak.
You can see leaders in a position there alongside it.
I was going to say it's been a better clear of the top floor because they haven't lost anybody yet, but just as I say that, they lose Mowgli. If they can get that trade, though, if they can get something here, it's okay to lose Mowgli. You don't want to lose Rise, but if you lose anybody else, it's like kind of fine. Even if you lose Rise, it's not the end of the world. The biggest deal is just getting these guys out of the top floor. And Skiddy's now gone. Your push on this side is like pretty easy. You just need to make sure you have top so that your plant doesn't just get denied. There's still 2 roamers up on this top floor, plus... yeah, they can play around main stairs. No way, dude. God, leader is really good on this Zelda. They're also just like walking at him. Like, I don't know whether they're not throwing nades or whatever, but, you know. Still impressive.
Separate them from the major. Wolves, they're a bit too eager on taking the full top 4 under control, whereas they might have been able to get away with just putting someone up in that window, stop them from using that hatch and instantly going for a plant on the stage area. Because 3 or 4 players of Wolves are playing upstairs, only 1 in the kitchen. But either way, well done by Na'Vi. They put those gunfights into the faces of Wolves. And
I do think Wolves have been a little, like, lacking in creativity. Like, on all their pushes have just been, like, default ops. We're walking at you. We're taking fights. Like, a Capitao there would have been sick. Any nades, like, Nook is still unbanned, so it would have been fine. I don't know. It felt like there were, like, other options, or they never really bothered exploring.
example, it is going to be Church Nurse. A lot of hatches you need to take care of. A vertical play that is difficult to deal with as well. Especially with the looming threat of a potential C4s being tossed out from underneath as you're opening up. Now combine that with some of these Velcro cameras being tossed in from P4 and Wolves having the exact knowledge of where these attackers are going to be coming from. It's going to be double so dangerous. It is going to be tense. It really went from this idea of theoretically Wolves are going to have all this energy and they're just going to sort of swing in. They don't do anything by a half measure.
Round 7.
But here, Na'Vi have
Immediately to Church Arsenal, and this is the round that Na'Vi lose their spot at the major.
so tense because of everything else going on. It's a single round.
Na'Vi attacking Church Arsenal. They need to win the next 2 rounds in a row. If they can do that, they go to the major. If they lose either one of those rounds, then their major hopes are over. And it starts great. Nafe with a headshot on a P4 who didn't know what was going on. That's the power of Nook.
Rise has a rough idea. He's trying to hold on to an angle, but
And now he's down at the site already. Nafe feeling himself, feeling that major spot.
Bibu's going to pay some attention to. Looks away.
No way. Siege timing absolutely screws Nafe. Probably should have heard the sprinting in from the mute, but sometimes the Siege gods disagree.
Must have been. He probably thought it was coming from his back, but instead it was his front. And as Rise now takes
Oh no, and then Rise is exactly what Na'Vi were doing in defense. Just poking up from the site, making sure that pressure's always on for the attackers.
up against Wolves,
Making it so difficult, dude.
Wolves leading onto their defense, still with C4s in pocket they can use of any verticality.
Nice spot on the cam.
To be used. The Skitty pushes in. He hopes to open up on blue. He needs to find a kill. He's checking patiently, finding out some utility as well. But the right
Pushing blue here is so tough. Where is everybody else? That's the question. Are they kitchen? No, they're going main. I like main. Losing your can openers means that kitchen's going to be kind of tough to get. Because one impact in this whole hatch is just not open, so it's a lot safer to go main here. Main, hopefully you already have the... No, they're going to have the stock hatch closed? No, stock hatch must have been open. Right? No, it's got to be closed. How did Nafe get in there? Because they wouldn't have had any way to open it. Okay, it's open. I think the defense opened it.
Circulating whatever they drive. They want to make sure that it's the correct one. Pulls back at the last second again. Mowgli's trying to find a fight.
It's a little odd for the defense to open it, but it's not like crazy. It's not unheard of.
It's locked close here, and Kayaki wants to take the fight, but sooner or later he's just gonna have to take the fight. It's a shotgun.
They're stalling. You can tell that they've gotten a little nervous.
There's the drop. There's the hold.
And they just swing and take a 50-50, which like they don't really feel confident in doing. Now Bibu holds the kit. They have no idea where he went, and they have lost their spot at the major. GG's.
Heroic. You got a French side to thank for your plane tickets, Navi. I know it feels like the end of the game. It's the end of their run and their chances for the major, and they gave it a hell of a fight. But unfortunately for them and a roster that was brought together at the start of this split, fight's done.
The fight's still on for this game, though. I'm sure that Nate will be kicking himself over that one a little bit because he had that early entry, then probably got confused by sound. Thought it was coming from his back, was a bit paranoid. I mean, there was no support with him either. Like, he was all alone in the base.
So when can you conditionals like C1, C2, C3 and if statements in Excel?
And he chose wrong. And that cost him.
What do you mean?
Because otherwise you would have taken that BB, otherwise
Like
that
if
would have
this
been
and if that and if that? Or if this or this or this or this?
still fifth
I feel like
place.
always, right?
It is some
I mean, it's like any other coding language.
not gonna be qualifying them.
Obviously, it has its differences, but it's like,
However, it is always
I don't know, it's got all the basics.
top half of the table rather than the bottom half. And so we'll have to set their sights on the open qualifiers of the Sixth Invitational and of course next year at the same time. Now, Wolves
Okay.
are deciding to run the bar and stage again, setting themselves up all over the top floor, needing to make sure they wish to waste as much time as possible, but also have the opportunity to hold on to that top floor. Because, I'll again mention it, those hatches are really important. Those are direct tools you can use to stop any fight from happening. That's going to be a better trick. At least one successful. Probably this one will blow up. The second one to be destroyed. It leaves them a small window to look through.
Yeah, just took the damage, took care of two and a bit Selmas. Technically, it's the energy that comes across there.
Bar stage for round number 2. At this point, the game doesn't really matter. I mean, it never really mattered for Wolves, but
Off the side and gives them
you know how it goes.
a chance to punish.
Play a very aggressive lineup here. Very different from the lineup we were seeing from Navi. A lot of guns being brought.
Bit of energy that's removed from the wind and the sails. You can only imagine at this point, as we do have now every single team confirmed.
I see. Yeah.
Heading towards the major.
Planting 5v5. Phone calls are ringing, and nobody stops it. Mowgli tries, but Nafe is watching it, so like that's why you typically run an echo on this site, so that shit like that doesn't just happen.
Because constriction was not being held by the Wolves.
Well, that's it. It's supposed
So
to
Kayak plants 5v5 on the Nook.
they can try and swing and juke their way through Shinka.
Wolves have Valk,
Is sort of holding onto one side, but Bibu's had the
but
impact this game.
I mean it's obviously a Nook, right? So you're not gonna necessarily see that. At least not gonna see the entrance.
Tab and Kayak finds one more. It's Shinka now caught off by Kayak, and a trade back on from Rise. He's looking towards the kid, but he's out of time. Navi put themselves on map point. The things that could have been.
If only
So scary, man. So shitty that that was like the round they won right after. It's literally one round away for Navi to taking it.
that could have been the game now. But what could have been?
Oh well, I like the fact that Heroic are going. I would have liked to see Heroic and Navi. I think both are exciting teams, but
It's not
I like
looking to lock this game
Heroic a lot.
still. You know, it is of course a bit of pill to swallow as you get knocked out for the major, but they still want to win this game. They still want to show the growth they've had throughout the stage because they lost their big players over the last 2 years. They had to pick up a lot of fresh talent, and that requires some time to get into the rhythm, to get into just the environment. And that's what they've been working at. But it started to work out more and more for them, where they even found themselves in a position where they could have been qualified for the major.
Round 9.
if they lost one less round.
This game goes 7-5, eh? It goes all the way to 12. God damn.
Start looking back at every other game, every clutch you've lost.
It's like the famous phrase, every vote matters, every round matters.
Every round matters.
If Na'Vi look it out on this round and the difference of them making a major across the whole split, however many rounds was played, is one round. It's a tough thing to swallow, sure, but at the same time, it shows how competitive this stage has been. That
I agree.
it's settled in the second to last game by a difference of a round.
But imagine if M&M would have been the team that lost out on one
Okay.
round. And imagine how
We got a
many
pretty
rounds
aggressive
they would have
lineup.
had
Of
another
course, you've got the dock being brought in. We do have new dock changes in play, so you will be able to heal full 120 HP or whatever it is, 140 I think, off of one stim pistol.
They might be looking at that as, okay, this could be the
Using EMPs, they want to get this wall open quick, and they are doing just that. Very efficient opening of the Jacuzzi wall. Those mute jammers being no problem for Nafe and for Kayak. So that's step one done. Are they going to try to clear all the way over from CCTV cache? I don't believe they are, based on current positions. I think they're going to try to cut it off here at construction, which gets a little dangerous, especially since you only really have can openers to open this wall with. They smoke drop into their own fire? No. No, it's a Vulcan. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? No. I'm pretty sure that was not a... I don't think they dropped into a cap can. Or to a Capitao bolt. I'm pretty sure they dropped in a Vulcan got exploded. Which is really annoying. Probably should have seen that before they dropped, but I think they hot dropped it. I'm not sure.
very amazing performance from Leader, but
They go down a little bit preemptively anyways. Na'Vi, they're not going to win this round.
specifically on the defense. As the first kill comes through, he's left with very little HP to try and make the rest happen. So, looking unlikely like he'll actually be able to pick it up, but at least he has the talent shield to play with. First kill through, Beaver will find him, and it's going to be another round for the Wolves. Now, of course, they were already knocked out on Navi's side, but still wanted to lock it off early. Still another couple of opportunities to do so, though. To pick up the
Nice the Wolves were like so ready for that. They had the Vulcans set up. They were all good to stop that.
Okay, Na'Vi, can you lock it out? There's 3 rounds.
20 points off would be tough.
3 good blows, and then you've always got to look at this as well of, you know, there's other competitions. There's SI, there's open quals, there's moments. They might not have the major, but this was a roster that, you know, for a lot of people's perspective on Na'Vi, lost the driving factors and force of their team. They've had major changes, and sure, the players that they've picked up, like Leader, have been ones that have been highlighted as driving factors in a new
20 points they don't get because top 4 in APAC gives 215 instead of 225.
you know,
Wait, what?
It's one of those seasons where everybody just has to get into the rhythm.
exactly.
It's like,
Top 4 in APAC gets the same as like top 4 in every other region, right? It's just the top 2 in APAC. Right?
as you'd call it.
Oh, Na'Vi. To be fair, the old Na'Vi didn't make it either in the roster GT.
No. No, they're not that successful either. The new Navi actually...
NAL 225.
At this point.
Wait, it's only 215?
Looking to increase on that throughout this round.
I guess technically.
Oh,
some of the
wait,
other
what?
Na'Vi- Na'Vi-
Yeah,
A little pocket of
Wait,
Na'Vi.
why?
at least a bit
But
of
that's like the
Navi.
old.
Wait, why does APAC top 4 only get 215?
13 plus.
No, not at all. So we push on. It's the basement again that Navi will
And then it's 205 for third, 145 for fourth.
pushing through the strip club, trying to take control of that first floor, the top floor, not
That's
receiving
crazy.
much love as of yet.
APAC really does not get a lot, do they?
Pity. Very long angle with
It's a bad system for APAC, man. It's just a bad system.
not an assault rifle like most attackers.
Yeah, it's not the
It's okay.
best one on that lineup that you'd want taking this
It's okay.
engagement, but I don't think they expected to take that engagement, to be honest. It was a spray.
UB loves EU and NA.
Sort of flexing a little bit, putting some stress down. And, well, they're all generally running with SMGs of their own, so it's not like the Aruni was hitting hard.
Pushing through. Navi taking the top floor slowly.
The whole idea of like sub-regions shouldn't exist.
Seconds or 15 seconds have passed by now.
It's sub-regions that fuck everything over.
Right on schedule, but they do need to quickly head towards that first
Like LATAM gets fucked over because its points are being distributed to like Mexico and South America. Or Brazil gets fucked over for that reason.
That's exactly what they're doing, just opening themselves a different
APAC gets fucked over because it's so many different regions APAC gets fucked over because it's so big and it's treated as equivalent to like NA and EU, despite the fact that it has way more teams and way more regions.
Towards where they can apply it towards the site itself. There's some of the impact tricking. It's ready to
I don't know, man.
against the hatch, and there's a good take and a bit of pull back there. The pressure, it's going to be a bit back and forth for a while here. The second impact and the angle just forced away at the very end there. Mowgli's got one more that he's tempted to roll, but with the ping coming round onto the side of Oil Pit, he realizes there might be something else. Oh,
P4, the opener from below.
angle, they thought it was a bit
They're not getting the hatch open now, are they? Oh my god. Kayak dying is like actually the most worst player to lose there. That just completely ruins the push. They can no longer drop kitchen. Right? Because the hatch is closed still. Oh, maybe it's open. Maybe he got it off before he died. It looks like he did.
Will be out there. Smokes are coming through though, and that means the execute is upon us. To have the first one to enter, but P4 prone on the
Nice from P4. That's a double kill from him.
Diffuser now down on the main stairs.
Time is really low. I definitely feel like Na'Vi like lost all initiative as soon as they lost the 7-1.
Especially if Mowgli takes down one more. It's only up to
God
Skitty
damn,
now.
P4.
With 10 HP to play with. It's not gonna last. People shuts him down. That's Wolves for yet another round.
Feels like at this point Na'Vi have lost their drive with Major out of their hands.
Yeah, you mentioned like 3, and then every other league is
Okay,
a laugh.
hold up. Let me
You don't play tier 1 siege or tier 2 siege.
You don't play any competitive siege just to have fun.
The only siege that's fun, siege with your buds.
I mean, siege in competitive can also be fun.
Yeah, if you're playing with your buds. If you're fresh and friends.
I don't know. I've never played. I've heard I've been blacklisted from the start.
He's laughing.
Bar stage, they run it back. We know Wolves are going to win this round because this game does end 7-5.
It never truly ends. Now after the tactical
So we'll try to see ourselves an impressive bar stage defense. Maybe we'll be convinced the site is actually really good. The castle's kind of interesting.
in a way another up, because that's it. At this point, the game is in motion. If you don't take it out on this round,
He's only put down 3 barricades. There's one at the end of the
really ramps it up a little.
kitchen hall. I remember the original play that actually won bar stage. It was some LATAM team. And they put the castle barricade on the end of the kitchen hall, and they prepped it. This was before the rework. So then as soon as the attackers like got into, or was it before the rework? Yeah. It was when it was still in stock. So the attackers got into stock, and then as soon as they actually got there, the guy just like punched down the barricade, ran through the flank, and just like killed everybody. And nobody expected it because they'd never seen that before because it's bar stage and nobody played that. It was bar stock at the time.
Keys to be used, but the Selmas are going to be called off by the Bennett charges anyway. That's 3 now currently placed on. Has the opportunity to replay.
Does he trick these? No. They use the EMPs properly, and the wall will get opened. No worries. Na'Vi have been very good at like opening the wall. That's not typically been their problem. They've got to collapse. I feel like both these teams have been very like one-dimensional. They're clear of the top floor. Like I feel like just doing like coming from cash is like what's most important. That said, T3B was in con and just died, so it's no guarantee. It did down Bibu, but I don't think he's too concerned. Everybody else seems to have fallen. They were hoping to bait a swing, but it didn't happen. Interesting they both played that same Maestro strat. Both Wolves and Na'Vi. I wonder if that's like more common in Europe. Because I haven't really seen it before, but it looks like both these teams are very used to it.
Around an aggressive hold on the top floor, sure. But this, now they're retaking. Now they've pulled themselves back in. They knew where the kit had to go. They knew when they needed to take the fight. They played the timer and the man there, and whether it was a call on the intel or just well played together.
That sucks. That double sucks. Although they may not even be close enough to know where that is. They probably are. There's also a cam that just caught him from behind, which I guess he forgot about. I don't really know.
That was just retaken by Wolves.
that will put us up onto a 6-5 scoreline. Certainly Wolves only one away from equalizing the score, picking up a point here as well, pushing us towards overtime. And now that one round where Na'Vi had the opportunity to put themselves at the match point earlier, but Bibu shut them down from motorcycle, starts to hurt more and more.
Gym bedroom, our final round.
Did not help.
We won't get to overtime with this one. We know that.
By Wolves, that will be their sides. That will be their final defensive side, unless we head towards overtime. If Na'Vi can lock it off here, it is still going to be 3 points for them. Sadly, not enough to make it to the major, but at least it will be a bit of a, consolation considering that they have grown throughout this stage. They did get so close. And they can start putting their eyes upon next year or even the open qualifiers to find some success there.
That's it. There's little pockets of siege. There's always roots, and if this was the, the long conversation that we always have about teams that are shaping, long projects and siege, the payoff that comes at the end of a long slog of a year, this is one of them.
Gym bedroom.
Head back on.
I was thinking it was over, and I wanted to at least wear my head, and then the glasses fell off.
The glasses have fallen off. There you go.
Last time they played this, I think the same operator lineup. Very aggressive, right? They want to be able to take some fights here.
I'll give it some attention.
You've got your Doc.
If I don't get attention.
Doc looks like he's playing Logi, I think.
Na'Vi one round. We talked about
All the possibilities for the last SI spots? Yeah, for sure.
There was 2 that were needed at the end here. This could make 4 rounds in a row. A sort of paradiddle response from the top of the game where Na'Vi were able to take the first 4 before there was a break in the momentum. This is almost a mirrored reflection along the halfway line. Here,
What was up with that Flores drone? It looks weird. Maybe that's just the way it looks top down.
Aggressively against the approach. Tabby's just clearing off the utility so that long range pressure can start to come across. The hope and the catch on the hatch drop.
Heroes, they're used to dislocate the players that were playing inside a cash room, potentially to give yourself a bit of an opportunity to move in quicker as well. And as the Mew Jammers get
It's been very slow on this take. I'm kind of surprised this is the one the Na'Vi win. There's got to be like some overextension from Wolves or something. Like a minute 45, you're just getting cash wall open. That's crazy. Like all there was a Mew Jammer on it, right? If there even was a Jammer. I didn't see it. It doesn't look like there was.
Na'Vi are regrouping themselves, or at least rotating around a little bit to try and find a different approach towards the site.
Leader's gonna go, what, up main? Mowgli should die. Looks like Nave knows that he's here. Yeah, Nave definitely knows he's here. Okay, awkward, but they get him. The intel seems pretty strong here, which is nice. They do have a lot of drones up.
Roughly 2 minutes, just shy of, to hunt the first player down. The site itself. Obviously, is still
They're gonna get Logi nice and open.
Antithesis to before. This time they got a very clean take on the faraway player off the site. Now they gotta see if they can try and
So although it's taken some time, I mean, they have all the angles that they want, right? They have Con. They have Logi. Do they have Jacuzzi? They don't. Jacuzzi's overrated. They don't need it. They've got Master Windows. They've got Con. They've got Logi. It's going to make the angles kind of tough. Now, this low time combined with the Vulcans is going to be a problem. The attackers are going to pop the Vulcan themselves. They don't want to give the defenders a chance to do it. Skitty pushes. Good God. I think that surprise play really catches Rise off guard, gets him killed. Main push does nothing. There's the window play. Conside takes are just, I think, so much better than this. They did open Jacuzzi late. I say better than this. I shouldn't have said that. Better than, like, Jacuzzi focuses. Surely he doesn't win this. It's so late. They don't know where the impacts are. He is... What? Why did he think it's in... You saw him leave the gym. And he sprints up and takes it. Wow. Kind of a bad 1v1 from Bibu. He probably should have won that, but oh well. Finding the Vault Cam, kind of huge there from Nafe.
side before he went for the plant. If he had not done that, that impact would have been right underneath him. That would have been the end of it as well. That would have been us going towards overtime. But Navi,
All right, Navi, shut it down.
they find 3 points, but they will only be stuck in 5th place. That means no major for them, but at least a lot of growth.
We are then going to watch the final playdate, or the final game here, which I think was kind of a shit show. I don't really know.
Throw it over to the desk.
We'll find out.
This way, right? Yeah. Throw it over to the desk after a quick break.
Cool. Our final map is going to be G2 versus Outsiders. And we will watch it even though it doesn't have any implications. It should still be interesting. Everybody loves watching G2 lose. I think they win this, but everybody loves watching G2. And it is Bank. We haven't seen Bank all day, so I'm excited. Hey.
Time to be a little bit more put together than their opponents. The CIS region went for a long time without major changes towards two of the biggest, most major teams, and it's only really the recent splits and with what happened at the start of the year that sort of shaped the face. And
Okay.
the first time we're seeing that region come back towards strength.
Yeah, they're starting to work.
How did Outsiders do this stage overall?
It's going to be good to see whether or not.
Outsiders finished 8th. It's not ideal. Hey.
Whether or not they are going to be able to find themselves.
And he's trying to eat my mouse cord.
Start attending majors again, for example. But that will have to wait until next year.
Hey. No.
Neither of these two
No.
teams is going to be able to make it. TT9 just picked up their first point as well, though, at the stage. Also, the last points they'll be able to get this stage or this year. Now.
All right, we playing on Bank. They're playing Basement to start things off as a heavy roam strategy. Did we see Bank already today? I actually think we did. And he's like on the other, she's like behind the computer. I'll grab her if she comes this way. But no promises on that. Apologies.
Trying to get themselves an early bite and a take here. The thing about this hold is Outsiders holds. It's not that they're predictable, but they're sometimes a bit.
What is this half split as well? It's a 3-3.
They need to not overextend themselves into the swings. Trust that they can try and catch
Hey.
the Outsiders players on a push comes to shove basis, which, for all intents and purposes, the guns of both these rosters are good.
So with the pulse, this is interesting. It gives them a little bit more information on like when they need to fall off. If the pulse dies, then like you lose it, but at the same time, like he can also be useful for the anchor position. So I kind of like the idea of playing the pulse aggressive on the top floor. It's a cool thought. I don't think I've seen a team do this before. Obviously, we see pulse and we see people playing that spot, but like the pulse in that spot's kind of new. Doki may, yeah, like Doki has a bit of an intel advantage on that fight. He gets traded, but like you take that. That's Thatcher gone. That's huge.
Citizens able to find Pasha, and for the first moment, Akila's gone without a question or an answer.
Thatcher's gone and Maverick's gone. It's, I mean, you didn't bring Kaid, so it's not the end of the world, but it would have been huge. Otherwise, also leaving that soft is very weird. They still had 3 reinforcements as well. Like that's not gonna be your escape route. It's really weird they actually left that soft. It does make a difference too because they had pretty limited hard breach with the Mav dying. If G2 lose this round, leaving that hatch soft is like, I don't know. It's not gonna be not part of it. It's like definitely impactful. We'll see if they like get the plant down or what. The other Russian game was on bank? Yeah, okay. Whatever, I like bank. Rask drops the hatch and gets the kill. The hatch that shouldn't have been able to get opened. Because they should have, like, they wanted to save their hard breach for the plants. G2 are actually going to lose this because they don't reinforce the hatch. What a fucking team. Oh, they still might win. Who does this favor? This is tough. They will get Citizen, so it's going to be a 1v3, but it's heavy position advantage for always. They're going to have to send 1 or 2 players up the main stairs. They're sending 1 now. They're sending him to top floor. They're sending Alamo top floor. Wait, does this work? Does this get a kill? He's got to find this guy. He can't do it. All right, well, that'll do it. Sure, they win this post plant. Blur just kind of steals it away from Alamo. They almost lost that because they didn't reinforce the hatch, though. I just got to say, that's wild. I wonder if Fresh hit on that on the desk. Fresher and.
However, just outside of reach of the cardiac sensor time and time again, luckily did another player was out there to actually take on the gun fight, because otherwise that would have been outsiders taking out that first round potentially, because the time was getting quite low. That's their first on the board.
Man advantage is the big thing there. Being able to take down both the Mav and the Thatcher did limit them to an extent. Just killing 2 bodies is kind of the biggest thing there. Killing the bodies and then wasting all the time that you wasted as well. That's all that really matters. But very scary. Yeah, Alamo did not spot him on the scanner. Alamo was just kind of wasting his time. It could have worked. It could have worked from Alamo. I think it probably would have worked if Blur didn't steal the kill first. Not really a big deal. I like the creative pulse play though. I like the creative pulse play coming in from Alamo. I think it did. I think it did help them get those initial kills on the roam.
As a reminder as well to everybody watching this, at the end of the show, we'll be drawing the major groups. Yeah. I think it's worth mentioning now that keep yourself tuned in after this game. Tell your friends if they want to watch the major draw right here, right now. Well, they can't.
Final review, or do we skip to this one? What do you mean?
They got time to get themselves here, get themselves
No, we've done every game from the play day, except for this one, obviously. What do you want a final review of, though?
Is that how it's pronounced?
Many different pronunciations around.
That is not how it's pronounced,
That one that's
apparently.
furthest away.
Okay. Gentiping?
Emmy has no idea how to pronounce this place's name.
Something like
Yenshipping.
it's at least a chopping part.
I thought it was a Young shipping.
The yun is called.
John Kenping.
No. Let's just quit that. We'll practice something.
All I know is that you're not supposed to say the J, you're not supposed to say the K.
After this game,
Young
what will
shipping.
happen?
Oh, are you saying this is the final VOD review? Oh. Yes, it took me a minute. No.
Find another one. 3.
Flacco, I'm dumb. I'm dumb in the way I read it. Don't apologize. That's on me. This is our final review. Yes.
Pick up with the pistol, make sure he cements that kill in the
It's been a fast day of EUL, honestly. There was a 7-1, there was a 7-2. It's just not a very long day.
Find themselves with a massive disadvantage. 2 players down.
I think especially at the start, Wolves versus Na'Vi went pretty fast. Like the rounds were very fast themselves. But yeah, we're starting map 5 of our VOD review 4 hours and 15 minutes into the stream, and we spent like 45 minutes at the start just doing just getting excited for the groups. Anyways, everybody on G2's died. This roam has not gone their way at all, and this should be GG. If they clutch this, then I don't know what to say. Outsiders are trolls.
There's the chase, there's the hunt, and there's the man who shoots and somehow still gets the body. I thought he'd sort of thrown himself out there by going for the camera that was just tucked onto the top of the wall. The C4 doesn't quite get it. The grenade doesn't either. A trade of explosives, but both are able to tell the tale of a bit of a fear.
What are my thoughts on the major groups? I like them. I think Group A should be relatively free for Sonics, which is good because Sonics never make it out of groups. They need the handicap. But it'll be an interesting fight for the second slot between, I think, Kag and Eminem, and maybe Black Dragons as well. I think Group B should be pretty easy. TSM Liquid. Group C is the group of death. Absolutely bloodbath there between SSG, BDS, and W7M. I think W7M, SSG make it out, but it's hard to call for sure. I think it depends how Liquifact does on lane. And then Group D should be pretty set in stone for FaZe and Wolves, I would say. Was SI the only time Sox made it out of groups at an event? I do believe so, yes. And that was an event where, of course, 16 out of 20 teams made it out of groups. So, not the hardest thing.
This side is a side that we have barely seen, and there is a very good reason for that. It is if we hop to the top 4 now. It is
Archives, Tellers.
Flooring right above it. And that means if the top 4 does fall in control of the attackers, it is going to be impossible for the defenders to play on the site. They need to be working with off angles to stop a plant from happening.
Oh, I feel like a sliver.
Quite difficult to achieve.
Ow.
But it doesn't scare G2 though. They'll still set themselves up. They still get the reinforcements and all the utility out there.
They made top 8 of that event. That they did. That they did. SI for Sonics was impressive. Won't take that away from them. Still, they do struggle getting out of groups at majors. Okay, round 3. Looks like the take is wanting to come up main stairs from dirt. I would bet from Rask. All right, Doki is down here, and unfortunately, Nook does not hide from Pulse. G2's Pulse plays are very fun. It's a different player each time, but hey, I like it. No faith on Direwolves? Yeah. Yeah, only having 1 week to prep with everybody feels really bad. I think Direwolves could surprise. I haven't seen I'm not confident enough in Direwolves, just given that they are still kind of a new team. It's not their first event, which I think is huge, but I'm skeptical. I think they have a tough group as well. I think they have a very tough group. I don't know. I'm hoping to be surprised by Direwolves. I'm hoping to be surprised, because I definitely know probably the least about Direwolves. Probably Fury, actually. I just think FaZe Wolves is a tough group.
C4 being pre-placed here, that is of course to wait for any of that verticality to start coming through.
Super Onigiri in the chat. How's it going, my friends? If Reaps can frag, then yay. If not, then no from your POV. Okay, fair enough. How do you feel about Fury? I feel like they have a very tough group. I think Fury got the hardest group. I think that Fury had like the worst luck. I think Fury has the toughest possible group. Does Direwolf make it out of Group A if they were the first seed? Ooh, if they got first seed instead of Cyclops? That's an interesting question. I think they do. Yeah, I think they do. I think Direwolves would make it out of Group A if they were there instead of Cyclops.
Yeah, it does. Takes care of always at the same time as Dan finding Alamau on the top run here. They've both got a lead in from very different angles, but Virtue putting the kit cold. Do they know about his position?
Direwolves definitely do. I mean, yeah. Direwolves got kind of scanned out of first seed.
Dan's able to find one more, but with 10 seconds to get the kit down, it's a great chance for denial here. Bashes inside the site. Milon kills Dan.
Surely with an Echo and a Pulse, they don't win this, right? Surely Outsiders don't win this. Oh, he's full blind, though. Doki actually does know where anybody is, which is ironic because he's on the Pulse. Yeah, okay, all right. They didn't really have the opportunity to use their utility, it felt like, in that 2v2. So it works out for VP. Or for outsiders.
Step along the way as he managed to just dodge him in his line of sight. There's going to be another round for outsiders, as you mentioned. You could get that plan down. The verticality was there. No one could play on site. And suddenly you're finding yourselves that the... Well,
Fury is in danger, but I believe them because we had a tough group in some events and we made it through. That's true, that's true.
and all the entry points being held. G2 now trailing by a round. Back towards the basement. The one side they managed to win, however, a plant still went down. And do not forget, it was about, well, 13 seconds left when the diffuser was initiated. That would have been a kill. If that would have been
We'll see. We'll see what it's like for Fury. I definitely have more faith in Direwolves than I do for Fury.
for outsiders, that could have been a 3-0.
But I think Cyclops are the most likely to make it out of the groups. I think it's tough for Sandbox too. I think Sandbox also got a pretty difficult group.
Have some of that momentum they can try and control. I think G2, they're still keeping a pace, but it's always that thing here where you want to make sure that the players on the side of outsiders don't suddenly hit the ground.
Sandbox have heroic Liquid TSM. Liquid TSM just feels very, very tough. I think if TSM absolutely fall apart, then Sandbox have a chance. I don't see Liquid falling apart.
Gotta make sure that you keep that pressure hot. They've been able to find little bites and fights, but some of the gaps that they've left are ones that have ultimately been punished by outsiders' approach.
I could see TSM like having mental problems. I think it's very unlikely, but I think it's possible. Kag struggled in the Japanese league. That's true.
What I think they'll do. Oh, he got it with the Argus cam.
I don't know.
I see if he can snipe it out.
I think Kag are a team that can always surprise people, you know? I think Kag are a team that international opponents just really struggle with when they get to the big lands.
Snap decision and very snapped Rask. He had a good lead on the first bit, and unfortunately over the previous 2 rounds he hasn't quite been able to have the impact that he did to drive. Outsiders were still able to, I guess, turn one of those into a success story.
Opening pick on a Rask. I really like this hold from G2. They're like it's a basement hold, and they're like playing the Pulse top floor to try to feed kills to Citizen, and I think it's Doki up there with them. They're just like they're using Alamau as just a huge info gatherer so that they can win their roams. It's like most people do this with a Valk, but they do it with a Pulse, which is like kind of creative. Certainly riskier. I mean, your information is a lot shorter ranged.
90 seconds, it's back in a 4-on-4. The Pill's still on the board, will be able to provide some information, at least knows about one of these players.
He changed his name because he uses Intel CPU. What?
It's always as long gone, and he now is going to be aware of the fact they have information that someone was.
I see. He's just a big i9 fan. He just loves the CPU.
Sledge open up that exact angle with that C4 to lean grenades back in against the backboard and try and catch out a player that might be tucked in around the top of the hatch here. Outsiders, they're still sort of circling. It is an even body balance round at this moment in time. You can see they're putting in a bit of pace towards the rest of the drive here.
Indy just loves eating my mouse cord.
Obviously beneath, and at this moment,
So the questions: which teams do I need to pray to not make it out of the groups to elevate quals for SI? It needs to go very badly for Elevate to not make it out of SI. But you should be rooting against Heroic. You should be rooting against Cyclops. You should be rooting against Liquid. You should be rooting against Sandbox. You should be rooting against Sonics. You should be rooting against Direwolves, and you should be rooting against Space Station. 7. If at least, I don't actually know the exact math on it. Those are generally the teams that you want to do badly. Those 7 teams, which I know is a lot of teams. This is a close round. Wait, does Virtue win this? I don't think so, right? This is such a tough post plant. Oh. Where is Dan? Okay, Dan's not on the hatch. This is winnable. Yeah, that's a list of 7 teams, but even if like 5 or 6 of them make it out of the group, you've got decent chance.
Still just beeping and whirring on the floor. The first 2 pings and the pull back. The fight stands. And I said you don't.
All right, Dan. All right, Dan. Close it out.
Where he has gone above and beyond.
We're just going to ignore the fact that Milan blew himself up with a grenade right there because Dan just completely turned that round around. The plant had to go through. The smoke canisters were well distributed across the site. It was basically not a single safe space to go for a plant, but one, they found it.
They take the tack time out.
I'll take myself out of the equation for this one.
You know, even with the sloppiness of executed outsiders, which to be fair, do you remember, I think it was the Outsiders vs TT9 game on Club.
What's the take on the group setup? Any group particularly difficult? I think Group C is the group of death. I think Group C is very, very scary. I think SSG, W7M, and why am I blanking?
It's the opposite for Outsiders.
It's very stressful when there's only like 15 seconds left. There's 3
And BDS. I don't know. My brain's dead. I think all three of those teams are like in contention to win the whole thing. I think SSG, W7M, or BDS can all win it. I think Fury are gonna get some good experience in. I hope they have a great time. I hope they learn a lot. I hope that they get some valuable experience and can go into SI quals with their heads held high.
Went down, but then turned into the 1 versus 3 situation. So you still have a good bit of momentum, and Citizen's gonna be the first to try and
Okay, nice little play from Citizen, running out the garage. Man's got that energy. Takes down Pasha.
Who we've said has sort of had 2 big rounds and 2 suffered ones, but still 1 out. It's a different bit of momentum they got to play against, and Rask is at least able to get some revenge there.
Again, losing someone around the lobby. This is where they keep on losing their men count on G2's side. Just to quickly hop back though, yes, they used the Yokai drone. The Yokai drone was actually disabled outside, so you saw the Echo run after it to pick it up. So it could be used again, using the Ramedesh, of course, to make some early ground.
1-for-1, their plant denial is like not the greatest. They do have Yokais. Their smokes are going to be more important here.
But either way, it's been undone.
Toxic Babes are going to be crucial. They do have all of top floor on the side of Outsiders. They don't need Hard Breach to breach these walls even. So like it's all been left soft, which is a little bit weird. Especially since they still have 4 reinforcements they haven't used. G2 like continuously not using all their reinforcements on the site. But it is what it is. It's going to be a server take. Not the greatest of time. I mean, a full minute. I think with the wall closed and there's nothing really to burn except for Toxic Babes, it's fine. If there were like Vulcans or like a lot of C4s, I'd be a little worried, but you've only got to waste Toxic Babes. You need to get in and force Virtue to start throwing them soon, though. Like, you've got to start forcing these Toxic Babes. Like, the first one going out at 30 seconds is really bad, actually. You're going to have to go deep. You can, like, burn the second one and then go deep for the third if you want. Oh, my God, Doki. Like, you're not going to get this kit on the ground. Is this guy going to have any chance? No, okay. There goes the last Toxic Babe. Like, again, you... Oh, they tried to shoot it. Dan was waiting for it to come down so that he could shoot it. But I don't think he successfully got it. No. That was a cool idea from Dan. We're going to shoot the third Toxic Babe.
On the board, there's still Yokais. Someone needs to be pushing this side. And if you have Rask descending down the main stairs, that's a good start.
Yeah, the weird strat from Outsiders just to like wait out 3 Toxic Babes when you start your push at 30 seconds. That feels way too late.
Start approaching from one angle at a time. They can deal with that. They can put 2 guns towards that, whereas the smoke does the rest in stopping that plan from happening. And they did just that. Managing to find success. Now looking to find themselves an opportunity to equalize the score, bring it up to a 3-3 split before they head over towards the attack themselves.
Seeing Rogue flat like that today was difficult to watch. Spoit grabbing 3 kills the whole match and almost everyone going negative. They need a break to recharge. Yeah, it was a tough game for Spoit. I think the strats that Rogue were playing also really relied on their roamers winning. Like, Rogue played really heavy roam setups. And so the fact that their roamers were dying is, like, doubly bad, you know? It's like, it sucks that Spoit was so continuously put into such important positions, given that he was not having a good game. But I agree that I think they'll be, you know, I think the break may be helpful for them. It may help them recharge, may help them come back to SI stronger. My take on Rogue is like similar to my take on Xset or my take on Astralis or even my take on Elevate, you know? All great teams that sure didn't have the greatest of stages, but some time off may be able to help them out, right? Hopefully they'll be able to come back and play SI rejuvenated. Because all those teams should be going to the 6th Invitational. Wasn't long ago pushing 30 seconds was considered good with time, good on time. I'm glad those days are gone. Is this CEO? This looks like a CEO lineup. No, it's open. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say they don't really look like they're playing CEO. Wonder if G2 makes changes after SI. Probably, man. It's G2. I feel like they contractually have to make changes every 6 months. Like, it feels like they're just, like, required to for some reason. This team's answer to everything is make a change.
It's not the most common angle to suffer on the wrong end, but there needs to be pressure. There needs to be something that forces the G2 players through that tunnel.
And that's it, right? There need to force to be fallen back. And, well, for now, there's only a bit of window pressure coming on, but it's not going to be enough to push Virtue out of his position. He needs to be droned out before he starts to move. And then there needs to be pressure coming down through those walls as well. So this Selma, or actually the Ace playing in his position, could be the crucial...
This feels like a top floor hold. It really feels like they're holding top floor. But they fall off now around 1 minute. At least Alamau does. Oh, beauty of a shot from Virtue. He does get traded, but I think you're happy with that. I mean, you've gotten kills, you've gotten man advantage of the roam. And then you're also, like, feeling really good about the time that you've wasted top floor here, so... They're very happy with this if you're G2. That attack timeout really coming in clutch for G2. Because they dominate the second half as well. I like G2 as like a playstyle team. I think they're a very fun team. I think they have a lot of cool ideas. I think they've got very talented players. I think maybe if you're a G2 fan, they can be a bit of a frustrating team. And yeah, they do dumb shit sometimes. But like, I think they're a very fun team. Gumines are a little awkward. Alamau's just going to start swinging. Takes him a second, but he does get it.
Play into this if they have studied it well enough and if they're able to implement those attacks that need to happen. What we do know is that there is going to be that Gaio on the board, so there's going to be tons of fire.
G2 have made changes every stage this year. If they stop changing the roster and focus on playing as team, they should be super team. Yeah, 100%.
Now there is ways around this. Either you start early on.
Yeah, I don't think G2's constant changes make any sense, but, you know, that's what they do.
From the opposite side, you drop down the hatch, drop down the vault, and the elevator. See what you can do from there on.
Stop assuming this is the date. What?
Outsiders to see if they can step back in. They had a good lead in with that pace, but the pressure on the defense becomes one that, as you said, is really...
I actually am so, like, Excel assuming things is the date is actually so frustrating. It's probably the most annoying, like, little thing that Excel does, is, like, think things are dates when they're not. I feel like it's a meme, but it's, like, actually so annoying. I don't generally put dates. I mean, I do sometimes put dates on my Excel sheets, but, like, nowhere near that often. Does Legion need to start a small buff, start the round with 2 Gumines at least? Yeah, I don't mind buffing Legion. I feel like there's so many. I feel like the other like frag focused roamers are all very good right now. Like, why would you pick Legion when you could pick an Alibi or you could pick a Doc or you could pick an Oryx? Like, the alternatives to Legion just feel, they do feel a lot better.
When it comes to a boil. So, a minute here. G2's been able to get themselves a bit of control here on the top floor. They're eyeing up the middle as well.
And that buff doesn't sound like it's like broken or anything. Like that sounds like a very real, reasonable buff. So I like it. So they brought a Thatcher. It's gonna counter the Kaid. They're gonna want to get these walls open. Goyo is so fucking good on this site. Look at these Vulcans, man. That's so annoying. It's like the site has pimples. It's just absolutely disgusting.
Haven't quite done that. A Twitch drone could have sufficed in doing so, but with about 90 seconds left, there's still 4 canisters they need to dig through and 3 smoke canisters at the same time. But
Oh, nice pick from Citizen. Dan was probably over aggressive there. Dan was like really trying to hold that bomb chassis, which I think is fine, but then like you've got to kind of commit, or you've got to fall off sooner. He fell off at a really bad time. One Twitch drone also does just ruin that site hold. I think this should be a pretty clean G2 round. Nades deal a ton of damage. That's going to make it very scary for Always, who now has to kind of risk his life every time he tosses out one of these toxic babes. Oh. 0 toxic babes used when the smoke dies on CCTV lockers. Really awkward. Really awkward. There was one Vulcan that the Twitch drone didn't get, but you let that burn out, and then you should just be able to plant this, no problems. Very good.
they didn't need to go for the plant right away there. I mean, because they found the smoke with that second grenade coming down from the main stairs. After that, well, all there is really left to take you down is going to be the guns of the remaining Outsiders players. So with 30 seconds, that suddenly becomes a lot of time. Compared to where the smoke was still alive with 3 canisters, it is little amount of time. So well done by G2. Good calls coming down there to slow it down slightly, start working yourself through the side, and then isolate those players. So success as a result of it. That puts them in the lead again as we repeat the site that we have previously played. Seems like we have the same setup.
Try it again, and yeah, exact same setup. Very cool.
Not being picked up by Citizen, walking through the door like that, and also always staying alive, playing a bit more passive, maybe further back in the actual B bomb site rather than close to the door where we.
They have a yeah, they did have the Jaeger last time. I wonder if they're going to reposition their ADSs so that Always can stay alive.
Those 2 players basically carried all the denial.
I'd like to see like a mute jammer or something as well to stop the Twitch drones from just shredding this site. Because I think the 2 biggest problems they had last time they were holding this was A, the nades that just killed Always before you could throw a single smoke, and then B, the Twitch drone, which made your Goyo pretty well useless. And I honestly don't know if they've addressed either of those. Because it looked like the Vulcans were in the same spot. I didn't catch where the ADSs were at. Jesus Christ. Alamau popping off. Does he have ADSs? I don't see him. They may. Yeah, hatches being soft feels kind of weird. Like, they didn't use the reinforcements anywhere else. I don't know why neither of these teams are capable of using all 10 reinforcements on this site. It doesn't feel like it's that difficult.
If they start hurrying now, you might lose 1 or 2 players. Suddenly you find yourselves in a disadvantage again. So G2 taking the time here is exactly what I would like to see from them in this moment.
They're struggling. I don't know. I mean, I feel like they're kind of struggling to get the Twitch drones down into the site, but like, they haven't really started on that yet, you know? Maybe Always just feels that if he's playing a lot farther back, he won't have to eat the nades, which may be true. They're noticing the soft hatches. They're like, Virtue, get your ass down here. We need these hatches opened ASAP. Virtue feeling like Habana with how many hatches he's going to open this round. Like, exact same shit just happened as last time. I think G2 win this again. I think this is the exact same round. Like, always is going to throw his Toxic Babe a little sooner. But, like, I don't think that saves your round, right? Because G2 are, like, this worked against Outsiders because they didn't start pushing until 30 seconds, and they never went deep. G2 are pushing at 50 seconds, which is going to give them a total of 20 seconds to avoid these Toxic Babes, or to push without Toxic Babes. And presumably, if things get bad, they can push deep. Now, the ADSs are better positioned, or at least they haven't been cleared out, so the ADSs are saving always. But at around 30 seconds, goes down Toxic Babe number 2. Toxic Babe, and then he doesn't even get to throw out Toxic Babe number 1, because Alamo goes deep, something Outsiders didn't want to do. I feel like Outsiders were like, well, we lost to this setup, so clearly they will as well. But, like, G2 just don't make the same mistakes that Outsiders did. Kind of awful adaptation, to be honest.
Someone quickly to have a bit of a surprise infector, you force them to fall back, and after that they slow it back down. They clear it methodically top to bottom. After that they get rid of the utility.
It feels like a very unconfident round from Outsiders, so they want to run that site back. Hold a reinforcement for a rainy day. Yeah, all 5 members of the team, right? What is this operator lineup? What is this? Alright, Veep. Alright, Outsiders. You've brought Doc, Rook, Oryx, Castle, Legion. Your Castle's like the only operator here that's not directly just wanting to run into gunfights. It looks as though you will be extending into Archives based on that Castle barricade there. He put one on the cafeteria door, one right there that we see. He put one on the printer window. I didn't see where the 4th one went. It might have been Archives window to open, or to square, I mean. Might have been top server stairs. Regardless, they're trying to hold down this bottom floor. Also, for sure, going to be roaming top floor. We better see some sick shots from this operator lineup. I want to see Pasha going crazy. I want to see Dan hitting some long-range shots. I don't want to see Alamo just getting away with shit like that. Oh, no. What a Nook does to a motherfucker. That's rough. Alright, I bet you Pasha pops off. I bet you Pasha drops the play of his life and wins this round for Outsiders, only for them to lose 7-4 instead of 7-3. He's gotten 2. Position's pretty bad. He's between 2 players, so he can easily get pinched. And he's got a, yeah. And he had to challenge the kit. That's awkward. Yep. G2 just pushed below. After they run a hyper-aggressive op lineup.
Looking to find themselves 3 points, and with that, overtake Outsiders. There's no more for them to be gained. It's just the 7th place in this stage, but 7th is always better than 8th.
It is. I've had that.
So that's what they're going to be aiming for here. Also to end their stage on a high, because they have the 6th Invitational to prepare for. As a team that has not qualified for the major. And cannot qualify anymore, because we have all our teams locked in.
We do.
It's time to head.
And then right after this game, there'll be a draw.
Yeah.
Outsiders feel very lost. They're going to run the site back again, dude. And it's like, they're not changing the operator lineup at all. They may be changing positionings and stuff this time. There's not really any utility you can move around except for the castle barricades, and somehow I doubt those are moving. They are putting a barricade downstairs now, so maybe they'll hear something if they try to go for the same Amaru strat. But they're not going for the same Amaru strat. G2 are bringing Sens, Gridlock, Blitz, Nomad, Glass. Is this just a competition to see who can bring the least popular operators? Show this entire round right now to somebody from a year ago, and they would lose their minds. None of these ops, other than Nomad and Castle, are at all like. I don't know. Wamai is actually a change-up, so they brought the Wamai now. But otherwise, like, none of these ops, like, bring utility. Oryx is good. We see Oryx pretty often these days. And Doc's, like, not that bad. This attacking lineup, though. I love it. The Sen's wall safely gets you to default plant spot. It gets impacted, though. And the Sen's, okay, the Sen's is planting. Where is everybody else? They're like trying to pinch? It's like not a bad strat from the Glaz and from the Sens, but then like Virtue is top square covering for the flank. I don't know where Citizen and Doki were. Where was Doki? Oh, Doki's rushing from Printer. Citizen is actually just lost. I don't know where Citizen is. There's no rotate here. I guess he's trying to fight Rask in the backlines. And then Virtue's watching for a flank that will never come because everybody's on site. I feel like if you have a third person here planting and then Blur can just throw another Sens wall, that maybe goes a little bit better. Sens is so bad, dude. It's like one impact and your entire setup, or your entire strat just like falls to pieces. Sens is like actually an awful operator. Impacts should not affect Sens walls.
However, there is one weakness to Sens. Yeah, that's explosives. They do destroy them, and that basically removed the opportunity for Elmau to be that little bit of a sniper in the dark. They could just shoot through that Sens wall, let them guess where it was coming from.
I also don't get the point of running the grid and the Mozzie. I think the grid made sense. I think what Virtue was doing made sense. But then, like, I don't know why Citizen was on Nomad just literally hitting the back lines. Like, I didn't see him put down any air jabs. Maybe he did, but I struggle to see how they helped. That's ridiculous. I think you rerun. I think if you run that strat again, you put Citizen on a better op, maybe like a Zofia or something, whatever he's comfortable on shooting with. Maybe a Nook. I think Nook actually goes crazy there. You take Doki off the blitz. You put him on, I don't know, some 3-speed. And then you just have Doki planting. And then Blur and Alamau just like sit, I guess, on top of each other trying to cover with the Sens wall. I don't know. Maybe they just run smokes because smokes actually can cover without getting impacted away. Yeah, like, a smoke is probably just better than a Sens there, because smokes can't get impacted. I don't know, the Sens wall lasts longer and the Sens wall covers more and you have more of the Sens wall. I mean, like, that's the main advantage of it, right?
Under a desk. Now he's really going to hide. Under a desk. That cannot be good for the lungs.
Don't know, actually. I doubt it, because it's...
Knife, no ammo. Oh my god, he actually has no ammo. He's got 0 bullets in his clip. I didn't even realize that.
I've ever known to consistently run out.
He's actually ran out of ammo, so he actually wanted to go for the fight there, but probably just ran out and just couldn't.
That's actually so funny.
I mean, at that point,
It's not like the game matters, so.
Super shorty as a secondary is also not going to be helping you too much.
no, not open.
All right, well, that's it's an odd end to a round, but
Your Sens would use, your teams would use Sens more often? I don't know. The Sens just has too many counters. Sens is just, like, not that good.
That was all that was necessary to stop that from happening.
I think you can make small changes to Sens and have Sens actually be like a decent op. Is that joystick in the background? What? Is it? Where? Up here? This guy? I don't think so. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I think you make Sens not get destroyed by impacts. You make Sens walls go for like farther. You make them go farther. And they're decent. They're a lot better. Yeah, Sens and Grim are both just awful. I hope the next op is better.
Yeah, he doesn't have a microphone. He doesn't have a microphone either. I did suggest the medic should be the voice of second tap. Don't know
how well.
I don't know what Medics just.
He's just making fun of me now.
Yeah, Medics just said some mean things about Abdam.
About my TH.
There was. I don't know what Medics.
Is it joystick?
Help us with the prize draws. I think is dressing up.
Was it actually?
Have to now.
I guess he is like technically a coach for them. It didn't look like him to me. I've met Joystick in real life.
He was here and he fell a bit sick, fell a bit ill.
Maybe I'm just an idiot.
You gotta be honest. You just whipped him and then.
Maybe that was him with facial hair.
He also ate some of the sweets I brought in.
Yeah.
Some candy.
Poison them.
Thank you, Medics. Medics is very happy. Medics is like, good job, but you've just had to work more because of that tonight.
He doesn't mind.
I don't think it looked like him, but maybe it was.
This is sarcastic. Okay. Talking to sarcasm.
To me, Botterview's brain is mush. Well, we're on one more round. We actually sped ran these. We were speed running these Botterviews. We went through 5 games in like 4 hours. That's nuts. And there was like an overtime in there, you know? There was an overtime at 7-5, 7-4.
Look for the clear, look for elevators in Kanto corner. Nobody is currently home.
I'm just crazy like that. I'm built diff.
Cutting down the middle. It's a half quick, now slightly slowed clear here, but G2
Joystick's just looking for his spot. Yeah.
Trying to get all the control as quickly as possible. Alamau's
Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if like the VP management was like, okay, Joystick, you're gonna coach this stage, and what that really means is you're gonna assess everybody and you're gonna decide who's the worst, and then you can replace them.
occasion where
Whoever you want to replace Joystick, you can replace them.
the thing coming through the Twitch drone.
And it should probably be, I don't know.
That means that the Twitch drone will soon to be followed.
Citizen, he's tacked up here. The Nook as the explosions start to pop round. Last time we saw him swing and get a very cheeky take, and then the next he was taken out in a response and revenge by down.
Maybe Milan. I don't know.
Anyway, good ground, good time made up here on the break.
Always is 0-7 this game. I think Always is a good player though. I think this is like a.
Close this.
Stop a smoke canister coming.
I feel like this is not characteristic.
Gets thrown across the fire over the top. We'll just catch the tail end of Blur, and unfortunately that means
It's crazy how like they always use the exact same things. You do not replace Dan. Dan's the best player on this team. What are you talking about?
Yes, you will find it.
Dan like consistently looks good on this team. No shot you just said that. Good. It's funny she's not even touching you.
It's going for the shot, being body blocked.
I think there was range as well.
Dan is the man, indeed.
They were just in the right place to stop that being the connection. It's a single player left. Rask, he's not going to last very long. They take the win. The final play day, the final game of EUL is a G2 victory. It didn't mean
Yeah, maybe Rask.
major run. Probably means a bit of a breath of relief for the work.
You know what?
Attacks probably have been.
It's not my job to fix outsiders. They'll make whatever roster moves they'd like. But from our POV chat, that is the EUL and that is the stage. I'm out of things to watch party, to VOD review. You know, we can do some old APAC VODs, we can do some old NA VODs, but all in all, that's it. That's all the games until the major. Still gonna be finding some stuff to stream. Worry not, there will be more. Do we have any siege to look forward to between the end of the major and SI? There will be quals. There will be open quals. There will be EU finals. There will be BR finals. So some siege to look forward to, sure. But do keep in mind it's the off season. It's the holiday season. Spend some time with your family. I'll be live. I don't know what we'll be doing. I want to do some game show stuff. I want to do some hype things on stream. So if you've liked this stream, if you've had a good time, I'd appreciate a follow. Yeah, I mean, Flacco, in terms of official good siege, it's mostly just SI quals. But yeah, I'm going to keep streaming more this week. I'm going to focus a little bit more on school, but there will be more streams this week and heading to the major. Yeah, we might do more siege drafts. That was a lot of fun, so we might do another one of those. As for VOD views and stuff, though, I will be live as well during the major for watch parties and such. So that should be exciting. And yeah. Strange they didn't have NAL finals. I hate that the Wikipedia front page already doesn't have the regional leagues. If anybody from Wikipedia is in this stream, why in the hell did you already remove the regional leagues? Those were literally the most useful links. Now I gotta go like boom, boom, just to find them. That takes so long. See me with a Mirage jersey on TikTok? Hell yeah, dude. Honest to God, usually I only wear jerseys for like workouts. Usually I wear like t-shirts, still gamer merch, but usually I wear t-shirts on stream. I only was wearing a Mirage jersey because I had not done laundry in like 2 weeks because I'm a lazy motherfucker. It is what it is. If you follow me, speaking of the TikTok, I'd appreciate a follow on the TikTok. We're trying to grow the TikTok. It's pretty sick content. There it is in chat. Otherwise, I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your nights. And I will see you next time. Have a good one, guys.